What's the snorkel? What up, Faith? Change songs. Oh! Nobody ever do this. Alright, what's up?
Ay, señorita.
Ay, señorita.
Porque me deja.
Oh, shit.
Mira. Señora, ay, señorita. Nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar.
Alright, I'll do this one.
Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí. Siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz. Te sientes más feliz, oye. Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta.
Pa, 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 pa. I haven't looked at the Cali laws. Ven acá, mi amor.
Es la verdad, es la verdad. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Vuélvete, chiquita. Estoy perdida en la eternidad. Estoy perdida en la eternidad, mami. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Ven, 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 ven. Estoy perdida en la eternidad. Vuélvete, mi amor, ahora. Oye, señora, vuélvete acá. Oye, señorita, ven acá. Estoy perdida en la eternidad. Ahora sí, camina para allá. Saxofón con Cristian. Toca.
Súbelo, súbelo, súbelo. Ay, señora.
Vuélvete acá. Vuélvete acá. Ay, ¿por qué me dejaste? Solamente fuiste. Ay, ven, 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 ven. Ay, ven acá, señora. Ay, ven acá, señora. Ay, ven, ven, señora. Mira, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad.
Jake Paul fighting?
Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete. Ay señora, ya se fue.
Ya se fue. Yo. Fighting Anthony Joshua? No way. NSA. Department of Defense. Ah! Is Homeland. Housing. Fuck! What the fuck? What? Secret Service? Interior? No way. I think it's... Fuck. Fuck! I'm an idiot. I know this is, justice. Oh, this is so embarrassing. National Security Energy? Noah is, Homeland Security as well? Fuck! Fuck, who's in charge of this? This might be... Fuck, I knew this. I don't know this. OSHA is labor? Fuck. I think this is Interior. National Park Service is Department of Land Management. I don't fucking know. Fuck me. National what? Is this also commerce? I don't know this. Fuck. PTO is All right, what up everybody? Just let me finish this real quick. This is on recommendation. I don't know this. Fuck. I gotta think that this is, am I so stupid? I'm just gonna put commerce, it's gonna be wrong. Oh, wow. Bureau of Engraving and Printing, Treasury. And this is Homeland Security. Damn, horrible. I suck. All right. Okay, first, Epstein. One sec. How's everyone doing? Hope you guys are well. Friday night. I can't believe you're here. What do you guys got? No life? 76 is good. The average is 48. Okay. Well, I'm above average. It's average. It's average. All right, folks. Good to see everybody. A lot of great folks in here. Shaween, Black Bars, you got Grip. Oh, we're gonna give a sword. We gotta give the first sword. First sword. The sword has been given. Grip, let me know if you have this sword. Still at work, just pissed in real life. Okay. I think the sword has been transferred. I believe that that's the case. But I don't know why Kick isn't showing up on my thing. Weird. I'll figure it out. Oh yeah, you got the mod. All right, cool. Okay, folks. Hope everyone is having a wonderful Friday. A lot to discuss. I want to take a moment because this was recommended by, I think it was Vasraka, to go over some fun legal stuff to give you guys the grounding you need to understand what's coming down the line in the Slaughter case, and to give a little bit of background on some very interesting cases, including the one that started it all, Humphrey's executor and Morrison v. Olson, which is like Scalia great dissent opinion, and then listen a little bit to the oral arguments as well to see exactly the different issues. And so I want to, that's kind of the game plan, to discuss the presidential power with respect to removal authorities, and to take a big look at like what's the big problem with the upcoming SCOTUS decisions. And I probably will be talking to Ryan Mullally at some point, either tomorrow or maybe like on Monday or something, depending on what we have time for. And we'll be going over a bunch of shit like birthright citizenship, etc. So this will be helpful, I think, to those of you who are interested in constitutional law and interested in like, you know, those conversations, unitary executive theory, that kind of stuff. So yeah, yo, what up? Yep. Mirror. Okay, we're gonna give him a little bit of a sword as well. I guess I have more people in Kick these days. Sick. Give you guys some swords. We all got swords. All right. Cool. And for those of you who are paying attention as well, you'll probably see some familiar. Sorry, one second. Familiar people in the oral arguments, including the justices, but not just them. Okay, let me start though first with Epstein file stuff. It's the most beautiful possible self-own that there's ever been, and I kind of saw this coming. And anyone with any sense, it's not like it's a great insight, like fucking months ago. And for those of you who didn't listen to me at the time or weren't around, there is no good strategy at this point for the Trump administration regarding the Epstein files. What I'm going to call the Epstein assumption, that assumption being specifically the belief that the criminality contained in the Epstein files extends to broad sets of actors beyond what is currently known or provable. That is what I'm referring to as the Epstein assumption. That assumption has essentially become the mainstream opinion, as far as I can understand it. And in fact, now there is a taboo. There is a social taboo against raising objections to that assumption. I'm sure that if I like made a video saying, there's no evidence that supports the broader allegations of criminality that's currently available, that the vast majority of comments, even though that is a true statement, right? We have plenty of evidence that suggests that Epstein himself did stuff. Ghislaine Maxwell knew stuff, right? We have plenty of evidence of that. But this kind of broader entangling opinions, those like have not been proven, right? No smoking gun, not even anything to suggest a good chance of particular actors having criminality. Nothing that I would say would show beyond even like, preponderance of evidence, in my opinion, that's been publicly available of culpability in this context. But if I were to express that opinion in a video that specifically titled like what you don't want to know about the Epstein files is like we don't know all this other stuff, it would be not well received. There is now a social penalty for expressing even just like lack of being convinced regarding the what I'm calling the Epstein assumption. That's like the state of discourse as I understand it. And the best, I think, example of this is Michael Tracy. Now, there's reasons to be annoyed with Tracy in other shit, right? Because he takes it too far. He will call a lot of the people who sued Epstein associates, etc., like hysterical. He takes issue with the laws. Oh, what up, Sharp? He takes issues with the laws in the first place. These notions of like trafficking victims without any kind of violent component nexus, like the kind of coercion version of trafficking. So Tracy takes it like in a direction which I think you don't have to, but he will say like actually true statements and get destroyed for them. And again, I'm not defending the broader like Tracy worldview to the extent that there is one, or his broader set of opinions about trafficking laws and shit. But it really is to the point where expressing not like an affirmative belief that it didn't happen, but even just like like skepticism. Oh, thank you, Masraka. Yeah, we're going to go over that. That's like the whole thing. I appreciate it so much. Holy shit. Super appreciate you, Masraka. Yeah, we're going to be going over Slaughter. We're going to go over Humphrey's Executor, Morrison v. Olson. So strap in. We're going to be here for a bit. So if you like chill legal streams, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be chilling. I might order another coffee at some point. So a lot of fun coming up, a lot of fun. And definitely we'll be listening to the oral arguments. Maybe not all of them, but certainly, certainly at least some of them. Okay. So and I really do appreciate the super chat. I super appreciate all your guys' support. It means the world to me. So that's the state of like the current discourse and the current like kind of taboos, right? The taboos are not asserting the Epstein assumption, not saying that it extends further, right? And in fact, not only is that the current state of the taboo that you'll get criticized, you yourself will be called a sex offender if you express, or sympathy to a sex offender, if you express not just a view of, yeah, it's a French term, of like against the Epstein narrative, but even if you take the skeptical view of like, well, I don't know, you will be in danger of being labeled an apologist for sex offenders and yourself being like that. That is how strong the taboo is on expressing sometimes even just agnosticism as to the scope of the Epstein narrative. That has been brewing, and a lot of that is the result of internal closed systems of thought, both on the right and the left, but primarily in its most virulent form in the MAGA base, who for years have been stoking the embers of this conspiracy. And it's not just the kind of dissident right faction, not just Groypers, right, who can see a potential Israel connection. You know, Epstein had connections with politicians from Israel, etc. Not just them. We've talked about it, right? Like the current heads of the FBI, one of them is about to leave, Dan Bongino, foreseeable, and Kash Patel, that was like central to their narratives. And it was central also to the MAGA broader narrative, who see Trump as a rejuvenating force and as part of their myth, the figure who is going to expose an entire cabal run by international pedophiles. Okay? Globalist pedophiles. That is like part of their belief system. And it's been reinforced and re-ingrained and coincides with other sorts of conspiracies that have been allowed to fester without any kind of critical lens. And that's partially a result of the lack of any real self-checking mechanism within MAGA, within the factions of the right who profess it as fact. So Trump, even though he himself was a little more cagey about the Epstein files release, did come in with an understanding by his surrogates, J.D. Vance, his son, his supporters, that a top ticket item was the release of these Epstein files. Just look, by the way, at the you'll never look. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you. You know me and Rob Knorr, we go way back. Look at the Rob streams for years, saying the official narrative. This is what his pitch on the corruption of the DOJ, the corruption of the deep state. One of the central animated stories that he would tell is the official narrative is that Epstein killed himself, blah, 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 and he would like say in a repeatable set of paragraphs as to why this is patently ridiculous. Now, it's the kind of like same Rob Knorr shtick of cui bono, who benefits, this kind of, I don't know what you call it, the Charlie on the wall, putting different red strings everywhere. And so it was there. It just was like that kind of, we all know it. We all know that this is bullshit. We all know they lied. It like, what does it say? It doesn't even, what are the kinds of things he says? He's like, he'll say that, right? He's like, we all know. And it's everywhere. It's really, really everywhere among the MAGA people. So upon entering office, the smart thing to do, I think, if you're Trump, is to release the Epstein files. If you're the DOJ, to release the Epstein files. This, and thereby fulfill what you were promising to do and what your base wants to see. But here's a problem. They didn't do it. And what's more, they acted like they were gonna do it initially. And when it turned out that they weren't willing to do it, everyone, of course, asks why. Why? It can't be that Epstein himself isn't involved in broader sets of criminality that implicates other people in the way that the MAGA myth implies, because that is dogma. That is an assumption. That's not something that needs to be proven. Right? It would be like proving, for a lot of religious people that God exists or doesn't exist. He just does exist in the mind of a lot of religious people. It's axiomatic. It's an assumption. So that can't be it. So his supporters were absolutely confused. Especially because they had the right people in the positions of power as they understood it. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. They had the people. This was the glorious, a golden age. And so, here's the problem. It either is the case that the Epstein assumption is true, or it's the case that the Epstein assumption is false. Right? Can't be anything else. It either is the case that it reaches a certain threshold of criminality that spreads across, or it doesn't. It kind of just ends at Epstein and the people that we know about. Maybe there's some embarrassing stuff, but not the kind of the network that is being implied by the story. Maybe there are certain graphic videos and photos of people in prominent positions, but maybe it doesn't go much farther than that. Maybe it's legal conduct. If the Epstein assumption is true, if it extends broadly in the way that many people think it does, then the conduct by the administration is some of the worst corruption of all time, right? Because at a bare minimum, Trump and his associates, affiliates, and employees are covering up child sex abuse. This is the narrative, by the way, that a lot of even politicians are running with, Democrats and the dissident Republicans. The Democrats are doing so in a manner opportunistically. And I sometimes say even a little dangerously. But the real target here are the Republicans who onboard that assumption. But if it's true, this cover-up is one of the worst acts a presidential administration has ever done, right? All this attention on these things, and we're covering it up to protect, intel agencies or foreign countries like Israel or like UK or something, or elites. And Trump supposedly, though it's obviously false, he loves elites. He surrounds himself with elites. He craves the attention and adoration of elites. Protecting them from these accusations, it is so counter to the fake narrative as presented by MAGA. And it is one of the worst things that any administration has ever done, if the assumption is true. And even if it is true and they release the information, why did you wait this long, right? So even as it is, and this is why it's so effective if you're arguing from the Democratic position to use this in debates with Republicans, is because there's not a good answer, as we'll see. Even up till now, the conduct is totally beyond the pale if the assumption is true. For the last 10 months or so, 10, 11 months, you've been covering up one of the worst scandals in American history, merely to protect elites, perhaps intelligence agencies, etc. It's a vulnerability if it's true, right? There's another problem if the assumption is true. Namely, where are the charges? Right? Why are we talking about releasing documents at this stage? Because the release of documents, why do people want the documents? Presumably they want the documents because they want to see people in handcuffs. They want to see people behind bars. So if the assumption is true and they release information, why wouldn't they also charge? Or at least announce who, have some sealed indictments or something, or announce who the bad actors are and why they can't charge them. So the fact that we're talking about releasing documents and not about charging, it means they can't be trusted to charge. No one trusts the administration to actually charge. So we shouldn't be talking about document releases at this stage. We should be talking about investigations and indictments. If you can't trust the administration to charge the part of the broader web of affiliates that is onboarded by the Epstein assumption, you can't trust them to release the documents. Do you understand? That the trust is not this kind of this concept that is so limited in its scope to like certain discrete issues. Trust has a way of infecting everything about a person's conduct, personality, etc. Right? For some people that you know after a while, oh, I trust them with this. I don't trust them with that, right? But the kind of trust with respect to government conduct, corruption, this is all like intermingled. It really doesn't make sense to say things like, well, I trust them to release the documents, but I don't trust them to bring the charges. And so the very posture of this is premised on a lack of action by the Department of Justice. A lack of, after being told, after telling the public, in other words, that there are not going to be any more indictments, the cases are closed. The fact that we're asking for documents presupposes lack of trust. You haven't done your work, department. We're not satisfied, so the public wants to see it. The public wants to see it because we don't trust your decision making. There are too many questions that we feel have not been satisfactorily resolved. These are all things just assuming that it's true that the Epstein saga extends more broadly. And then, of course, you have the Epstein disclosure law. My. How many holes and carefully constructed or not so carefully constructed exceptions exist in that law? You couldn't have crafted a more devious law if you tried in some ways. In some ways, I'll tell you. You could make an argument that the ambiguously and vaguely worded at times and broad law itself was designed to cause maximum consternation to the Trump administration. Because the existence of those loopholes, valid under the law, kind of in some ways contradictory for certain things. The existence of those loopholes gives so much play on the joints for Democrats and Republican dissidents to make hay of what they find in the files. It prevents some of these lawmakers, either as a matter of their maybe they were cunning when they did this, it prevents them from being blamed for being part of a hysteria, because it ensures the hysteria continues to the extent that it is a hysteria, right? So not only do you have the very fact that we're here, it's premised on a lack of trust for an organization who's tasked with doing an exercise which you would almost, by its very nature, would require trust. You've also created a framework where you've created valid exceptions for which the same agency tasked with doing this is meant to apply its discretion. But you can't trust the discretion of the DOJ, because we wouldn't be here if we did. None of us would be clamoring for the Epstein files if there was a fundamental trust of the DOJ's discretion. That's what this whole thing's about. And so the setup presupposes lack of trust. The law requires application of discretion, which is not trusted by the people, and gives almost a devious amount of rope to representatives, both Democratic and Republican, to milk and claim vindication no matter what. And this is the kind of thing where if you take a step back, like, because if you saw my my review of the law, I noticed these loopholes. I noticed the kind of like vague wording and stuff. And some people were like, "What? Well, why would they do this? Why would they give so many exceptions?" It could be because they want to apply maximum pressure in a devious way, to the administration. I can't react to the Anthony Joshua fight. That is crazy. He's fighting Jake Paul. So yeah, let's take stock real quick. If the Epstein assumption is true, then questions abound. This is the greatest cover-up in the history of the United States, and the fact that no charges are happening is is destructive for the administration. And if there is criminality, what does that mean about the people covering it up? Right? They should be impeached, shouldn't they? Shouldn't they be impeached? So you don't, if you're Trump, right? If you're Trump and if you're a DOJ, you do not want to release real evidence of criminality in the drops. That's your incentive. You don't actually want to release that, because if you release that, it undermines you as a pedophile defender, right? This is assuming that all those things are true, right? That's the incentive. If it's not true, that is to say, the scope of the criminality kind of ends where publicly confirmed impropriety says it ends. At Epstein, at Maxwell, maybe a few other people, the prince, whatever, former prince. If it's not true, it doesn't matter. No one will ever believe the administration that it's not true. Partially because, as I mentioned before, for many of these groups, it's a starting assumption that it be true, but also the conduct of the administration, the existence of the loopholes created by the legislators. And then this, what they actually did. This might be the worst way they could have done it. They released it on a Friday. Maybe that's the smartest thing they could have done. But it could also backfire given the optics around that. You remember what happened on the Sunday night drop of the letter from the unsigned DOJ and FBI saying, hey, case closed. People weren't fooled by that. So just be aware of that. I think this is the actual deadline day. And so at a bare minimum, they can rest on that, right? They can say it was the deadline day. We wanted to comply with the law, but they haven't complied with the law in the following way. Put aside the redaction fight, because that's like arguably too subjective to make a concrete determination as to whether they're compliant at the moment. But they didn't release all. They're self-admittedly not releasing all. And the law says all. In some ways, the deficiencies in the law will work to the advantage of political actors, because there's not a self-contained enforcement provision within the law. It's unclear who would have standing to bring a lawsuit to demand production of a broader set of documents or a less redacted version of the documents. And so, if a lawsuit commences, as it probably will, without seeing the lawsuit, it's pretty hard to make predictions, but my guess is there's going to be a justiciability question. Do you have standing to even bring this lawsuit? Who could? Maybe it's only Congress acting as a collective whole. Maybe no one has standing. Maybe this law isn't enforceable by a court. That is part of the deviousness, or you could say flaw, whether intentional or otherwise, of the statute, which doesn't have a self-contained enforcement mechanism. It'll be up to the courts to determine whether this can even be enforced. But how does that look optically? How does it look optically for the administration to be on the winning side of a litigation fight where they are denying further access to some ultimately loser litigants, plaintiffs, who maybe even correctly, as a legal interpretation matter, don't have standing or otherwise aren't able to bring the lawsuit? So you've now put them in a position where not only are they in the court of public opinion looking cagey by having all of these redactions and withholdings, there probably will be an actual litigation fight in court where Trump probably will have the better of the argument and defending the lack of disclosure. Meanwhile, the courts, as far as their conduct, they don't want to. They want to say this is up for the. It's up to you, Congress and the DOJ. That's been their conduct so far. Don't blame us. Don't look at us. The individual judges do not want to touch that with a poll. They want to say, listen. So far, right? They have shown a willingness to release documents or admonish the government for bringing cases that are clearly against the law, and signaling to the public, listen, it's not on us. That's what happened with the grand jury stuff in New York, in Florida. How's that going to look if the judiciary says the opposite, right? Which would be worse? The Trump administration losing or winning? I don't even know. Suppose that there is an order from the courts directing the Department of Justice to release unredacted information, and it turns out the unredacted information is like super incriminatory or super embarrassing. Suppose there's an order and they don't follow it. Suppose Trump wins and there's no order. Which of those situations do they look worse in? It's a fucking mess. They can't win in that context. And even if all of the redactions were reasonable, and even if all the withholdings were reasonable and allowed under the law, no one will ever believe them anyway. Too much evasive conduct, too many lies, too much festering of the conspiracy theory. No one's ever going to believe them. Democrats ain't never going to, if there is nothing in there embarrassing to Trump, Democrats will never believe it. And Republicans, if there's no charging, if there's no wide sweeping criminality, the vast majority of MAGA Republicans will not believe it. And so the Trump administration decides to selectively put out these Bill Clinton pictures, undated, and they have entire documents that are hundreds of pages of full black redactions. You couldn't make it more suspicious. So now, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, who has a bone to pick after he's been needled and needled and needled by Trump himself, he's gonna make it hurt. And on this issue, he has all the leverage. There are enough people working on the Epstein file release pursuant to the law that I highly doubt that if there is this kind of selective destruction of stuff, that we wouldn't hear about it at some point in the future. There's going to be internal comms within the department, like those by the strict reading of the law need to be released. The law is super fucking broad. It is crazy broad. We read it. And it includes comms about redactions, comms about, the destruction or moving of information. Anything pertaining to Epstein at all within the department's handiwork. It's a mess. So they did probably the worst thing they could have done. But don't be fooled. They don't have any good options. They have no good options. And that is the essence of a winning issue. Force your opponent to make a mistake. And if they have no way to not make a mistake, you have them by the balls. They've made their bed and they got to lie in it. Here's the question. What do Democrats do? Democrats should twist the knife, make it hurt, for sure. But they have to be careful. I think that there's been a lot of presupposing what's in these files. And the Democrats can't and should not, I think, make the same sets of assumptions that led Republicans down this path. Now, I happen to believe the Democrats as a whole probably are at this point in time more apt to trust the determinations from like institutions, so long as they're in control of them, than the Republicans. But I don't. I think the line should be: what are you covering up? Why are you trying to hide stuff? Are you trying to protect these people? But it should not, I think, make any kind of prejudgments about what's in them. And I think Ro Khanna has been like a little close to the line there. I respect Ro Khanna in a lot of ways, but I don't support implying things that we don't know, because it can cause problems like it's causing for Trump. Because next time the Democrats take the White House and there's nothing to reveal or nothing that is juicy in the same way, that can be its own problem. That said, because of how the Trump administration has conducted itself, there's always going to be that thing to put up. Oh, we don't know what Trump did. Look at how cagey they were, right? So there's always going to be some set of armor that Democrats can use as Trump continues to like trip over himself. And so for that, we are deeply grateful to the Department of Justice. Really wonderful work here. Though I do think that there are rakes that Democrats can step in. There are claims that Democrats can make that aren't substantiated. And I wouldn't support making those claims. I do think the Trump DOJ and the administration more generally has fucked up to such a degree that there will always be that reasonable doubt that Democrats can raise as to why he's culpable and they're not. But yeah, that's my take on the Epstein files. It's almost not even worth it to go through and like, because like I saw people putting out this Midas touch one where they're like, wow, it said that like there's an accusation that a 14-year-old went up to Trump and said that's one of the good ones or something like that. But that certainly interesting, certainly sus as fuck if true. But the big picture thing is like, based on that comment alone, you can't prove anything, right? Based on that comment alone, you can't, right? Just add it to the pile of suspicious shit. Add it to the pile of, what did he say? Another beautiful enigma. May every day be another playful, what is it? Playful, joyful shit. What was the fucking poem? May every day be another wonderful little Enigmas never age. That was it. Enigmas never age. Pictures of Clinton. Yeah, so Clinton is another one. Like, sorry, dude. He's going to be thrown under the bus, even if there's nothing like inculpatory there. People will always think it. And I never thought Clinton was a good president. I don't know why Democrats like. He's a great speaker, or was a great speaker. Frankly, even at the recent DNC, I thought he was decent. But I don't really rate Clinton. Okay. Enigmas never age. Yeah, that's it. Every day be another wonderful secret or something like that. Yeah. Fucking weirdo, man. This Trump guy. And all of this is happening, by the way. One last layer to it. All of this is happening while the MAGA and Republican Party is going through like an identity crisis where the Groypers are on the ascendancy in some respect, at least online. We don't know how much it's going to translate ultimately to control of the party, but it's happening with respect to these issues, with respect to conspiracies about Israel, with respect to issues of corruption, issues of the elites being in control, issues of, should we let the Ted Cruzes decide things, Candace Owens. It's all kind of percolating at the worst possible moment as far as the Republican Party is concerned. And you gotta really respect the degree to which Thomas Massie is willing to poke Trump in the eye after he's been persona non grata. Apparently, Fox News confirms that the DOJ hid the identities of politically exposed individuals in the Epstein files, even though it said that's explicitly not supposed to happen. Massie says a future DOJ could criminally prosecute Attorney General Pam Bondi. you hate to see it. You hate to see it. The one road, perhaps, maybe there'll be one road to getting rid of the pardon is if Trump foolishly decides to pardon all his administration, and if people want use the Epstein files as an excuse to get rid of it. Maybe that's one way. If he extends these unconditional pardons that are not limited in time or scope to specific issues or conduct to everybody, then we should definitely chance upon it. Let's get a constitutional amendment. Let's get rid of that sucker. We don't need that pardon, bro. We don't need that pardon. We don't need it. All right. How's everybody doing? You guys chilling? That's my Epstein stuff. And Jake Tapper had a great moment on CNN. He's like, look at all this redactions. It's like, scroll 100 pages of redactions. They just produce a document to the public, which is just redactions. You couldn't have done this in a worse way. All right, folks. When am I going to finish the podcast? I saw that above. Maybe not today. We have, I will eventually get to it for sure. I do want to finish it, but we might have some other stuff to do today. Okay. So I want to get into some legal shit, some based chill legal stuff. Can we go over the Joe? I don't even know how to pronounce that case that allows instant oversight for visit and implications. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, and by the way, on this whole time, they're giving Ghislaine Maxwell better conditions. They're being sus about her interview and shit. Everyone's acting super scared. We have Dan Bongino leaving the FBI, personnel issues with Kash Patel. He just did this insane podcast with I almost want to see The Katie Miller stuff. Okay, I am curious enough. I am curious enough to see just a little bit of a Katie Miller with Pam Bondi. Just give me a second. I just want to. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. Don't worry. We'll get to the legal stuff. But I just want to. I just want to see a little bit. Oh, but it's all about Charlie Kirk shit. Never mind. That's boring. But the Kash Patel one was surreal. Absolutely surreal. I have to think that MAGA is not happy with Kash Patel. So while all this is happening, personnel issues in the department. You wish the midterms were like right now. Me too. Bongino knew it was game over for him months ago. Deposition. That's why nothing. Okay, cool. All right, so then let me think. All right, I'll finish listening to the podcast and we'll get to the legal stuff. I'm gonna put it at 1.5 though, for sure. But out of respect for Kafka Esquire, we'll finish this and then we'll get into the juicy good legal stuff. If it gets too boring though, I will stop and we'll get right to our legal stuff. Out of respect for Kafka-esque. Okay, I hope you guys are chilling. Let's see what Kafka has to say.
There's this really good app called Thumbtack. All right, you go in there.
Thumbtack.
You can hire contractors to come and do like home repair or like anything really. You go in there. You say you live in that house, your neighbor's house, and then whenever they like show up, you just go out and meet them and point at the leaf pile and say, "I want you to get rid of that," and then. But just like enter all your neighbors' information so that whenever they bill, they send the bill to that house. And then whenever your neighbor's like, "What's this?" You go like, "Oh, that looks like a bill for someone to remove the leaves that you had." And then they're like, "Did you do this?" And you're like, "No, it looks like a contractor came over and did it, but they're billing you for it." And they're like, "Well, why would I have to pay for it?" And you're like, you remember how you put the leaves on my property? Yeah, I remember that.
You guys are literally talking about leaves
too. So it seems like you should have to pay for it, right? Right? And close the door in their face.
Or I could just say like the HOA hired them maybe to make it easier.
I mean, or you just take credit. Oh yeah, no, I actually asked them to come do that. I had them send you the bill because actually you should pay for that. And then if they go, I don't want to pay for it, it's like that seems like something you should take up with the contractors that did this work because they're billing you.
Sure.
All right.
All right. So my last topic that I have, and I think I might have more after this, but my question is it ever immoral to file a valid lawsuit?
Okay.
God.
We need to give some context real quick. This topic came up from today. I came into the Pisco. There's a private room where Jewstalker and Gilmore were.
Okay. This is not an excuse to break the Discord rules at all. The Discord rules are as they are. I put in an additional clarification in the Discord. So Discord is pure, all right? This is a podcast, the Gondam and Gilmore show that Kafka was on that I said I would watch I think weeks ago that we're finishing up. But feel free to comment in the sort of chat here, but the Discord is as it is, all right? Just is as it is. So you can comment in the chat, but do not touch Discord.
Having conversation, and I noticed I came into that conversation, just the two of them by themselves. It looked like a regular thing they did, and they were talking about a similar subject to this because Pisco and Hutch were both self-harming in a call, talking about the H3 lawsuit and whether it was okay or valid for H3 to bring the lawsuit, whether it was immoral or something like that. And then I believe in the Discord discussion where like it was ongoing, and Jewstalker I think was trying to implicate like the Pixie and Destiny lawsuit or whatever, and stuff like that, and people were like, "Oh, it's immoral because the people that are defendants in these lawsuits could be hurt." And then I was like, I don't really think it was immoral, like if it's a valid lawsuit. And then Gilmore ran to the defense of his friend Jewstalker and was like, whoa, I disagree. And I said, let's save it for the pod. So I think that it is possible for there to be like a moral question, right? Like I think that, let's say like the Letitia James situation, I think that it's like, even if there was a valid claim against Letitia James, it might be immoral for the president of the United States to direct.
Right. So the question is in virtue of what?
That lawsuit to happen. But I think the immorality comes from a lot of other considerations.
Right.
I think like overwhelmingly, like 99% of the time, it's not immoral to file a legit.
99% of the time. Think about how many like bad faith Republican lawsuits there are, or like vexatious bullshit. Well, we're assuming a valid lawsuit, I guess, like where there's a winning claim, but I guess, but was the Trump versus United States? I know it was like a motion or whatever, but like, was it good that we have some of the precedent from the Supreme Court that was filed? Like, I don't know.
Non frivolous lawsuit.
All right, so
And if standard is only non-frivolous, I mean, like frivolous is like a very low bar.
outside of your wildly incorrect series of events that led up to the conversation,
You're here. You can correct the record.
Sure.
I'm giving you the space.
All right. So what actually happened was, so I was born. I was raised by loving parents. Okay, I was raised by loving parents.
This fucking story.
I'm as brief as possible.
You started at your birth. Oh my god.
Yeah, I went to school. I went to law school. I became a lawyer, and at some point, I joined the Pisco. So today, I was having a conversation about the Ethan Klein lawsuit. My argument was, I don't think it is immoral, or it was immoral for him to bring the lawsuit. And I think that everyone that says it was immoral either hates Israelis and Jewish people, which is the same thing, or doesn't care about IP laws in the first place. I don't think there's any like legitimate criticisms about Ethan Klein's lawsuit. So that was my stance on it. There was another person there who was saying it was immoral to file the lawsuit, and then that's when I brought up the Destiny Pixie lawsuit, which I also believe. I think that one, I wouldn't say it's immoral to bring it, but I think her purpose for bringing it was not in line with the actual purpose of the law. So
wait, is that even a valid lawsuit? I'm so confused.
I think it's a arguably valid lawsuit depending on the interpretation.
It seems like it's not a valid lawsuit.
Yeah, I think I think that with that one. Again, I think like if she just brought that lawsuit and there was none of the shit going on outside of it, she just filed a lawsuit against him. They went through it like a normal lawsuit. It'd be hard to say that it was immoral to do it. She might have thought she had a claim, and then she goes through it, and turns out she doesn't, and it's over. That's not really the immorality comes from her like dragging it into the mud, trying to make it as public as possible. Taking a very liberal. I'm trying to be generous here, but like her management of the evidence in this case, the way that she's presenting evidence, the way that her counsel is acting regarding witnesses, a lot of stuff is pretty, almost like certainly unethical and probably immoral. Bring the student in.
Sloppier.
I haven't seen the video.
God.
So, yeah, like it's kind of thing where it's like, because also the hard part for me with the immorality thing is like, I don't know if there were any other arguments, because to be fair, I didn't see everything in this private conversation, but most of the stuff I saw about like where they're talking about it's more like, oh, the defendants like couldn't afford it, or the defendants were like suffering because of this lawsuit. Was that what like people were arguing here?
Yeah.
No, I mean, the dude doesn't even listen to the arguments about it. It's because they're suffering financially. That is the good faith interpretation of the objection to the lawsuit. That's so crazy. It almost feels like it's wasted breath. Like no one is listening. It was kind of what I was saying at like the start of why I'm like, I'm blackpilled on the notion that like any of these arguments matter. It's like that was the rendition of the argument for the case being unjustified was, oh, they're suffering financially, I guess. That's what's the problem. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, Kafka, that's so stupid. Have you like listened at all?
They were saying, I think it was like a 2-part test. What was that if the defendant is poor, and the second?
Oh, maybe there's some specific thing that was happening in the Discord. I retract that if it's only with respect to that. But if you're listening to me, like I don't understand how anyone can get that test from what I've said.
And is if like the purpose of the lawsuit is to like punish the person, not actually to like vindicate some right that they have, which is like both parts are stupid. But
yeah, because like one, if the person's poor, then the lawsuit doesn't matter. Like if you're poor, then guess what? You're judgment proof.
Yeah, so it doesn't turn on whether someone is judgment proof, but the purpose of a lawsuit certainly will be relevant to a question about whether it's justified to bring. If you brought a lawsuit solely, if we could read your mind, brought a valid lawsuit solely for the purpose of causing someone to end their life, let's say, hypothetically, we knew for certain that was it. I think that would be enough for us to say that we were against it, absent some overriding like reason, some impact litigation, some societal reason. I think the purpose is absolutely relevant. And I threw a hypothetical at some point during like our discussion that was so easy to bite the bullet on that some people were like rejecting. It's crazy.
Thank you. Yeah, you're Jennifer. Like, who cares? Like, if Ethan Klein showed up and sued a person with no money for $1 million, that person could literally never show up in court, never read a single filing, go on for the rest of their life, and not be affected by it. Because like, what is he gonna do? It's just a money damages thing, right? Now maybe there's like he's enjoying it to say fucking I'm sorry, but like even then, who gives a shit, right? Then on the other side though,
who gives a shit? Like, who gives a shit if you're sued and you're judgment proof?
What it was if they're poor, and then the other side is I'm sorry. What was the second one? Because it's hard for me to keep it. He's so stupid. If they're sad when it happens.
So I have to double check it. Yeah, it's like the purpose of the lawsuit isn't actually like to vindicate a right, but it's to like punish someone. But I can look it up. I can't remember.
I mean, it's fine. Like yeah, you can, but it's like that's also kind of like stupid to me because it's like that's something that would literally never come up. Like you would never know that unless the person made like a public statement about it, right? Like Ethan coming out and saying something like, or Pixie saying it on the stand when asked, is kind of rare and also just not super relevant to like how the legal system works. So
No one is saying that it's relevant to the legal system working. We're talking about the ethics. See the conflation there? It's so silly. Like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. No one claims we're doing an analysis of it's the ethics behind it, not whether it's relevant to the legal stuff. That's insane. That like, I don't know. This is just triggering me, man.
it's like, because also the other side of it is like them doing it quote unquote as a punishment is factored into whatever this law is that gives them a cause of action, right? Like,
Why are you continue? The question assumes that the lawsuit is valid, or there's actually like a case here. So why again are we just like putting a finer tip on the point here?
the cause of action is saying this person's harmed. They're allowed to do this lawsuit to get restitution, or something like that. And if they're doing it in a way because they were hurt and they want that other person to hurt, like, yes, that I don't know how that's not.
That's per se good. It's a law gives it like we've never had like a law that gives a remedy that's like bad. Like shit, I should have brought up examples of like fugitive slave laws. You know? Like, oh, like assume that there's a fugitive slave law and someone like illegally goes and crosses the border or whatever to get to a free state. And under the law, they have a valid claim. The owner of the person has a valid claim to bring under the law. Would you be like, oh yeah, the remedy is available. It doesn't matter what their purpose is, and so yeah, do it. Even if the law itself is immoral, right? Like let's say that we have a cause of action which are immoral. Would it be moral to bring a cause of action or a claim under a framework which itself should be abolished merely because it allows it?
Part of the like idea of allowing someone to sue somebody else. I think that like I would be surprised if any law was passed where the legislature's like, all right, you're allowed to sue this guy, but you can't be mean to him. You can't be doing this to punish him. Okay.
Oh my God. No, we're talking about our ethics. It is so insane how stupid these conversations are. And like people wonder why I'm like bizarrely fascinated by the lack of rigor in analyzing the issue.
I don't know when like what.
I found the actual standard.
Okay.
I found what was said here. So the standard is we have a civil lawsuit where the damages are readily apparent, not unlike some other case, and that Ethan is stretching far beyond those damages to try to inflict financial
Okay, that's stupid because it shouldn't turn on damages.
ruination to silence critics explicitly. That's the stance.
Does anyone believe that?
Well, wait, no, but hang on a second. If one of the purposes is to silence critics, I think that that is a thing that you can take against the lawsuit for sure. Why, if that's an ethical consideration that we care about, I don't know why it would be. I think it's your case to show that is like an irrelevant consideration for purpose of ethics.
Oh, because like, how long has this lawsuit been filed? Like, isn't it been like 6 months? Casey Tron does not look any thinner or any less high on stream. Like, he's just as fat as usual. Like, I don't understand. Where was the suffering?
That was an evidentiary hearing. That was discussed.
Has Frogon lost any weight either? Like, it's hard to tell in all those clothes, I guess.
Okay.
But like, what the fuck?
This is cool.
Well, but like think about this
Whatever.
too. Like if it's that bad, like why can't Casey Tron just settle it out? I don't.
Oh, she did, but that doesn't resolve anything, right? Just because there's a way to mitigate the damage done by something unethical doesn't mean that it isn't still unethical, right? I'm sure there's a way to adjust and optimally resolve things that are bad. Just so like lacking in any rigor, any analysis. It's just jokes and memes. It's just stupid schlock.
She did.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, but sorry. Yeah, so she did do the thing where it's like, well, if it's so bad, then just settle it. That's a nice.
Good one, dude. That resolves whether it was a ethical lawsuit or not. Just whether they can just settle it. Okay. Thanks, Kafka.
Said that in the Discord. It's like, if this is so tough on you, it's so horrible on things, you can just settle it out. And if the person wants too much money, great. Again, you are judgment proof at that point.
If they want too much money, great. What, like she doesn't have any assets? Like it wouldn't matter the damages? So stupid.
You can just pay them what you have and then go fucking come for the rest. Because I don't
I can't believe he said this.
have anything, right? And I understand that that's like a shitty situation, but it's also like,
What do you even mean by this? It's a shitty situation. Yeah, I understand it's shitty. you're not resolving anything. You're just saying you should settle, and who cares if he sues you for a gajillion dollars, because you'll never have that much money. He'll just garnish everything for the rest of the time. So dumb.
Don't do shit that creates liability that lets people sue you for that much.
Nice one, dude. Yeah. Don't make yourself. Yeah. That's not the question, is what you should do in the future. The question is whether bringing the lawsuit is justified. You see the conflation of the issues. No one is asking whether they should have infringed or not. Who asked? The question is the bringing itself unjustified? Stupid.
Sorry. Like, I don't know what other advice to give a person other than like, don't.
Sorry. I don't know. The question isn't the advice you would give a person. The question is whether it's ethical to bring this lawsuit. Way to fucking dodge around it.
Blatantly violate the law and create a situation where you can be sued for all the money you own.
Don't make that situation. Great. That's the way to avoid doing the analysis. It's a coward's way out.
I've never had that happen to me. It's never happened to me.
Well, you're saying,
It's never happened to me, so therefore, who needs to analyze it?
Are you saying don't explicitly go online to thousands of people and say, "Hey, I'm going to do"?
Okay, so now Gilmore's falling for it too. That, take as given the conduct. Take as given the conduct at issue. That's what you should analyze.
Explicitly break law A, and I don't care that I'm breaking law A. Like, don't do that. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like,
okay.
Yeah. I think
I guess he was asking a question.
That might be a good way to put it, because it's just like, I do not see a part here where like there's like this pity I need to have for
the question isn't about pity. The question isn't about your sympathy. The question is whether it's right or wrong.
The defendant, because it's like, these are all just intentional acts that they did, and they are expecting some kind of protection from the liability of their actions. I don't know why.
Question is about what their expectations are. Questions aren't whether they should be protected. Question is whether it's ethical to bring the lawsuit or not. That's the only question.
We would give it to them. Also, like, these people are not like destitute. Like, again, like
look at for the last 3 minutes, just irrelevant babble by Kafka.
I don't know. Like, these people are living
embarrassing,
seems like pretty good lives. Like,
they're living pretty good lives, so we shouldn't care if something bad happens to them. If it is bad, so we don't have to think about it.
I think that their lives are that bad. So it's not like they're in like some kind of like really conflicting situation where they just steal bread to feed their family or something. It's not like
they're Jean Valjean, because if they were, right, think about the implication there. He just started by saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter if they're super poor because they're just be judgment proof, and so we can't have a standard that turns on whether they're poor." And then in like disingenuously 2 seconds later, it's like, it's not like these guys are like Jean Valjean, It's not like they're fucking starving for bread, as though that would change the standard under their own view.
Like, they were like, "Oh my god, if I don't, come on and steal the intellectual property of this Jew, I'm gonna like die."
Oh, look at that framing. So fucking bad faith.
Tomorrow, they were like acting in spiteful, shitty ways, and so then to me, I look at that, I go like, "Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that." That seems like something.
The question isn't whether they should do it or not. It's about the filing the lawsuit. That's the only question.
And then the guy comes and sues them, and they go, "Oh my god, this lawsuit's horrible."
It's not about whether they're surprised.
And it's like, yeah, that's probably why you shouldn't do that. And then they go, "Well, that guy's only trying to do that because he wants to punish me." I'm like, "Yeah, he probably is." I agree.
Yeah, sick. So everyone, I'm completely right. just saying, I'm completely right about that. But also putting that aside, like, you haven't done any analysis.
I agree that that's happening. Whenever you do what you did, generally the people that you do that to want to punish you. Because, like, let's be clear,
that's just a descriptive claim. What do people generally want to do to you when you do something like that or whatever? That's not doing any kind of ethical analysis.
Like, if they did that to Disney, I think Disney would also sue the shit out of them for it.
Okay, that's another descriptive claim, and it's about your prediction of what Disney would do.
Maybe they wouldn't have like put pictures of Hitler in the petition. Maybe.
Okay.
Disney people are crazy, but like,
pathetic analysis
that come up whenever it comes to shit like this. It's a pretty serious area if you are blatantly and maliciously doing stuff. And also, it's not like any of those people didn't have access to resources that would have told them not to do it. It's like this is an obscure, weird area of the law where there's this like gray area. I don't know. Maybe if they'd gone to, maybe I'm speaking on my ass here. I feel like if they'd gone to any lawyer that's familiar with how copyright work, like law.
Yeah, if they would have. No shit. Why is that relevant?
Law works.
That's so
that lawyer would
stupid.
say, yeah, don't do that.
You probably shouldn't have told me to review this after the fact, because this is horrible.
Do not do that. You will create liability for yourself. That is a bad idea. They chose not to do that, and now they're suffering for it.
You have to touch the stove to know it's hot, Kafka.
Yeah, and like,
it's the process of being a human being. But in summary, I just want to say that I think we can all agree that the Pixie lawsuit is immoral and invalid, and she might be an invalid. So, yeah, it's a tough case all around.
I think so. I mean, one thing, like, I've been coming down hard on these other people. To be clear, I find Ethan Klein to be just like really annoying and very like kind of petty and small person that I don't really like at all.
Yeah, he got kind of fat for a while too. He's got these weird twitches and stuff. Like, I can't remember. He's just got some kind of disease, is it Parkinson's or something?
And
For Jordan?
also all of the weird pedophile joke stuff that he did for a long time was really unsettling for me. And I certainly find his filing to be really distasteful and a lot of his actions really distasteful. But like that doesn't really inform anything about whether or not I think his filing was like moral or immoral.
What does? You haven't given us anything. What does? What informs that?
So like,
we'll let the courts decide. Kafka, I
Yeah.
got some questions for you and Gilmore here, and then we have some audience questions. We're gonna kind of shoot through these fairly quickly, so short responses from you both, short and snappy. Number one, would it be legal or ethical to shoot law enforcement who are entering your home on a no-knock warrant if you don't know their law enforcement at the time you shoot them?
Yeah, I mean, if the self-defense standard applies, yeah.
Depends on the jurisdiction, but some jurisdictions allow that, and they say it's legal.
So, if a law enforcement breaks into my home and I don't know their law enforcement, it's a no-knock warrant, and they want booby traps, and I'm shooting them with whatever firearms I allegedly lost in like a boating accident, I would be off scot-free. You think?
I don't know your
I'm not
jurisdiction.
I'm not sure what the laws are in Pittsburgh, so I can't really answer that.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't speak to that one. I know in my jurisdiction, I believe everything would have been okay there, other than the booby traps.
Okay, gotcha. This is a quite answer first because he's kind of a pussy with some of these things. Gilmore, what do you think is the most immoral and unethical thing you can do that is still legal?
That like I personally, or just any person?
Well, any person, yeah.
If you make it personal, though, it does make it a little more fun.
I would say if you have like a family and kids, probably like abandoning your family.
Still mine.
That's the most moral. That's probably a pretty good one. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
That's decent.
What's the most amoral thing I could do that's still legal? And I'm not gonna steal it because that was a good answer.
It was hard for me to even think of an answer to this question because all the things I want to think of are clearly illegal. I don't know. I gotta fuck up.
Yeah, right. That's the hard part, right? Is that we've made it.
Walking slow in the middle of the fucking street and being a tourist and looking around up at the buildings.
We've made so many cool immoral things illegal now that there's just not.
Yeah, society's gone too far.
So one thing that you could do that's like immoral, but I guess it's no, because it's technically fraud.
I was gonna say my other choice was streaming the Hassan nuke, but that's obviously a lot. I guess
Yeah. Well, we can wait till the lawsuits are done. We could, it might turn out to be illegal. But so
that's probably a good one. Maybe a very immoral thing is being like,
I don't think you understand the acceptance of the lawsuit is because you're a new outsider to the space copyright in the weird space that, dude, no, it's not at all. Why? Holy shit. It doesn't turn on my knowledge of copyright, which I am way more knowledgeable about than any of the, fucking losers who are commenting on the case currently, at least among the commentary community. They don't know jack shit. They say stupid things all the time. So no, it doesn't turn on my knowledge of copyright.
checking like having sex with a 21-year-old. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that cheating on your wife is like, or abandoning your family. There's the obvious ones because like that's like the most egregious thing you can do, and it like feels like it should be illegal, but it's not. Let's see. No, yeah, it's hard to think of other stuff other than like you just like
not on legal knowledge. What are you saying? New outsider to the space? What do you mean, like the debate space? I've been here for years. Not like with my own YouTube channel, but I've been streaming for years.
Like as we saw that one lady was like screaming slurs into people's faces.
It's the fear YouTube has had for years. You mean like the YouTube corporation or YouTubers? Yeah, I don't know why that would affect my view on the fucking lawsuit.
And stuff like that.
Oh, that's the Shiloh Hendricks method. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you raise money, Kafka. That's not illegal.
No, it's not illegal. It's just immoral, right?
That's how you raise money in this country now. Very sad.
You know what? Okay, here's this. It's starting a cult. Starting and leading a cult. It's not illegal to do that, but it's.
I think that'd be so much fun. Actually, I think I might do that in my little phases of life.
Sure.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, I think as long as you don't get to, let's see, as long as you're not committing fraud, you don't actually, if you don't like, assault or that in it.
Yeah, I was around for this whole thing, and I was on Ethan's side. I'm the one who's had the consistent position on it, but of course, you get no credit for it.
Just only like psychological trauma and stuff.
Not that I'm bitter.
And you don't steal their money; they donate their money to you. Then yeah, I'd say like a clan abuses its members.
Just a quick yes for you, Kafka. Many people have said that Trump should have been hanged for January 6th.
Oh,
Do you agree that Hillary Clinton should be hanged for Benghazi?
Not hanged,
but definitely like some.
That's like, is that TOS?
Congressional panels and whatnot, where she admits of responsibility.
You asked me for a yes or no, so I'm saying no.
Okay, Gilmore. Given the statistics that we all know and don't have to bring up, do you think gay couples should be legally allowed to adopt kids?
I actually listened to a whole podcast about this ago with a person who was a very strong advocate for getting rid of any adoptions for gay couples, who was debating someone who was a gay man with 2 children he adopted. I feel like his argument's a little bit better, so I think it should not be banned.
What do you think about? Do you think that adoption? Do you think that we should have common law adoptions? Do you think that should be a thing?
What does that mean?
So
This is like very random.
like it's like like a common law marriage, where it's just like, okay, like this kid has lived with me for this amount of time. I
Oh,
provide
okay.
everything for this kid. This kid's parents are not in their lives anymore. We just have not done the formal process of adopting the child. Do you think that we should do that in the parental
Are
right?
there good questions coming up? What fucking who asked me to do this? Are there good questions, or is this just gonna be like random fucking TOS bait?
Rights of the biological parents and just have a common law adoption system.
So like I've like hung out with Gundam so much that I'm officially his father, like that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, I've been trying to make that happen because you're like a dink right now, Gilmore, and I want money from you. Like, why are you not buying me Steam gifts? Like, it's actually unbelievable. You have no kids. All you have is like a dog that sounds like he's dying every time he breathes. You can't give me like a fucking Steam game.
Whoa,
Yeah.
don't
It's
talk
fucking
about
almost
my dog.
Christmas.
That's off limits. Don't talk about my dog like that. But
Bro,
secondly,
Kafka, one time I'm on a stream with Gilmore and I hear this noise coming from the mic. It's like a fucking tractor. I was like, Gilmore, someone dying? He's like, it's my dog breathing.
Did you dare talk to him about that? Like talk about it like that?
It was terrible. Like, it was actually awful.
Awesome.
Okay.
He hears you saying this, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of boring at this point.
This is a question for both of you.
We'll do one more
and
minute
Gilmore, I'll
unless
let
I'm
you answer first.
intrigued.
What are some crimes you guys have done but never got caught doing?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead on this one, Gilmore.
Oh, okay.
Stole
One good question
live
at the
license,
end?
entitled to use.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, what a good crime.
That's
Can I
way
skip to it? Where is it? Like over here?
worse than mine. Let's see. What's a crime I want to admit to here?
Surely you've stolen something.
All right, last question. Let's go.
I mean, Gundam at pragmaticpapers.com. Also, I mean, Gundam, I think you should take this to heart. When I brought up that I was coming on this podcast, Pisco was like, "Oh, Gundam," like from my Discord that he used to be my Discord. Like, "Oh yes, that guy. We talked about you for a little bit." Zero comment about Gilmore. So I think
Oh my god.
didn't
I know
really-
Gilmore.
I made sure I said Gilmore's name, you know, everything like that. And it's like,
I do take it to heart. Shout out to
Nothing.
Pisco.
Yeah, in fairness to me, my only interaction with Pisco is we played Marvel Rivals once, like 5 months ago. That's about it. So
well, I mean, okay.
That was fun.
When Overwatch 2 first came out,
I
this
think
is
we
the
were
Pisco
like
lore and the
talking
wrap
about
up
the
here.
Ethan stuff
You also been
then.
playing like as a 5-stack, and Pisco liked to play damage, and you got the lowest rank in the entire game.
No.
and
Wait.
he
Whoa,
told
whoa,
everyone that it was a Blizzard glitch. It was so funny.
whoa. No, that was a glitch.
He actually shouldn't have been the lowest rank. He was actually a pretty good player, but he
Yeah.
actually got the lowest rank in the
That's
game.
crazy.
And just in
That was
case
so
Pisco's
fucking
listening to
dumb.
this, I just want to confirm for the record that Kafka and I would discuss this off the record before we started today, is that we both agree with Mullally about originalism and about common sense and all that stuff. So just for the record.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, to specifically trigger me.
No, I mean, it's
All right, so this is done to trigger me.
you know, it's kind of one of those things where like I might not like the guy, but you know, I can't be true with him. You know, it's
Well,
just,
on
he lays it out so
what?
clearly, and I just like what arguments are there against it? I can't think of any.
What argument is there for originalism? What argument has been provided? What argument has been provided for objective morality? I don't even know what it means. You can't even describe what it is. These guys are just trying to trigger
I
me.
haven't seen any put against him that really work, you know. But yeah, I mean,
Like one IQ, like one IQ. These people are just almost certainly trolling. Okay, folks, we're done with this shit. Yeah, I'm too triggered. All right, on to our fucking good shit. All right, strap in. We're doing some legal stuff. Big SCOTUS litigation currently about whether to overturn Humphrey's executor. Okay? Understand why this is so fucked up from the perspective of powers analysis for the president. This is what we have as far as Article 2, which is the main article defining the scope of the presidency. It says the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of the years, blah, blah, blah. From this first sentence arrives the notion of the unitary executive theory, that when the second article of the Constitution vests the executive power into the president, that it is vesting all of the executive power into the president. You get me? The executive power is a singular, and it is vested in a president of the United States of America. And therefore, anything that can be reasonably called the executive power is all invested into the president. But that raises a question, which is, what is the executive power of the United States? What is contained within it? A lot of the stuff that the president does seems to feel like legislating. You know, Trump gets in office or Biden gets in office, and they do a bunch of stuff that like feels as though they're writing laws and changing the way that like things work. And the actual powers of the president, right? I mean, like first, if you go in Article 2, it talks about how the president is selected through the state legislatures, right? Talks about how the vote happens. Talks about president having the ability to set the date of when the electors meet. Certain qualifications for the president. Query whether those qualifications can be enforced by the state legislatures themselves. Talks about whether, in the case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the office, the same shall devolve on the vice president. This is actually not clear what happens when the president dies. Because what devolves onto the vice president? The presidency or the powers and duties of the presidency? In other words, if the president, we've clarified this now, but back in the day, there wasn't entire clarity on if the president dies, does the vice president just get the powers and duties of the president, or does he actually become the president? Right? But that's not like telling what the president should do. The president shall at times receive for his services a bunch of money. Okay, this is like what you get paid, no emoluments. He has to follow a special oath, all right? Everyone else gets an oath, but the president has a special oath, okay? This is part of the argument that he is not considered an officer of the United States, which I think is ridiculous. But that was part of the Section 3 argument, is like, oh, he swears a different oath. He swears a different oath. Okay, but no powers, right? No powers here. What can the president do? The president just has the executive power. This is how you pick a president. What happens if a president dies? And this is how you pay a president. Okay. Here we go. We have some powers here. President shall be the commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. When called, remember all of our discussions about calling forth the militia for the federal service. The militia are assumed aspects of the Constitution. The militia predate the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, just as the states are. You don't have to establish the states in the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution takes as given the existence of the states and of the militia. The U.S. Constitution does not establish the militia. The U.S. Constitution is a structure that's mapping on to pre-existing structures, including the state governments, the English common law, etc. And so you have to read it and understand it from that lens, from that perspective of what things existed at the time. He may require, that is the president, the opinion in writing of the principal officers in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective office. Okay, so you can ask your principal officer, so there's this notion of a principal officer, for advice, writings, okay? Cool. So you can tell your principal officers to write some essays. Awesome. This is part of the language used in Trump versus United States to suggest that communications Department of Justice may in fact be core executive powers, right? Because how can you communicate about, writing opinions from officers? How can Congress get involved in there and fuck shit up? It's not the direct thing, but it's some gloss as to the rationale for why Trump trying to send his DOJ to steal the election isn't cognizable as a crime or evidence of. Upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices. But we do have this notion of a principal officer. Okay, so there's, principal officers, and certainly there's non-principal officers. And he shall have the power, that is the president, to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, right? Against the United States. What is this establishing? The United States government, the federal government. That's also why the president can't pardon state offenses. When you commit a federal crime, you are committing an offense against the United States of America. Understand, there is a lineage between the King of England and sovereignty in the American sense. The vision of America is based a lot on these English precepts and pre-existing structures. including the notion of sovereignty. And when the king held dominion of the several states, law emanated from the king. In some sense, the basis of sovereign immunity is itself premised on the notion that the law emanates from the king. How can you sue the king? The king is the source of law because God said so, right? God appointed the king, and law emanates from the king. And of course, you can't sue the sovereign. That would be ridiculous. He decides what is the law. Now, in practice, that post Magna Carta and shit and development of parliament, that part of that power and sovereignty is shared with parliament, over time. But during the American Revolution, the king's sovereignty wasn't totally destroyed. It was transferred to the American people, we the people. So sovereignty is held by the people. And these are not, he can pardon offenses against the people of the United States, against the United States itself, the sovereign, instead of the, offenses against the king, except in cases of impeachment. Right? Oh, so he can't pardon in cases of impeachment, right? Pretty odd that we have this notion of the kind of criminal immunity from Trump for the United States that specifically carves out impeachment. And if impeachment relates to political offenses that relate to one's use of their office improperly, why it would need to be the case that we would carve out these different areas of exceptions to pardons in the context of impeachment if there was no underlying criminal offense that could be done with respect to your use of official powers. Okay. Later on, he has the power to make treaties. He needs to get consent by the senators. That's an additional responsibility, by the way, that the Senate has that the House does not, namely the ability to oversee the nominations and also the power to give advice and consent to treaties. And he shall nominate, this is the important bit for purpose of our discussion, with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointment are not herein otherwise provided for, in which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the president alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. So the Constitution is clearly creating a sort of designation for different officers of the United States. There's principal officers and there's inferior officers. Inferior officers are able to be appointed by other methods besides those where the Senate has advice and consent and where it actually approves the nominations. And this, I think, puts to a lie the notion of the unitary executive theory. Because the Constitution clearly provides the power of the courts of law, a whole other branch of government, to appoint inferior officers of the United States of America. And if it's the case that one considers the appointment power itself to be some kind of executive power, how can that be solely vested in the president, assuming that the power is not shared? Thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. So this is appointment, right? Okay, so we can appoint with advice and consent from the Senate, and got it. Deals with principal officers and deals with inferior officers. Congress can pass a law to establish their appointment to other officials within the executive branch, to the president himself, or to the courts of law. You get me? But notice what's absent here. The removal power. It was not clear at all during the framing of the Constitution and immediately after it. There were arguments, in other words, that the removal authority of the president operates the way it does today. Because you could think about one argument, which is, well, if we need to get advice and consent to appoint the person to the principal officers, and look, Congress is also involved in the appointment of inferior officers. You get me? Why isn't there a role for Congress in the removal of said officers? So there were some who presumed that removal, just like appointment, that there was a role for Congress to play there. But the vastness of the bureaucracy that we're used to today, right? Like the fucking federal government's in charge of a great deal of shit. I mean, we did the Sporkle at the start because of Aquila. And you can see like how many different departments we have, not including independent agencies, right? Like CIA is out on its fucking island over there. There's a bunch of stuff that aren't subject to the executive departments specifically. And each executive department, you got under DOJ just alone, FBI, Bureau of Prisons, fucking, what else? DEA, all that shit. It's a vast bureaucracy that we currently have. So the kind of like intuitions you might have about when this would come up as a legal issue should be adjusted to reflect the fact of the growth of the administrative state over the course of the last century and a half. Right? We didn't really have immigration enforcement from a federal perspective until late in the 19th century. And initially, we had a lot of help from the states actually being commissioned by the federal government. And then the Treasury, there wasn't even a self-standing Federal Immigration Service. Trump is live. He's campaigning in North Carolina. Oh, cool. Enter the 20th century. Growing federal presence. Growing sets of federal regulations after certain economic crises. Post-Gilded Age, trust busting, the creation of the Federal Reserve, and a bunch of new offices to address a more interconnected post-Civil War society. And we'll introduce the first case of the day before we get to the Supreme Court oral arguments. This is what everyone's talking about. Humphrey's executor. You're going to learn who Humphrey is. You're going to learn what this case is about. But this is the case that the Supreme Court is almost certainly, and when I say almost certainly, 99.9%, this case is about to get overturned. And it is one of the cases, the landmark decision cases, that Project 2025, these fuckheads from the Heritage Foundation and MAGA bitches want to go after and are going to be successful in going after. It's been chipped away for years, but it used to be a settled issue, right? There's follow-on cases, and an important one here is Morrison v. Olson, where we have an 8-1 decision, or maybe 7-1, because Kennedy took no part. Sorry. But at least only one dissent in Morrison v. Olson from Scalia. And Scalia, from being the sole dissent in Morrison v. Olson, the case, as we'll talk about, dealing with not even one of these like multi-member commissions or anything like that. I'm talking about a lower prosecutor, the independent prosecutor statute, which no longer exists. We now have like the special counsel regs, but the independent counsel statute expired. So this is like even more closely related to what we would consider like core executive functions. Prosecutors that are technically in some way answerable to the head of the DOJ and the courts of law. So it's gone from a minority position, see Morrison v. Olson, to now, I think, very clearly encompassing 6 conservative members of the Supreme Court. And I don't think that you'll see any notable dissents or concurrences from the conservative bench on the Slaughter case. So let's get into Humphrey's executor. So background here, Congress creates the Federal Trade Commissioners, and it's not run like a normal department in where there's one person, right? Multi-members. All right. And understand that before Humphrey's executor is ruled on, there's this case called Myers that the court cites here, where they decided the first issue, right? The first issue being like, can the president just fire people? And the court decided, yeah, in general, though it is not explicitly stated in the Constitution that there's a removal authority, there's this implied power to remove. And that power isn't shared with the other branches. The power is generally with the president. So why doesn't Myers hold in this case? Here the court starts. We should actually just get to the opinion. Argument. Oh, setup here. Humphrey is a federal trade commissioner, and he gets fired by Roosevelt because Roosevelt doesn't like what the fuck he's doing. He gets fired by Roosevelt, and so he brings a lawsuit, right? Probably for damages, that kind of stuff. And then he dies. Okay? So it's Humphrey's executor. That's why it's the executor of his like estate. That's why the case is called that. Get to the opinion. Skip the arguments. And hopefully, so the reason why why this case is important is it's the exact positions at issue in the Slaughter decision that is forthcoming, right? That is being argued. It's not some other distinguishable agency. It's the Federal Trade Commission. Opinion of the court by Justice Sutherland. Plaintiff brought suit in the Court of Claims against the United States. So there's a specific court where, as I mentioned in sort of preview before, there's this notion of sovereign immunity. But actually, the United States will regularly like waive its sovereign immunity to allow itself to be sued, right? You know, the king can't be sued. That would be ridiculous because law emanates from the king. But the king can, of course, allow himself to be sued. So you have to think about sovereignty in that sense, where sovereignty is being transferred from the King of England, the King of Great Britain, to the United States people. And the people can decide to, the government, which represents the people, can decide to waive their sovereign immunity. And they've set up systems in specific courts where you can sue the government for certain wrongs. They don't let you sue them for anything. Okay, so sovereign immunity is still very much a doctrine you need to deal with, especially in the context of trying to get injunctions. And you might be familiar with the case Ex parte Young and certain other federal statutes that allow for injunctions at times. But that has been a creation by the courts to allow you to sue officers who are exercising authority on this kind of theory of they're working under color of law. So you're not suing the United States as the sovereign, but an officer in their official capacity, and not for damages, but for injunctive relief. But the United States has made itself amenable to suit. And one of the ways you can do that is through the Court of Claims against the United States to recover a sum of money alleged to be due the deceased, that is Humphreys, right? For salary as the Federal Trade Commissioner from October 1933, when the president undertook to remove him from office, to the time of his death on February 14th, 1934. So his estate, as being represented by the executor, wants the money that he's owed for the full duration of his term. The court below has certified to this court two questions. In respect of the power of the president to make the removal, the material facts which give rise to the question are as follows. William E. Humphrey, the decedent, on December 10th, 1931, was nominated by President Hoover to succeed him as a member of the Federal Trade Commission, and he was confirmed by the U.S. Senate. So duly appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate. He was commissioned for a term of 7 years, expiring September 25th, 1938. And of course, he was removed before then. And after taking the required oath of office, entered upon his duties. On July 25th, 1933, President Roosevelt, got this new guy Roosevelt, addressed a letter to the commissioner asking for his resignation on the ground that, quote, that the aims and purposes of the administration with respect to the work of the commission can be carried out most effectively with personnel of my own selection. So you're not doing what I want you to do. I want a Federal Trade Commissioner that will basically run it more like how I want it. But disclaiming any reflection upon the commissioner personally or upon his services. So the statute provides ways in which you can get rid of commissioners. But he didn't purport to use one of those bases, very similar to some of the shit that was happening in the other agencies for which there was litigation early on in the Trump administration. Wow. What's your favorite color? Yes or no? Favorite color is... Right now, I think it's blue. I think it's blue. But he didn't purport, Roosevelt that is, and neither did Trump, for example, on the special counsel separate from a special prosecutor under the regs. The special counsel is like its own like position in the federal government. There was also the litigation involving the Federal Reserve, but that one has been more successful for reasons that, we might see. The commissioner replied, that is Humphrey, the decedent, asking time to consult his friends. Right? He has friends, right? He wants to talk to his friends to see what's good. I want to talk to him before I reply back to you, Mr. Roosevelt. After some further correspondence upon the subject, the president, that is Roosevelt, wrote the commissioner expressing the hope that the resignation would be forthcoming and saying, "You will, I know, realize that I do not feel that your mind and my mind go along together on either the policies or the administering of the FTC. And frankly, I think it's best for the people of this country that I should have a full confidence." So, are you going to leave soon, dude? Like, we don't want you here, and like, you got to go. The commissioner declined to resign. On October 7th, 1933, the president wrote to him, "Effective as of this date, you are hereby removed from the office of the commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission." Humphrey never acquiesced in this action, but continued thereafter to insist that he was still a member of the commission entitled to perform its duties and receive the compensation provided by law at the rate of $10,000 per annum. That is under 1930s standard, right? That's old money. A lot of money. So we got a problem. You remember Game of Thrones? When the king was, what was it? When the queen proclaims one king and the hand another, who do the men listen to? The one who pays them, right? Like, we got a problem here, folks. Someone says he's a commissioner, but the president says he's not. So what's going on? Upon these and other facts set forth in the certificate, which we deem it unnecessary to recite, the following questions are certified for SCOTUS. Like, these are the questions that we approve to be reviewed. Do the provisions of Section 1 of the FTC Act, stating that, quote, any commissioner may be removed by the president for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance, restrict or limit the power of the president to remove a commissioner except upon one of the more causes named? So the first question is a statutory one. What does the law say? What does the Federal Trade Commission Act provide for? How should we best interpret the law that Congress has passed? And if the right, because if it says like, no, you can fire him for other things, then we don't have to fucking resolve this. If the statute says you can fire him for whatever reason, then he can do whatever he wants. So you only answer the second question if the statute is clear as to what it means. If the foregoing question is answered in the affirmative, that is, there are limits that you can only fire for those given reasons, we ask if the power of the president to remove a commissioner is restricted or limited as shown by the foregoing interrogatory, and the answer made there too, a bunch of fancy words to say, if yes, right, then is that constitutional? If it does restrict the president in how and when he can fire the commissioner, is that limitation as enacted by Congress itself constitutional? And why does the court get to decide that question? It's because of Marbury, right? It's emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Citing the Federal Trade Commission Act, states, it creates a commission of 5 members to be appointed by the president and bind with the advice and consent of the Senate, and provides that no more than 3 of the commissioners shall be members of the same political party. So already, if you're a unitary executive theorist, alarm bells are going on. So this statute says it limits who the president can select, right? How can Congress do that? How can Congress say that the person that they appoint needs to be a member of a particular party? the goal of this commission is to have it not be so partisan, right? The goal is to have the, idea to have a system of experts who aren't as much swayed by the change in political tides and can actually render some kind of independent judgment upon an important discrete issue. For example, interest rates, very fucking important. And you can imagine also issues related to trade. But if you're a pure unitary executive theorist, you might say something like, fuck, these commissioners, they can't be narrowed by Congress. Like, imagine Congress passes a law that says, like, we'll set up this body, but they have to be like pre-selected members that Congress has approved. Aren't you intruding on the president's nomination authority? Now, there are some responses you might offer to this, but note that, like, the question of for what can they be removed is analytically a little bit distinct from, are there limitations on the appointment power, right? Technically, the appointment, right, the composition of who you get to select is analytically distinct from when you get to remove. The first commissioners appointed shall continue in office for terms of 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 years, respectively, from the date of taking effect of this act. So we're going to stagger the terms for the first set of people. The term of each to be designated by the president, but their successor shall be appointed for a term of 7. So the first setup, we're going to stagger them. And why are they staggering them? What's the logic of staggering the commissioners? Well, if we stagger the commissioners, then there'll be some time between the appointments. Reason will prevail. It won't be as predictable as the president just puts in all of their cronies. And so if we stagger them, maybe that'll help protect the independence of the commission, right? You can see at different areas, they're trying to make this thing independent. They're trying to isolate this commission from political influence by its composition, by how you can remove them, and of course, by how they're staggered. Here's the response by the unitary executive theorists, because obviously the people who write this and want it, it's like, well, think about all of the moral hazards. Think about all of the potential improper incentives for a commission which is, dealing with a very important issue, if that's captured by political interest. The response from the unitary executive theorists are, this is the deep state, right? This is the bureaucracy. They're unelected, and they can, we have this whole thing of this election of the president, but the real levers of power are significantly insulated from our democratic safety valve. And so isn't it counter-democratic, small d democratic, to allow a commission to be so isolated from political influence? Again, there are responses to this, but that's the kind of view, is that, like, we don't want a bureaucracy to run roughshod over our democratic institutions. And so but of course, Congress set up this system, right? Might be a response. So to the extent that there is some mismatch between the commission and its, the people, presumably Congress could remedy it. That's one response. Another could be, well, the president, just like the courts, the president is still selecting the commissioners. They just have a different way to interact with them. And so ultimately the commissioners are all coming from the president. He just can't in any one term kind of change the composition, and there's limits on what he can do for appointments. You get me? The commission shall choose a chairman from its own membership. So the commission itself chooses membership. And no commissioner shall engage in any other business, vocation, or employment, right? So more things that stress independence of the commission. Namely, this divergence, right? There's a lot of talk about divesting and disallowing speculation from senators, representatives, members of Congress in terms of, like, investments into the stock market, shit like that. You get me? This is additional one. We don't want not just the political conflict of interest, but a business conflict of interest. While you're a commissioner, you must only do X. And that could also bear on, like, a frustration of a commissioner who's fired, right? If they're fired, what other vocation, what do you do while you're fired? If you feel that you're fired improperly. Because if you start to, like, work, a lot of, anyway, complications as to what Humphrey's supposed to do. Section 5 of the Act, that is the FTC Act, provides that unfair methods of competition in commerce are hereby declared unlawful. The Commission is hereby empowered and directed to prevent persons, partnerships, or corporations, except banks and common carriers subject to the acts to regulate commerce from using unfair methods of competition in commerce, monopoly stuff. In exercising the power, the Commission must issue a complaint stating its charges and giving notice of hearing upon a day to be fixed. A person, partnership, or corporation proceeded against is given the right to appear at the time and place fixed and show cause why an order to cease and desist should not be issued. So this commissioner is deciding stuff in front of it. It's not. It is a kind of adjudicatory in nature. If the Commission finds the method of competition is one prohibited by the Act, it is directed to make a report in writing stating its findings as to the facts and to issue and cause to be served a cease and desist order. So the Commission is empowered to adjudicate certain claims against certain actors. Okay? Certain claims against certain actors. And you might wonder, why is the court bringing this up? It actually is relevant to the legal analysis. If the order is disobeyed, right, that is the cease and desist order, the Commission may apply to the appropriate circuit court of appeals for its enforcement. So if you disobey our cease and desist order, we can go to the courts and actually enforce it. The party subject to the order may seek and obtain a review in the Circuit Court of Appeals in a manner that provided by the Act. And Section 6, among other things, gives the Commission wide power of investigation. So not only are they adjudicating issues of law related to monopoly, unfair practices, that kind of stuff, you're also allowed to investigate shit. You must report to Congress with recommendations. So there's some aspect of what they're doing that is investigatory. Some of what they're doing is adjudicatory, and some of it is sort of fact-finding for Congress from a policy perspective. Section 7 provides that in any suit in equity brought by or under the direction of the Attorney General as provided in the Antitrust Acts, the court may, upon the conclusion of the testimony therein, if it shall be then of the opinion that the complaint is entitled to relief, refer said suit to the Commission as a master in chancery to ascertain and report an appropriate form of decree therein. The Commission shall proceed upon such notice to the party. So if the AG sues people, they can refer to the FTC to do certain shit. And so setting up what this Commission does. The Commission enforces regulations against unfair trade practices. The Commission adjudicates them as to specific parties. The Commission investigates violations of law. The Commission makes recommendations to Congress, legislative, right? They have to make a report to Congress. And the Commission can be used as almost like an adjunct of the courts to do certain things. And then, again, this is all relevant to the analysis of Humphreys. First, the question to be considered is whether by the provisions of Section 1 of the Act, the President's power is limited to removal for the specific causes enumerated therein. The negative contention of this of the government is based principally upon the decision of this court in Shurtleff versus United States. So the government is saying no. The government first response, right, you can imagine, is the statute actually doesn't say this. That Section 1 of the FTC Act, you're reading the statute itself wrong. You don't have to deal with the constitutional issue because you're right on the statute. That case involved the power of the president to remove a general appraiser of merchandise appointed under a different act. Section 12 of that act provided for the appointment by the president, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, of 9 general appraisers of merchandise who may be removed from office at a time by the president for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. So there's another case that, like, oh, wow, this case kind of seems on point, right? There's another office that there appear to be limitations in the statute itself that seem similar to what we have here. The president removed Shurtleff without assigning any cause. He didn't list the cause. The Court of Claims dismissed plaintiff's petition to recover salary, upholding the president's power to remove for causes other than those stated. In this court, Shurtleff relied upon the maximum expressio unius est exclusio alterius. This is a Latin rule of construction, right? The fact that we are sort of stating one thing excludes other things. You know, if I say you're allowed to bring your dog, you're allowed to bring your cat, or you're allowed to bring your parakeet, that the expression of that list of what you're allowed to bring means you can't bring other animals, right? We wouldn't have listed out all the animals you can bring if you can bring all animals. It's a canon of construction. Expressio unius est exclusio alterius. But this court held that while the rule expressed in the maxim was very proper and founded upon justifiable reason in many instances, it should not be accorded controlling weight when to do so would involve the alteration of the universal practice of the government for over a century and the consequent curtailment of the powers of the executive in such an unusual manner. So, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Vasraka. Appreciate you. So the court goes, listen, this is a decent canon of construction in this other case, right? But we're not going to upset the overwhelming and unusual, I should say the usual rule, which is that the president has this kind of untrammeled authority. You get me? Thanks again for the memberships. Hell yeah. What the court meant by this expression appears from a reading of the opinion. That opinion, after saying that no term of office was fixed by the act and that with the exception of judicial officers provided for by the Constitution, no civil officer had ever held office by life tenure since the foundation of the government, points out that to construe the statute as it contended for by Shurtleff would give the appraiser the right to hold office during his life or until found guilty of some act specified in the statute, the result of which would be a complete revolution in respect of the general tenure of office, affected by implication with regard to that particular office holding. So you can already tell that the Supreme Court in Humphreys is distinguishing this case. It's distinguishing in virtue of, well, in the previous case, the reason we sided with the government wasn't really because of the restrictions on how you can fire them. It's because there wasn't a term specified. And given that there wasn't a term specified, we're not going to interpret Congress to be establishing a life tenure that is contingent on certain bases of removal. We're not going to read it that way. We don't think Congress would do that. That's a statutory interpretation analysis. At this statute, it doesn't provide a tenure. And so you can already see the court setting up to distinguish that. We think it quite inadmissible, the court said, to attribute an intention on the part of Congress to make such an extraordinary change in the usual rule governing the tenure of office, and one which is to be applied to this particular office only, without stating such an intention in plain and explicit language, instead of leaving it to be implied from doubtful inferences. So it's almost like a version of the major questions doctrine. The major questions doctrine, from a perspective of structural and, you might say, internal executive affairs. Namely, this is such a abrupt departure from how we usually have our officers set up that we don't think Congress would have done it unless they said it specifically. So it's kind of like a plain statement rule that if Congress does not specify that this is what they wanted to set up, we're not going to interpret that way. And the quote continues, "We cannot bring ourselves to the belief that Congress ever intended this result while omitting to use language which would put that intention beyond doubt. These circumstances," again, that is the court distinguishing Humphreys, "which led the court to reject the maxim as inapplicable, are exceptional." So they're saying that was so different. That isn't like this. In the face of the unbroken precedent against life tenure, except in the case of the judiciary, right? So we don't have any other example of this. We don't have other examples of life tenure situations, except for judicial appointments who are explicitly provided for in the Constitution on good behavior, right? That's a term of art, which means for life. The situation here presented is plainly and wholly different, so says the court. The statute fixes a term of office in accordance with many precedents. The first commissioners appointed are to continue in office for terms of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, respectively, and their successors for 7 years. So there's not an indefinite tenure. There's a definite tenure, unlike the previous case. Any commissioner being subject to removal by the president for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. The words of the act are definite and unambiguous. The government says the phrase, quote, "continue in office" is of no legal significance and moreover applies only to the first commissioners. We think it has significance. Again, reading the statute and what the statute means, not yet dealing with the constitutional issue. It may be that literally its application is restricted as suggested, but it nevertheless lends support to a view contrary to that of the government as to the meaning of the entire requirement in respect of tenure, for it is not easy to suppose that Congress intended to secure the first commissioners against removal except for the causes specified and deny like security to the successor. So we're not going to read this statute as specially protecting the first commissioners in a way that doesn't apply further down the line to the other commissioners. Putting this phrase aside, however, the fixing of a definite term subject to removal for cause, unless there be some countervailing provision or circumstance indicating to the contrary, which here we are unable to find, is enough to establish the legislative intent that the term is not to be curtailed in the absence of such a cause. But if the intention of Congress that no removal should be made during the specified term, except for one or more of the enumerated causes, were not clear from the face of the statute, as we think it is, so they're resolving the question as though they were signaling that we think it's clear that that's what they wanted. They wanted the fixed tenures. They wanted protection for removal. It would be made clear by a consideration of the character of the commission and the legislative history which accompanied and preceded the passage of the act. It's not as needed under our current analysis of the FTC constitutional issue, but this is a kind of different analytical frame than current prevailing doctrine. Current prevailing doctrine in the Supreme Court is legislative history is like not that important, except when it is. You know me, I accuse Supreme Court of being inconsistent all the time in terms of how they apply this, but and they are saying that it's clear upon the statute, and the usual order here is go to the text, then go to like other sources and statements, right? The commission is to be nonpartisan, and it must. So again, this is quoting and citing from legislative history and other case law. It is charged with the enforcement of no policy except the policy of the law. Its duties are neither political nor executive, but predominantly quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative. Quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative. So what the court is suggesting here is that the FTC, when it does its work, is not actually is not using the executive power. Yes, the commissioners are appointed by the president. Yes, they're gone through advice and consent. Yes, that's like very similar to how other executive departments staff their principal officers. But this commission is so set up such that its duties are not executive at all, but predominantly. This is a curious phrase as well. Like, so is there some amount of executive power that is being utilized? If it's only predominantly quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative, is there some other way in which they're using power? Like, what part of the federal power that the United States have is neither judicial or legislative or even executive? So that's a question, if they meant to use predominantly there. But it's also like a very different theory of the agencies and bureaucracies than the unitary executive theory. This framework, this analysis suggests that it's possible for Congress to create commissions, independent agencies, that do not enforce or aren't executive in nature. Quasi-legislative, what the fuck does that mean? You might ask. And it is not what the originalist, conservative philosophers believe exists. They view the different branches as hermetically sealed. You can't divide the legislative power of the United States. You can't divide the judicial power of the United States. The judicial power of the United States is vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. That is the judicial power of the United States. The legislative power of the United States is vested in one Congress with two branches, two houses. And the executive power is vested in one president. And so they very much see the powers as totally encompassed by the respective branches. And so where does this FTC live, right? If you're like Scalia or one of these originalists or one of these conservatives, like this must be some kind of like fourth dimensional body. Like, what is it? And because it doesn't fit that kind of formalism, to them it's anathema. It doesn't really map onto their vision of the Constitution and of the way the branches are divided, which again they view as separate with clear boundaries, bright lines. This is legislative, this is executive, and this is judicial. And they shall never meet. You'll never have a question of who's in under which branch. If you're a judge, you're a judge. You're part of the judiciary. If you're in any way enforcing law, you're executive. And if you're in any way passing law, you're legislative. Maybe we'll have some staff members for Congress people or some kind of, but even them, right? Like those people who are not enforcing the law at all. They're just like helping Congress do their job. Like the Interstate Commerce Commission, its members are called upon to exercise the trained judgment of a body of experts appointed by law and informed by experience. And this is just totally irrelevant to the Scalia types, right? The legislative reports in both houses of Congress clearly reflect the view that a fixed term was necessary to the effective and fair administration of the law. And note again that this is still the statutory analysis. Congress is setting forth this body to inform itself. It's setting out a commission. Yes, it like maintains itself. It's permanent, but its function is just to, among other things, to give Congress information. That's what we made it for. But it's not the only thing it made it for, right? It's not just for that. They file lawsuits on behalf of the United States. This is quoting, "The work of this commission will be of a most exacting and difficult character, demanding persons who have experience in the problems to be met, that is, a proper knowledge of the public requirements and the practical affairs of industry." Again, the FTC focusing on expert dispositions. We want experts, qualified experts, to be in charge of this policy. The conservatives who are unitary executive theorists, they say, we don't trust these experts. Who the fuck are they to tell us what to do? Where does their legitimacy derive from? What? Because they're members of industry? That's the problem. That's the problem, so say the unitary executive theorist. We have way too much commingling of industry and political appointments. Though I will note, the response there is like, well, what the fuck has Trump done about that? Trump is installing people. What's there to say? The chickens are running, or I don't know, the wolves are running the hen house or something. It's very much the same industry people who have a staked interest in the very industries that are being regulated. There's regulatory capture. One response might be, well, we won't have Trump all the time. Maybe there'll be someone who will appoint better people who aren't industry captured. But I just don't, as between those two, I think that arguments need to be had about which is more apt or more likely to result in industry capture or some kind of anti-democratic tendency. The report declares that one advantage. You do a definitive debunk of the latest conspiracy theory about the 2020 election vis-a-vis gun. What up, Josiah? My dog. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it. What did they fucking say? These motherfuckers. What did they say? I can do it, though. Yeah, everyone misses you, bro. They miss you, bro. But I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Thank you for this super duper chat. The report declares that one advantage which the commission possessed over the Bureau of Corporations lay in the fact of its independence, and that it was essential. Right, this is the congressional report. That it's kind of like overdetermined, right? It's like we're doing this for independence of the commission. So we have that. The legislative history seems abundantly clear about what they wanted, as well as the plain text, according to the court. The debates in both houses demonstrate that. So they're going through all the history. Thus, the language of the act, the legislative reports, and the general purpose of the legislation, as reflected by the debates, all combine to demonstrate that congressional intent to create a body of experts who shall gain experience by length of service. So we want these people to be experts, and we want them to be stable over a long period of time. That's why they have 7 years, 10 years. They're supposed to. That's almost as 2 presidential terms. They're supposed to be around, not supposed to change. But what are the limits there, right? Could you do that for the attorney general? Could you do that for everything? And how long? A body which shall be independent of executive authority except in its selection. Thank you so much. Get out the... yeah, we did get those emotes. So its selection is the only way in which it shall be dependent on the executive branch. And is that okay? To the accomplishment of these purposes, it is clear that Congress was of opinion that length and certainty of tenure would vitally contribute, and to hold that, nevertheless, the members of the commission continue in office at the mere will of the president might be to thwart, in large measure, the very ends which Congress sought to realize by definitely fixing the term of office. We conclude that it was the intent of the act to limit executive power. So the question as to the statutory reading has been resolved. It's clear Congress wanted independence. They only wanted the president to interfere insofar as the appointment of the commissioners. And that happens on a regular schedule. You can remove them for these specified things, but you can't just get rid of them willy-nilly. Now, understand, Humphrey is dead. So in some ways, this is just about money. It's less of a showdown or a constitutional crisis than like we're facing in some of the situations happening here, where a lot of the people who are claiming protection from tenure are asking as a remedy to stay in office. Humphreys is dead, and it's just his estate trying to get money. And so the showdown takes a more of an academic character as opposed to a true constitutional crisis. Second, to support its contention that the removal provision of Section 1, as we have just construed it, is an unconstitutional interference with the executive power of the president. The government's chief reliance is Myers versus United States. So understand that the constitutional rule will sometimes influence the statutory analysis. So we're going to read Congress as generally obeying what the Constitution says. And it is, Marbury, right? Emphatically the duty and province of the judicial department to say what the law is. So Congress, we assume that you respect the Constitution, and so we prefer to read it in line with the Constitution. So the analyses sometimes kind of merge, but not always. That case, the Myers decision, has been so recently decided, and the prevailing and dissenting opinions so fully review the general subject of the power of executive removal, that further discussion would add little to the value of the wealth of material there collected. These opinions examine at length the historical, legislative, and judicial data bearing upon the question, beginning with what is called the Decision of 1789 in the first Congress and coming down almost to the day when the opinions were delivered. We're not going to go at length about the power of the president to remove. Nevertheless, but we do have to distinguish it, right? We do have to distinguish it. Why is this different than Myers? Nevertheless, the narrow point actually decided was only that the president had power to remove a postmaster of the first class without the advice and consent of the Senate as required by the Act of Congress, right? So the act provided for the removal of this person through advice and consent of the Senate. But that's unconstitutional. In the course of the opinion of the court, expressions occur which tend to sustain the government's contention, but these are beyond the point involved and therefore do not come within the rule of stare decisis. So what does the court say here? Yeah, there's some language in Myers that would seem to support the government here, but it's kind of dicta. It's not needed to decide the case. It's not part of the holding. And so the court is doing a little kind of, doing some kind of editing of Myers or selective discounting of the language there. You get me? Insofar as they are out of harmony with the views here set forth, these expressions are disapproved. A like situation was presented in the case of Cohen's v. Virginia, in respect of certain general expressions in the opinion of Marbury versus Madison. Chief Justice Marshall, who delivered the opinion in Marbury, said, it is a maxim, not to be disregarded that general expressions in every opinion are to be taken in connection with the case in which those expressions are used. So you should read and understand language of Supreme Court rulings in context of what they're actually deciding. He added these general expressions in the case of Marbury were to be understood within the limitations put upon them by the opinion in the Cohen's case. This is, by the way, an admonition that I wholeheartedly think that the court should have understood in Trump v. United States, which, let's just be clear, I think has nothing to do with Marbury. In fact, I almost think it's an abdication of Marbury. But they cite Marbury, and they cite Youngstown. The office of a postmaster is so essentially unlike the office now involved, the decision in Myers is not controlling. So it's technically not controlling because it's a different office. And it's different in the sense, in a constitutionally relevant sense. A postmaster is an executive officer restricted to the performance of executive functions. He is charged with no duty at all related to either the legislative or judicial power. The actual decision in the Myers case finds support in the theory that such an officer is merely one of the units in the executive department and hence inherently subject to the exclusive and illimitable power of removal by the chief executive whose subordinate and aide he is. Putting aside dicta, and they are to the extent that it's inconsistent, and of course the Supreme Court ultimately will make the determination as to whether it overrules itself. They do expressly overrule to the extent that it's inconsistent, but putting aside dicta, which may be followed if sufficiently persuasive, which are not controlling, the necessary reach of the decision goes far enough to include all purely executive officers. And so the court here is clarifying, okay, Myers is a purely executive officer doctrine. It applies to the executive officers who are only exercising executive power. But that, of course, is a little bit of begging the question, which are the officers that only execute executive power? So there's a little bit of a line drawing problem and a little bit of if Myers only applies to those purely executive officers, which are those? How do we determine if we're in Humphreys or in Myers? It goes no farther, much less does it include an officer who occupies no place in the executive department and who exercises no part of the executive power vested by the Constitution. So if you're not part of an executive department, or if you don't use the executive power, analytically, you could take the view that this is consistent with unitary executive theory. In that, sure, all the executive power is vested in the president. This just isn't executive power. But in virtue of what is it not executive power? We'll read on to find out from Humphreys, but it is a way that you can try to square, unitary executive theory and Humphreys in the definition of the scope of the executive power. You get me? Anyway, but it will be hard to reconcile, though, with Morrison, because Morrison v. Olson involves a prosecutor. And hard to argue that a prosecutor does not execute, is not an executive power. The FTC is an administrative body created by Congress to carry into effect legislative policies, embodied in the statute in accordance with the legislative standard therein prescribed, and to perform other specified duties as a legislative or as a judicial aid. So they're construing the FTC as legislative and judicial in character. Such a body cannot in any proper sense be characterized as an arm or eye of the executive. Its duties are performed without executive leave, and in the contemplation of the statute must be free from executive control. In administering the provisions of the statute in respect of unfair methods of competition, that is to say, in filling and administering the details embodied by that general standard, the Commission acts in part quasi-legislatively and in part quasi-judicially. This is like the famous language. In making investigations and reports therein, it acts as a legislative agency. So when you make reports to Congress, but of course that doesn't help that much because, DOJ does reports to Congress. The military might do reports to Congress. So what else is going on? Under Section 7, which authorizes the commission to act as a master in chancery, under rules prescribed by the court, it acts as an agency of the judiciary. So when you're doing shit for the court as a, I don't know, it's like a master. Forget what the special master or something. To the extent that it exercises any executive function, to the extent, so it does seem to imply, right, that there is some way in which it may exercise executive function as distinguished from executive power in the constitutional sense. It does so in the discharge and effectuation of its quasi-legislative or quasi-judicial powers, or as an agency of the legislative or judicial department of the government. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. So there's a notion of which, according to the court here, an agency can exercise executive functions and yet not exercise executive power. And that drives the fucking conservatives wild. If Congress is without authority to prescribe causes for removal of members of the Trade Commission and limit executive power removal accordingly, that power at once becomes practically all-inclusive in respect of civil officers, with the exception of the judiciary provided for by the Constitution. Right? If you can't do this, then you can't do it with anyone except, the only people who are protected from the president's wrath, so it is the court. And that ultimately, or the courts, the federal courts, is why the kind of line drawing of the current selection of the Supreme Court is so offensive to fair-minded people, I think. Because they are going to try to draw a line here. And the line is going to be not as between quasi-judicial, quasi-legislative, and pure executive, but as between everyone but the courts and the Federal Reserve. But why, right? Like, what is the actual reason, justification for that line? You can draw a line wherever you want, but what justifies drawing it where they're going to propose to draw it? And that you can go to the bank on that. They're going to protect the Federal Reserve. But in what sense is the Federal Reserve not functioning as an executive, but the FTC is? The Solicitor General at the bar, apparently recognizing this to be true, which with commendable candor, agreed that his view in the respect of the removability of members of the FTC necessitated a like view in respect to the interstate. So that these different commissions rise and fall together. We are thus confronted with a serious question whether not only the members of these quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial bodies, but the judges of the Legislative Court of Claims exercising judicial power continue in office only at the pleasure of the president. We think it plain under the Constitution that that illimitable power of removal is not possessed by the president in respect of officers of the character and those just named. So direct holding. The president doesn't have unbridled removal authority as to these specific kinds of officers. The authority of Congress in creating quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial agencies to require them to act in discharge of their duties independently of executive control cannot well be doubted. Well, now it can be. And that authority includes, as an appropriate incident, power to fix the period during which they shall continue in office and to forbid their removal except for cause in the meantime. For it is quite evident that one who holds his office only during the pleasure of another cannot be depended upon to maintain an attitude of independence against the latter's will. The fundamental necessity of maintaining each of three general departments of government entirely free from the control or coercive influence, direct or indirect, of either of the others, has often been stressed and is hardly open to serious question. So much is implied in the very fact of the separation of powers and of the departments by the Constitution, in the rule which recognizes their essential co-equality. Anyway, that's the case. To the extent that between the decision in the Myers case, which sustains the unrestrictable power of the president to remove purely executive officers, and our present decision that such power does not extend to an office such as that here involved, there shall remain a field of doubt. We leave such cases as may fall within it for future consideration and determination that may arise. We're almost ready for oral arguments. Almost ready for oral arguments. This was, you might say, the start of the independent agency justification and the creation of many like organizations. Multi-member commissions with kind of nonpartisan picking requirements and protection from unrestricted removal. Now, there's one last. There's more. There's the fucking the Roberts. There was a Roberts decision called Free Enterprise Fund v. Public Company Accounting and Oversight Board, which dealt with a particular new agency that was created. And note the language here. We're not going to read the whole thing. I'm skipping Morrison just for now. I'll go back to it in a second before we get to oral arguments. Since 1789, the Constitution has been understood to empower the president to keep these officers accountable by removing them from office if necessary. See generally Myers, right? So this is Roberts' court in the 2000s citing Myers. This court has determined, however, that this authority is not without limit. In Humphrey's Executor, we held that Congress can, under certain circumstances, create independent agencies run by principal officers appointed by the president, whom the president may not remove at will, but only for good cause. Likewise, in U.S. v. Perkins and Morrison v. Olson, the court sustained similar restrictions on the power of principal executive officers, themselves responsible to the president, to remove their own inferiors. The parties do not ask us to re-examine any of these precedents, and we do not do so. This was a signal. This was a signal by Roberts that, y'all should attack this. And so in this case that I'm showing you, you could already start to see potential doubt, right? The parties aren't asking us to review this, and we do not do so. Why are you saying that? Unless a lot of you, and the personnel there includes some of the people today, Roberts, Thomas, Alito. We're all in this decision. And they will all be part of the decision that overturns Humphrey's Executor. So there is precedent from these three justices maintaining Humphrey's Executor, but this is a case in which they're cabining its full extent. And it's not the only one, too. There's a case involving the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as well, which was set up in a kind of weird way. Okay. And then we have Morrison v. Olson. It's probably just better to read some of Scalia's dissent here. Understand that this is very different from Humphrey's Executor in that you have an inferior officer under the Attorney General who gets to have some special protection from firing. So, you now have the Supreme Court in, an overwhelming majority decision upholding restrictions on Congress or on the president to remove inferior officers within executive departments. Oh, yeah, they got rid of it with the shadow docket. I just mean officially. And we'll just get a taste of some of Scalia's dissent here. This is what many see as a statement of the unitary executive theory or some aspect of it. It is the proud boast of our democracy that we have a government of laws and not of men. And by the way, people refer to this as the Great Dissent. You can take a different view on it if you want. Many Americans are familiar with that phrase. Not many know its derivation. It comes from Part the First, Article, I think this is 30, don't sue me, of the Massachusetts Constitution of 1780, which reads in full as follows, right? So this is a constitution that predates our own. In the government of this Commonwealth, the legislative department shall never exercise the executive and judicial powers, or either of them. The executive shall never exercise the legislative and judicial powers, or either of them. The judicial shall never exercise the legislative and executive powers, or either of them, to the end it may be a government of laws and not of men. So this is Scalia connecting this almost you might say, this truism about American life, about the system of government, to the separation of powers in the way that Scalia sees it. The framers of the federal Constitution similarly viewed the principle of separation of powers as the absolutely central guarantee of a just government. In Federalist 47, Madison wrote that, quote, no political truth is certainly of greater intrinsic value or is stamped with the authority of more enlightened patrons of liberty. That's citing Federalist 47. Without a secure structure of separated powers, our Bill of Rights would be worthless, as are the Bills of Rights of many nations of the world that have adopted or even improved upon the mere words of ours. To that end, I agree with Scalia that the structure is more important than even the rights. That the structure, in other words, is necessary to have rights at all. The principle of separation of powers is expressed in our Constitution in the first section of each of the first 3 articles. Article 1, Section 1 provides that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House Representative. Article 3, Section 1, notice he skips, right? He goes 1 to 3. He's going to end on executive, because executive is where the case is about, Morrison v. Olson. Article 3, Section 1 provides that the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. Now, note the word difference here. Article 1 says all legislative powers herein granted, right? That is a reference to the Constitution. And Article 3 says the judicial power of the United States. It doesn't say all judicial powers. So if you're curious, there are some people who think that difference in language matters. That the fact that all is present in Article 1 and not present in the other 2 vesting clauses, that all terminology signals that the other is like stronger almost, right? Because the executive one doesn't say all, it says the. And the provision at issue here, Article 2, Section 1, Clause 1, provides that the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. But just as the mere words of a Bill of Rights are not self-effectuating, the framers recognized the insufficiency of mere parchment delineation of the boundaries to achieve the separation of powers, quoting Hamilton. The great security, wrote Madison, against the gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department consists in giving to those who administer each department the necessary constitutional means and personal motives to resist encroachment of the others. And again, to this extent, I agree with Scalia. And this is what's so lacking here. What's so lacking here is the party system and incentives regarding the parties and the influence of Trump has removed, right, the motives that you would think inform the minds of these various different members of different branches of government. You would think, right, that the Congress would be jealously guarding their tariff authority. You would think that the courts are jealously guarding the scope of their own abilities to faithfully adjudicate the law. But other incentives seem to have predominated and have undermined this kind of Madisonian notion of checks and balances, where party allegiance, national character of politics has predominated a lot of our institutions and indeed the different branches of government. Madison continued in Federalist 51, but it is not possible to give to each department an equal power of self-defense. In Republican government, the legislative authority necessarily predominates. The remedy for this inconveniency is to divide the legislature into different branches, and to render them, by different modes of election and different principles of action, as little connected with each other as the nature of their common functions and their common dependence on the society will admit. As the weight of the legislative authority requires that it should be thus divided, the weakness of the executive may require, on the other hand, that it should be fortified. This, I think, is not in keeping with our current problems. I don't think we have an excess of legislation currently. I think that we have an excess of executive power. But notice the clear choice by the framers not to adopt a parliamentarian system. In a parliamentarian system, you might have a figurehead executive, but the prime minister runs the show, and he is a member of the legislative branch. Josiah says, Madison's point here is why I say there's no such thing as co-equal branches. Congress was always intended to be the most powerful, and the Supreme Court the weakest. But no question that Scalia is correct here about the decision made by the framers. They did want to separate the executive power and the legislative branch. They did not want the parliamentarian system. The major fortification provided, of course, was the veto power. But in addition to providing fortification, the founders conspicuously and very consciously declined to sap the executive strength in the same way they had weakened the legislature, by dividing the executive power. Right? So Scalia is reading into the decision that, we're scared of legislation. We divide the Congress. Let's undivide the executive. And so that should inform us of a strategic choice among the framers to make the executive unified, right? So as opposed to reading a lot into this word, all legislative power, as opposed to the executive power, the judicial power, here now we have Scalia reading into the decision to have a bicameral legislature on the one hand versus one president. Rome had two consuls, right? Well, it was a republic. I think that's true. I'm not a Rome guy. You guys can tell me if you guys are Rome people. But the decision to have one person at the head of the executive branch, that decision is meaningful, and we should read into it. Thus, while all legislative powers here in granted shall be vested in Congress and the House of Representatives, the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States. Okay, but ignoring the all word, maybe he doesn't think it matters. That is what this suit is about, power. You can tell that even critics of Scalia, the guy is a great writer. And you can understand why so many people are enraptured by him. Because he has really just succinct, and you almost feel sometimes stupid for ever questioning that he's right about it, right? The way he'll construct his prose is just, it is just a better class of writing than I think a lot of liberals would have wanted him to have. Okay. And I do agree. It is convincing to me to just take a step back from the legal issues at times and think about what the suit is really about. And in the case that is before us, for sure, it's about power too. But it's a very different context with a very different president. But fundamentally, this is about power. The allocation of power among Congress, President, and the courts in such fashion as to preserve the equilibrium. And the courts, the Constitution sought to establish so that a gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department can effectively be resisted. Frequently, an issue of this sort will come before the court clad, so to speak, in sheep's clothing. The potential of the asserted principle to effect important change in the equilibrium of power is not immediately evident, and must be discerned by a careful and perceptive analysis. But this wolf comes as a wolf. These are very famous lines. Sometimes there's a kind of legal issue that is, it's not clear that this will be significant. Not clear the import of the opinion. Here it's clear, so says Scalia. You could say that of Chevron. I saw a reference to Chevron in the chat. It's not clear that the writers of Chevron knew that what they were doing is gonna it was to establish one of the most cited cases in all Supreme Court precedent. The present case began with what the legislative and executive branches became. Oh my God, I can't say words. The present case began when the legislative and executive branches became embroiled in a dispute concerning the scope of the congressional investigatory power, which is often the case with such inter-branch conflicts, became quite acrimonious. In the course of oversight hearings in the administration of the Superfund by the EPA, two subcommittees of the House of Representatives requested and then subpoenaed numerous internal EPA documents. The president responded by personally directing the EPA administrator not to turn over certain of the documents. Do you guys, oh, you referenced Chevron, cool. Do you guys, know who the Olson is here? Morrison v. Olson? Does anyone know this? He actually recently died. It's Ted Olson. He was He was SG at some point in time, and his wife actually died on 9/11. She was on one of the planes, I think. And so this is Morrison was an independent counsel. I think she was. Yeah. And Olson was is I think filing this lawsuit. In his decision to assert executive privilege, the president was counseled by appellee Olson, it's Ted Olson, who was then Assistant Attorney General of the Department of Justice for the Office of Legal Counsel, so OLC guy, a post that has traditionally had responsibility for providing legal advice to the president. The House's response was to pass a resolution citing the EPA administrator who had possession of the documents for contempt. So this is during the Reagan administration, okay? The U.S. attorney, however, a member of the executive branch, initially took no steps to prosecute the contempt citation. Does this sound familiar? So Congress says, hey, we want this shit. Reagan's like, no. And then Olson is like, hey, this is our opinion. You don't have to do it. I'm asserting executive privilege. And then Congress is like, hey, this is not fair. We're citing you for contempt. But who gets to enforce the contempt? The executive branch itself. Instead, the executive branch sought the immediate assistance of the third branch by filing a civil action, third branch being the courts, asking the district court to declare that the EPA administrator had acted lawfully in withholding the documents. The district court declined, in my view, correctly to get involved in the controversy and urged the other two branches to try compromise and cooperation rather than confrontation. After further haggling, the two branches eventually reached an agreement, giving the House subcommittees limited access to the contested documents. Congress did not, however, leave things there. Certain members of the House remained angered by the confrontation, Democrats, particularly by the role played by the Department of Justice. Specifically, the Judiciary Committee remained disturbed by the possibility the department had persuaded the president to assert executive privilege despite reservations by the EPA, that the department had deliberately and unnecessarily precipitated a constitutional confrontation with Congress. So Dems are pissed at Reagan and Republicans. Capiche? That the department had not properly reviewed and selected the documents as to which executive privilege were asserted, the department had directed the U.S. attorney not to present the contempt certification involving the EPA administrator to a grand jury for prosecution. So we're pissed at DOJ. Accordingly, staff counsel of the House Judiciary Committee were commissioned to investigate the Justice Department's role in the controversy. That investigation lasted 2.5 years and produced a 3,000-page report issued by the committee over the vigorous dissent of all but one of its minority party members. That report, which among other charges questioned the truthfulness of certain statements made by the Assistant Attorney General Olson during testimony in front of the committee during the early stage of the investigation, was sent to the Attorney General along with a formal request that he appoint an independent counsel to investigate Ted Olson. As a general matter, the act before us here requires the Attorney General to apply for the appointment of independent counsel within 90 days after receiving a request to do so, unless he determines at the period that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that further investigation is warranted. As a practical matter, it would be surprising if the AG had any choice, assuming the statute is constitutional, but to seek appointment of an independent counsel to pursue the charges against the principal object of the congressional request. Merely the political consequences to him and the president of seeming to break the law by refusing to do so would have been substantial. Oh, happy days, right? Like the political consequences of fucking with the DOJ. These were before current norms. How could it not be, the public would ask, that a 3,000-page indictment drawn by our representatives over 2.5 years does not establish reasonable grounds to believe that a further investigation is warranted? But the act establishes more than just practical compulsion. Although the court's opinion asserts that the AG had no duty to comply with the congressional request, that is not entirely accurate. He had a duty to comply unless he could conclude there were no reasonable grounds to believe. Not that prosecution was warranted, but merely that further investigation was warranted. After a 90-day investigation in which he was prohibited from using such routine investigative techniques as grand juries, plea bargaining, grants of immunity, or even subpoenas. The court also makes much of the fact that courts are specifically prevented from reviewing the AG's decision not to seek appointment. Yes, but Congress is not prevented from reviewing it. The context of this statute is acrid with the smell of threatened impeachment. Whereas here, a request for the appointment of an independent counsel has come from the Judiciary Committee of either house, the AG must, if he decides not to seek appointment, explain to the committee why. And so Scalia is reading a lot into like this kind of implicit threat of impeachment. But impeachment is so bizarrely off the table these days, right? That the fact that it would be a concern is like laughable, right? So I'm not convinced that this is a coercive statute in practice. Thus, by the application of this statute in the present case, Congress has effectively compelled a criminal investigation of a high-level appointee of the president in connection with his actions arising out of a bitter power dispute between the president and the legislative branch. Mr. Olson may or may not be guilty of a crime. We do not know. But we do know that the investigation of him has been commenced, not necessarily because the president or his authorized subordinates believe it is in the interest of the United States, in the sense that it warrants the diversion of resources from other efforts, and is worth the costs in money and possible damage to other government interests, and not even leaving aside those normally considered factors because the president or his authorized subordinates necessarily believe that investigation is likely to unearth a violation worth prosecuting, but only because the AG cannot affirm, as Congress demands, that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that further investigation is warranted. The decision regarding the scope of that further investigation, its duration, and finally whether or not prosecution should ensue are likewise beyond the control of the president and his subordinates. So we're going to end things there for the Morrison decision, but just note how Scalia is laying things out. In dissent, we don't want to let the other branches control what is in the president's domain. It's his decision. And that very much has now become the consensus doctrinal view of conservative jurists. Scalia has won the day in the long run. And so before we get into the oral arguments, a lay of the land. We have Myers, which establishes the general power of the president to remove officers. But the court advises in Humphreys, hey, there are these quasi-legislative, quasi-judicial, independent commissions of experts for which the president can be limited in removal authorities. Along comes Morrison v. Olson. It says, okay, maybe this can extend even as far as some inferior officers of the executive branch. So as opposed to Myers, which appear to limit significantly influence from other branches in terms of firing decisions, as Humphreys limited it to only purely executive, Morrison v. Olson said, okay, maybe even some inferior officers, Congress can get involved. Call that the high watermark of restrictions on removal authority. And the court since then has been chipping away. Kind of sort of little by little. They challenged, as I mentioned before, the structure of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They have signaled that they don't want to expand the doctrine any further. They've signaled that Morrison v. Olson might be on shaky ground. And now they have the opportunity to fully undo Humphrey's executor. Big question. How can they undo Humphreys but maintain the protection from the Federal Reserve? On what principled basis? Because, of course, legally, from a formalistic matter, the Federal Reserve's independence is due to Humphreys and its progeny. That's from which the independence of the Federal Reserve is maintained. That's the legal case that stands for that protection. And someone in the chat said correctly that Humphreys has been overruled already in the shadow docket. That's true. But similarly, the Federal Reserve's independence has been maintained by the shadow docket. And so that's your motivation watching this, these oral arguments. Can you listen, can you hear some principled distinction by which the court will be able to excise Humphreys, fully adopt Scalia's vision of the executive branch, the hermetically sealed notion of the different branches of government, undo the precedent of Morrison v. Olson and the extensions of Humphreys while maintaining the independence of the Fed? And do you hear that rationale in these oral arguments? What up, Nafon? And it's there where we start.
Wield executive power on his behalf.
So this is John's Sauer. I think it's Sauer. I can never pronounce it. How do you pronounce it? S.G. Sauer. How to pronounce John Sauer's name? I think it's Sauer, right? So this is the SG, and he represented he represents the U.S. before the Supreme Court. Okay.
Behalf follows from the text of Article 2, was settled by the first Congress, and has been confirmed by precedent, including at least 9 decisions of this court from Ex parte Henin through Trump against United States.
And understand the citation there to Trump versus United States, because the Trump versus United States decision is not just about immunity. That is reading Trump versus United States far too narrowly. Like if all they wanted to do was give Trump a pass and give him a break, I would have much less of a problem with Trump versus United States, as insane as that is to sound. But the case really stands for something greater, which is a vision of the unitary executive theory. And so it's no surprise that that case has been cited in many different contexts regarding power.
Humphrey's executor stands as an indefensible outlier from that line of authority.
So he's directly challenging that Humphrey's executor is wrongly decided, okay?
It's holding that federal agencies can exercise quasi-legislative and quasi-judicial powers that form no part of the executive power has not withstood the test of time. That holding was gutted.
So these, when he said not withheld the test of time, Humphrey's executor is still, right, technically good law. Technically. Effectively, it's not, okay? But technically, just like Roe v. Wade was technically good law until it wasn't. After Dobbs, right? Humphreys is still the precedent of the court. And so they need to go through run through the stare decisis factors to argue for overturning it explicitly. And so standing to the test of time is like a fill-in word for a set of considerations that the court is supposed to run through when it's considering overturning its precedent.
Refurbished in Morrison, but this court correctly rejected the refurbished version as providing an amorphous test with no limiting principle. Respondent now proposes a third update to Humphreys, which this court has already rejected as making no logical or constitutional sense. Humphreys must be overruled. It has become a decaying husk with bold and particularly dangerous pretensions. It was grievously wrong when decided, and cases from Morrison to Trump have thoroughly eroded its foundations.
Those are some of the stare decisis factors. Is it wrong or is it egregiously wrong, right? Is it a constitutional issue or is it a statutory one? This one is, Humphreys is technically both, right? But it has the constitutional test in it. So that's a factor in favor of cutting against maintaining it as precedent. It's harder to overturn. You need an amendment, right? Another one is the erosion of a case over time and other precedent. And no doubt, I mean, just in terms of it is the case. I mean, you can't argue it that Humphrey's executor has been eroded through active decisions of the court. I mean, the court Roberts has presided over several cases that have eroded Humphreys. And so from a legal perspective, that's, I guess, supposed correct, but it's kind of funny because the specter of Humphreys has always been hanging over all these decisions. And it's been conscious decisions, not like merely incidental erosion. It's like erosion with an end, a purpose.
The court has repudiated Humphrey's reasoning and confined it to its facts, but it continues to generate confusion in the lower courts, and it continues to tempt Congress to erect at the heart of our government a headless.
Oh, wait, look at my chat. I don't mean that, I really hated your discussion with Lonerbox and Hutch. They were both awful. I don't mean that charitably to you. I remember chatting with Pisco a couple times. The last time I disagreed with him in chat, he had some not nice things to say. First time I'm here for a while. What did I say to you? Do you remember? You didn't like the Hutch and Loanerbox conversations? Why are you? Did you agree with them? I honestly don't even understand how people can listen to those conversations. And I love both of those guys, but they twist themselves in knots, man. It's crazy. You don't remember? All right. Then it must not have been so horrible, but welcome back.
This fourth branch, insulated from political accountability and democratic control. As Justice Thomas wrote in Seal of Law, Humphreys poses a direct threat to our constitutional structure and, as a result, the liberty of the American people. And as Seal of Law held, the modern expansion of the federal bureaucracy sharpens the court.
Seal of Law is the Consumer Financial Protection case, which was written by Roberts.
Duty to ensure that
I watch Loanerbox all the time. He's a lot smarter than you give him credit for. I'm not saying that Loanerbox isn't smart. I'm just saying they twist themselves up into pretzels. And like, if you actually follow the conversation, they contradict themselves. I don't know what to tell you. They do. You can just be like, oh, you're pedantic. No one likes to listen to you. I just like, okay. Or you could just listen to the conversation, bro. Just listen to it, man. It's crazy how immune people are from just listening to the words. They are very, very emotional about this entire thing. Listen, that's good. It's very emotional, but I thought we wanted facts and logic.
the executive branch is overseen by a president accountable to the people. I welcome the court's questions.
General Sauer, could you give us one example of a permissible restriction on the authority to remove a principal officer?
So Thomas is setting him up to protect the Federal Reserve, okay? So you understand the dynamics here is Thomas just wants to help Trump to do whatever he wants, okay? But Thomas wants to protect the Federal Reserve, so let's give us the principle. The first crack at the question we're all asking is, how the fuck is this going to be maintainable? The pigeonholing strat you came into it with is not my favorite, but I do give you credit. You're intelligent. I just don't understand like this shit, bro. Why does Clarence Thomas always ask the first question and then dip for the rest of the conversation? So Thomas used to, I'm going to address the pigeonhole thing in a second and then the super chat. But this is a good question. Why does Clarence Thomas always ask the first question? Thomas didn't used to ask any questions for like, I don't know, a decade and a half. His whole thing was like he only has ever asked 2 or 3 questions and he hates asking questions. And then all of a sudden, Roberts decided to, during like COVID, make a new rule of like going and picking on people in orders. And now he's become like a social butterfly. And it's a new renaissance for Thomas, but he does dip out for a little bit, but you hear him now in like pretty much every argument. None of the justices have. Is there any information that I think that shows a bribe? Just heads up. Hey, Pisco, I'm an accounting major in college. I want to go to law school to become a tax attorney. Am I just going to end up making rich people richer, or will I be able to help society do tax law? So, depends, right? There, big law firms do have like some have tax attorneys and have really good tax litigation people. It depends what you want to do. But there's plenty of money there. But the good money is going to be like with people with assets, right? People with money, people with income. So, just be aware of that, right? Like, think if you want to make money doing tax law, what do you think you're going to get paid for, right? You're going to get paid by rich people and corporations and shit. Sorry, super chat. Let's do super chat, and then we'll do the loaner boxing. I don't have $1,000 like other people. As a fan of another political stream, I'll always be a fan. Thank you so much from the ashes. Appreciate it. The pigeonholing strat, like. Think about it. When people say like the pigeonholing strat, they don't like it, right? They don't like clarity. Right? I had this like long argument with people in my Discord about whether it's good or bad to just like ask what we mean by the words we're using. And it actually feels insane. It feels like I'm being gaslit. That we would be averse to like getting clarity on the view. And it does seem like what's being asked of is like, let's rub some bellies and try to babysit their feelings for a little bit. Not them saying that they need it. I'm not the one saying that, right? Taking an example, right? People are offended that I would ask, well, what do you mean when you ask, is it possible she saw that chat? Are you asking whether it's merely possible or whether it's likely. And that question alone triggers people. Like, but just think about the delusion there, right? Me genuinely like it's going to come up no matter what, right? Because really the question is about what is likely. That's what we care about. But the question as asked, the normal version of possibility relates to mere possibility. And so if clarity is not sought in that initial sort of thing, like it just will lead to confusion in like 2 seconds. And then people will accuse you of like changing your answer. Oh, you already said it was possible. Now you're just changing it because you're so people's emotions, I feel like, are so. And the reason is, I think I know this. If I did this to lefties, it would be exactly the opposite response. It would be dongers out, their dongers will be way out. It'd be like, holy shit, this is great. What did you mean? Did you mean it's possible or plausible that the caller was? Which of those? Yeah, I agree. It's possible that Hassan didn't shock the caller or whatever, the vibrated caller. What do you think is likely? No, you dodged. You didn't. No. Like, right? So those kinds of strands of providing clarity when you're in a position of strength, people love that when it's applied to somewhere else. They love it when people are getting grilled like that. I say grill there to use their, distillation of what's happening. But really, what's happened is unobjectionable, in my opinion. Unless, and maybe this is true of a lot of people, what people want is for me to like rub some bellies. What they just want to rub bellies. And so when you get triggered by clarification, like wonder why, right? So we went through this and it's like in that question, there are 3 different things I can do. I can either ask the question, which is, what do you mean by this? Right? But to ask that question, people will say, that's bad faith to ask the question because how can you ask what you think he means this thing? Right. Okay. So don't ask the question. I thank you so much. Appreciate you from the ashes. Really. I could ask the question, right? But no one wants me to do that. Okay. Don't ask the question. I could assume what is meant is mere possibility, in which case the answer would be yes, it's possible. And then that's how I usually understand the term possible, mere possibility. Is it possible for a human being to run 30 miles? Yes, it's possible. Doesn't mean it's likely, right? That's the usual meaning is mere possibility. So I could not ask for clarification and just ask the usual definition of the term possible, by which we mean mere possibility. And if I do that, in 2 seconds, there's about to be a response, which is like, how could you assume he meant mere possibility? It's so obvious in context. So I could do what I think is the normal usage of the term, in which case the answer would be, yes, it's possible. But then in 2 seconds, we're about to have an encounter where I say like, wait, I just said it was possible. I didn't say it was likely. And then it's like, wow, okay. Now I could assume that it's probable or likely or plausible. But if I do that, the answer to the question is, I don't know. And so the question and answer becomes, is it possible that Denham's read our chat? And I say, I don't know. What do you think the response is going to be there? It's like, he's so bad faith. He said he doesn't know if it's possible. He doesn't know if it's possible. If he's going to if she can look at her chat. So there's no way to win. There really isn't. I promise you. I promise you it has nothing to do with how one pigeonholes or how one asks the question. If you ask the question, you're bad faith for asking it. You should assume it's one thing. If you assume one version of the word, which is the normal, I'm just telling you, the normal usage of the word possible is mere possibility. You're bad faith for assuming that anyway. And why didn't you get clarity? And if we catch you later on, you were changing your answer before time. And if you assume the actual, like what I suspected, likely, plausible, that kind of stuff, then the answer, I don't know, will be taken as bad faith. Because how could you not know if it's possible for her to see? Because they live in equivocation. They live in ambiguity. And why they get so triggered is because clarity is the antidote. And the antidote reveals the emptiness of the claims in support of that position. So that is why I don't really take, unfortunately, right? Like, I understand the presentation can be improved for sure, right? But the problem here is fundamentally one of emotion with respect to the substantive position. It doesn't have to do with the nature of how I'm behaving with respect to good faith or bad faith. That's just silly. And really question yourself if you're like, oh, asking for clarity is something that pisses me off. Like, why? Why does it piss you off? That's crazy. Okay, cool. So pick up. Sauer is going through the factors for stare decisis, and some of them are accurate, right? Humphreys has been chipped away, though I will note, not in a kind of like natural way. If you get $50, can you have a wrench? No. I don't. We don't, for reasons related to conflicts of interest. We don't do it for payment. But I appreciate you for your super chats. Okay. The stare decisis factors are being gone through, and some of them he's correct about. But what I noted was it's not really like this natural progression of law where you can point to it. It's more of like a deliberate attempt by the conservative legal academy to chip away at Humphreys. Whether that makes a difference for stare decisis factors, that's not what I'm saying. But it's just something of note. But he is correct about it.
We don't believe there are permissible restrictions on principal officers of the United States who exercise the executive power. Now, there may be separate issues relating to particular historical pedigrees.
In this case.
So he's saying we don't think that there's any restriction that can be imposed on principal officers of the United States. And, oh my God. And that suggests that what the SG takes as a position is that probably anyone appointed by the president and with advice and consent from the Senate will likely be in their mind a principal officer. And that, of course, applies probably to, that it does apply to the FTC commissioners, who they see as principal officers. So he's cut off a little bit there at the end there. So I just want to hear again what he says. But he is leaving room because he knows what the decision likely is going to be, almost certainly, right? So he knows the court is going to make an exception and carve out probably for the Federal Reserve. So it's almost futile to fight it because that's coming.
States who exercise the executive power. Now, there may be separate issues relating to particular historical pedigrees.
In this,
there might be certain issue for certain agencies with particular historical pedigrees. But note because that's what the court relied upon in its preposterous shadow docket decision, being like, oh, well, the Federal Reserve is this kind of like has this historical pedigree. It is very different. It's got private people and it's historical pedigree. The Federal Reserve was passed in like the 1910s under Wilson. FTC, like very similar in time. And so what they have to do is dishonestly borrow from the first and second national banks in the United States, of course, very different entities, from the Federal Reserve.
Case, in a multi-body agency such as the FTC, is there any permissible restriction?
No, this court in Trump against the United States held that the president's power to remove officers wielding the executive power is conclusive and preclusive.
How far do you?
Preclusive and conclusive. And that is, I think, the most plausible reading of Trump versus the United States, which is why it's so bad. Because if removal itself as an authority is conclusive and preclusive for purposes of criminal immunity, then as a function of that, threats with respect to your position seem like per se untouchable from the president to any of his subordinates. And you can imagine so much misconduct of the president's conditioned specifically on threats of removal. But I do think that is the most plausible reading of Trump for the United States. The problem isn't Sauer's representation there. The problem is the precedent. The problem is Trump for the United States.
Go with that. Can it be arbitrary, completely arbitrary?
It is conclusive and preclusive.
It can be completely arbitrary. So understand what that means, right? Like you can do anything. It could be it could be for any reason, no reason, irrational reasons.
So any review of...
But that can't be the case, right? Why can't it be the case? Who has a good hypothetical? Good hypothetical. That every firing is per se legal by the president, so long as the president does it. I'll give you one. The president writes a memo and says, all inferior officers or all principal officers who are Jewish on the basis of their Judaism are hereby terminated. In what world is that? In what world? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I don't know if it's lagging. In what world is that justified? Where you have the president removing an officer, whether principal or inferior, on the basis of their adherence to the Jewish faith? How could the judicial branch review that decision? That's the only thing that's not legal, the discriminatory firings. But why, right? From a structural perspective, why? Why? From a constitutional structure issue, if it's an issue of, well, the court and the thank you so much. What if I just give you $50 and we don't mention the merge benefits? I'm too poor to emulate the grassroots area. We don't have to mention the dark money. Pisco. I appreciate from the ashes. I don't give out wrenches for donations, but I appreciate it. Because there's legislation in place to prevent it. But this whole thing, right? The whole question about it, the whole purpose of the inquiry here is whether Congress, if it's a legislation issue, can Congress put that into place? Can Congress actually legislate anti-discrimination frameworks that apply and bind the president? Because if it's a powers question, if it's a conclusive and preclusive authority of the president to fire, that means other branches don't get a say. That is what that means. So how can Congress get a say? Now you could say something like this. You could say the Constitution itself, Equal Protection Clause, prevents it. You could say that. But that doesn't stand to reason that the courts can enforce it. Just because it would be illegal doesn't mean that it is enforceable as a matter of right. And so I think the court has drawn itself into a box here that clearly illegal firings by the president are nonetheless unreviewable. Nonetheless, there's impunity with respect to those firings. And I'm not sure why there could be any protections for public employees under the federal government as inferior officers if this vision of executive power is in fact true. How can the inferior officers as well be insulated? They're not criminally reviewable now if it makes it, but understand, it's not even just the criminal aspect of it. It's the notion that it is conclusive and preclusive, which is a broader statement than it's not subject to criminal process for things related to those decisions. It's a statement about the power to scrutinize, but it doesn't even make sense on its own terms because Congress could, of course, impeach over it. And so, any way you slice it, this notion of hermetic sealing of the branch from any influence from other branches can't stand reason, because if impeachment itself can, as a process, be used to interrogate these issues, to enforce the Constitution, for example, Equal Protection Clause, as to the president's firings, in what sense are they insulated? In what sense is it conclusive and preclusive if you can impeach someone over it? Well, you could say, well, impeachment is just different. It's just different. Why? Why is the principled matter is impeachment different, other than the fact that it's in the hands of Congress? I really don't think that there's any coherent way to make sense of it.
arguably bad reasons for the president to remove an executive officer would be subject to the political process. It would not be subject to judicial review, and certainly not subject to statutes regulating that.
I think there are a lot of agencies in the federal government where it's hard to parse whether it's an executive function they're engaged in or a legislative function. We obviously have the Perlmutter case that they're holding where you're dealing with the Library of Congress, which half of it's a library, half of it's things like the copyright. What are we supposed to do with that if you're correct?
Well, Mr. Chief Justice, in Free Enterprise Fund, this court, I think, very aptly stated that the vast and varied nature of the federal government is a reason not to make general pronouncements on issues that haven't been briefed and argued. There are certainly situations where there are tough line drawing problems. You raised the Perlmutter case as one that may raise arguments of that nature.
So note the distinction there in the Chief's analysis. It's buying into this notion that by its own terms, like Humphreys would account for, which is when you're not exercising the executive power, in what sense are you an executive agency? So part of this is all like, part of this is all a fugazi. It's all an illusion, right? Because what do you call legislative? What do you call executive? Is it proximity to the Congress? What are the factors there? And the court, listen, Humphreys is not the most sophisticated elaboration, in my opinion, about what constitutes executive and what constitutes legislative. Basically it says if you're adjudicating things for the court, that seems judicial. If you're providing reports to Congress, seems legislative. But beyond that, not much in terms of the nature of the power.
But by and large, the sort of insight that goes from Morrison to FCC against Arlington and to seal of law recognizes that these multi-member agencies that are exercising what this court has repeatedly recognized as quintessential executive powers, like the FTC, rulemaking, adjudication, investigation, seeking of civil enforcement, litigation, seeking civil enforcement powers, or civil enforcement remedies, and so forth. Those are not close cases.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your point about not deciding cases that aren't before us, and I meant the Perlmutter case as an example. But I'm not sure you answered the question. Is this a severance issue? So the agency is okay so long as half of it survives in one branch and half in the other? And if so, who gets to decide that?
For the vast majority of these agencies, I think seal of law pointed out there's maybe about 24 executive agencies that are multi-member structure and have removal authority. I think the logic of this court adopted it for severability in Free Enterprise Fund and seal of law, and Collins indicates that in the vast majority of cases there would be an excision just of the removal authority. Now, if there are agencies that kind of straddle the line between legislative and executive, that might present part of severability contests.
Why is that severability the issue? Meaning, if you think they're wielding power that is inappropriate, why don't we sever that power?
I think those very arguments...
Instead of the removal power.
Well, for example, consider an agency like the FTC, which is before the court. Virtually all...
The question is, if there's a mismatch between what power is exercised and the removal authority, why is the case that you segment off the removal authority, that is to... Because what do they want? They want to be able to fire this person. They don't want to get rid of the FTC. They don't want to diminish the FTC's power. They just want to have control over it, more direct political control over the FTC. And so Sotomayor says, well, another thing we could do is just remove the powers that you say are executive, as opposed to removing the removal protections. In that sense, why is it the question regarding severance of the removal authority as opposed to the power, right? And Trump wouldn't want that because Trump wants the power over the industry, right? Over FTC's domain.
All of its powers. I can't think of a power that exercises this.
But most of those powers were part of Humphreys. This court, even in Sheila Law, and all of the cases you've mentioned since, have
Upheld
said that
Humphreys
is controlling law.
And this is true, right? Like he's citing cases that, yeah, they've cut a little bit of Humphreys off. They've narrowed it a bit, but they have fundamentally upheld Humphreys. Remarkably similar to the kind of logic of Casey versus Planned Parenthood, right? Kind of adjusted a little bit the analysis of Roe v. Wade, but in sum and substance have maintained Roe v. Wade and purported to uphold Roe v. Wade. And so Sotomayor is pointing out, like, hey, like these follow-on cases, yeah, they held what they held, and you're citing them though, but they all recognize the viability of Humphreys. You have to read between the lines to see what the court is doing. But like what I did and say, they haven't asked us to overturn it yet, wink, 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 to get to the conclusion. But officially, they're upholding Humphreys in the follow-on cases.
You're asking us to overturn a case that has been around for over
century.
nearly 100 years,
Yeah.
correct?
90 years, I believe.
90 years. What other cases have we overturned that have had a pedigree of 100 years?
So, we have Chevron. That's a decision from like the 60s, 70s, right? We have Roe v. Wade, 70s decision. This is like foundational executive power precedent. It would be like overturning Marbury a little bit. Marbury goes back a little further, right? But like it is a long pedigree that has been upheld in the recent cases, notwithstanding the little chipping away and little signals from the conservative justices.
Pennoyer against Neff was overruled by Schaefer against Heitner on its 100th birthday.
Pennoyer v. Neff was overturned by Schaefer v. Heitner. I don't know if I agree with that. I guess maybe.
That was an economic case. What other case?
That was an economic.
For example, Erie against.
Hear me out. What if I get 1.1K? Can I get 100 and do this? Yes or no? Isn't that a good deal? Or I can get no. Stop begging, please. I appreciate you though, but no.
Erie overruled a 50 Tyson 96 years later.
That's absolutely true. Again, but which other case has fundamentally altered the structure of government? For over 100 years, actually since 1887, we've had multi-member boards, and that's the entire government structure.
The distortion of the structure of government, respectfully, that Humphrey, the philosophy.
Aren't you asking us to distort it a different way?
I think we're
neither the king, nor Parliament, nor prime ministers, England at the time of the founding, ever had a unqualified removal power. You're asking us to say that at a time, the founding, when the Constitution doesn't speak about this at all, where there was robust debate over this issue among legal scholars at the time, that we ourselves have said repeatedly in Humphreys and other cases.
Is there any chance it doesn't get overturned? 0.00001%. No, it's getting overturned.
Wiener, even in Myers, that those cases you mentioned did not establish this absolute power of the president. You're asking us to destroy the structure of government and to take away from Congress its ability to protect its idea that the government is better structured with some agencies that are independent.
I think we're asking the court to return to the dominant line of authority that started in Ex parte Hennen in 1839, when this court said that it's a settled and well understood construction of the Constitution of the president.
If it doesn't get overturned, will you do a celebration stream? It's getting overturned. Yes, I'll do a celebration stream if it doesn't get overturned. But you guys need to stop coping. Sometimes, I'm the nurse that walks in the hospital, and you can just tell by my face. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to tell you this. Tom's trying to have a chat. Tom Tent? One sec. Oh, thanks, Josiah, for this. Yo. What up? People trying to bait me? Yeah, I don't sell wrenches. Can you imagine if I sell a wrench and it's like, see, he's trying to cater to the snarkers. So emotional. We're just emotional beings.
Alone can remove executive officials. That was reaffirmed in Parsons, for example, where it described it as settled beyond the power of alteration. Again, in short-lived similar language.
All right, love you, dog. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much from the ashes. I appreciate it. I really do. I really, really, really do. But all I can do is just respond to your chats and see you. I notice you. I know your name now. I'll know your name. What's the like Achilles line from Troy? I would be scared to fight such a big man. That is why no one will remember your name. They will remember your name. Tonight, if it's the Ethan convo, again, please, no. Uh-oh, Jen. It's terminal. Enjoy the time you have left. Oh. You free? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Listen, I'm gonna listen to his oral arguments, but what does he want? Sure, what do you want? You want to call? Mr. Tom Tent. We do need a wrench here. Give me 2 minutes, he says. All right. Is he gonna say some dumb shit? I'm like, what case is it? Why is it for sure getting overturned? A case is called Humphrey's Executor. You can go back and we went all through it. You guys, if you're in like con law right now as a law student, holy shit. Do you love me? Do you love me?
Myers says the same thing, Free Enterprise Fund, Collins, Seal of Law, Trump against the United States, and even Humphrey's executor itself paid lip service to this principle. Humphreys described this power as unrestricted and illimitable. In order to get out of that rule, which
we just read it. Yeah, we said that the Myers case law says illimitable, and they just described the power at issue as so Humphreys has some conceptual quirks about why this is okay. Right? And how Humphreys distinguishes is in this quasi-judicial, legislative. But that needs some tuning to explain when we're in that world. So it's not incorrect, his characterization of Humphrey's characterization of Myers, which is illimitable, unlimited, that kind of stuff. So that is, that is true. That's a true description of the words used by the Humphreys court in describing the Myers doctrine.
the court has recognized in those 9 decisions, it's going back
You
to
still haven't
1789.
answered my question. Where else have we so fundamentally altered the structure of the government?
Oh, why is she being so debate bro-y? Why is she doing this? She's like, yes or no. You answer my question.
I think what the fundamental alteration of the structure of the government was ushered in by Humphreys, and then the Congress kind of took Humphreys and ran with it in the building of the monastery administrative state and the proliferation of independent agencies that are insulated from
Independent
democratic
agencies
control.
have been around since the founding, the Sinking Fund, the War Commission. We've had independent agencies throughout.
You're cringe, bud. I still enjoy the stream though. She's linearizing. What the fuck? You guys are cringe. All right, let's call this dude. Yo, what up, brother?
Yo, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. What's up?
Okay, so I wanted to talk to you because I saw some of your review of me talking to
Oh shit.
Rob Moore.
Oh shit. You saw that? You hear me? Testing?
Shut the yes, I hear
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Hit me.
I honestly this is almost exactly the review I would have expected if Ryle Kittenhouse watched my debate with Rob Noor. Like you came off like a hater. Yes, you came off like a full-on hater.
I love
bit
you.
that I saw, I'll admit,
I love you.
I watched a little bit of it.
I support Tom. I don't know what to say, Tom. I'm like, do you want me to like glaze you? This is the thing is you expect fakeness from me, Tom, and you've had some good debate moments.
No. I don't have an issue with like people being critical of my performance. I have issues with my own performance, but there's even things like that. 1, I didn't say. 2, I felt like was just kind of shallow analysis. And then 3, I don't even think like you mean some of the things that you said.
You think I'm lying?
I just watched you talk to him. Well, so I don't know if you're lying or if you're actually just like that confused.
Everyone thinks I'm lying. I'm just being honest, and they just want to tear me apart. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so I just saw you talk to him the other day, and sorry, I'm a little sick, so my
Rob.
voice is gonna be going in and out. Yes.
Yeah.
And During the conversation with him, I saw that you said, I think you guys were talking about ICE, and you said that you saw his conversation with me and that you totally disagreed with me. And then the thing that he brings up is that like his issue was with me like advocating for violence against ICE officers and telling people to take the law into their own hands. And you seem to be like nodding your head. Is that the total disagreement with me that you had?
No, I don't remember what I nodded to, but I can explain it a little if you want. But
yeah, sure.
I just want you to know I love you, bud, and I've never wanted anything like. I hope you know that I don't think that like you're dumb. I don't think that you're whatever. Like I just want to be clear that like when I say things, it's not because I don't think that like you're a decent fella and a good person and that you got your head in the right place. Okay. All right. So the first issue I have is how it started. As I recall it, you conceded, I think, that the incidence of violence is higher among left-wingers than right-wingers. And that is what I understood the proposition to be about, is where is there more violence among the left versus the right? And it seemed in like the first two sentences, in fact, I'm just going to say in the first two sentences, first 2, 3, 4, or at least 2 minutes, I'll say, you conceded the debate proposition in terms of numerosity. Now, there could be an argument made that we ought not measure the incidence of violence just in terms of the number of incidents, but also deal with like the magnitude of the harm. There were references to like, by what you mean, like murders, but it seemed, I think, unnecessary for you to concede the numerosity point. I mean, it didn't seem that there was any reason to do so, given what's available. Certainly no one cited statistics that would justify that account. And regardless, I don't think there's any need also to concede on the nature of some of the studies that were cited. Like you admitted their bias, that's his case to make. So
okay,
go for
let me on the first point. So just to be clear, the debate topic was given to me 5 minutes before the debate. We had both kind of like negotiated, gone back and forth on like different topics numerous times. And then eventually they were just like, look, you guys know what you're doing. Like, if y'all just want to sit down and just start debating, like, do that. I'm thinking, well, okay, obviously that's going to turn into like, why would you vote for Donald Trump? So like, that's obviously what this is going to turn into. So that's what I'll go there preparing for. And then, yeah, like 5 minutes before the debate, they said, hey, are you cool to do left versus right violence instead? Mm-hmm. And I just had like 2 or 3 debates on that more recently and had like, gone over tons of studies and stuff like that. So I was prepared for that. Didn't have the studies in front of me. That would have been nice to know more than 5 minutes before the debate. But
yeah, but you don't need to concede then, right? You don't need to concede yeah, you could just take the view. I don't know. It's your case to make, man.
Sure. So my opening statement is, I agree. So the proposition was, who is more violent, the left or the right? And my position was, the left does engage in more incidents of violence, but
in virtue of what? Why is that your position?
From the studies that I've looked at, that is the case, that there are more incidents. So like if you count every incident of a person engaging in a riot at a Black Lives Matter protest, or every single car that was keyed at a Tesla, or every, like all of these different things add up to where
but that's like
political violence. There are more incidences of this.
Yeah, I mean, I have not seen those statistics, and I engage in these debates all the time. So, like, keying a car is by itself political violence, or expressions of political. So first, the question is like, is that violence? Is it violence to key a car? Or is it like I think there needs to be and I say this as someone who is getting a lot of criticism for doing though. I think there needs to be a semantic analysis of what we were meaning by these terms. Like, why are we conceding incidents of violence that might include things like keying a car, acts of vandalism? Like, it seems totally unclear what you're conceding to with respect to the incidents of violence. And that, if there
I
is
think we
something to
did
concede,
define it, but
I
we
don't
agreed on the definition.
of violence and what constitutes an act of violence.
Yes. Yes, it like, we said it was, like, we included property destruction in the definition. And I would agree that property destruction is
All
going to be
types of property
included in the act
destruction.
of violence.
All types of property destruction.
Well, again, so it's for like political reasons is the like thing. Again, the prompt that they said was who's more violent, the left or the right? I was afraid that he was going to start doing this like, well, the majority of violence is committed in liberal cities, like, but he didn't. So thankfully we were able to like keep it all on political violence and we didn't get that broad. But but yes, I think that everybody would consider yes, like keying a car because a Tesla at a Tesla dealership because you're upset with like Elon Musk's role in government right now.
You'd call that political violence?
That counts as an act of yes, I would call that political violence. Yeah.
What about drawing like chalk on a Tesla for the same purpose?
Probably not. I don't think that would actually have any sort of like destruction unless it's like unless it's actually
really
a type of destruction to the vehicle.
What about like what about like paint, like
destruction to
throwing paint over the Tesla in a way such that it would affect the value of it and require repair?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it seems like the violence here is keyed into some kind of like harm of some kind, and not what I understand violence to be was like the application of force, significant, like some non-trivial amount of force, you know. And anyway, like whatever it is, there should be some shared notion of violence that we understand. And I just feel like a lot of these studies have like different notions, and we just need to like round out what we mean, because you could be I don't concede that, for example, like also, is each riot an incident of political violence or each member in it? Like, there just needs to be clarity.
I think
on
that,
what's going on.
I think that we would think of like each person. And one of the reasons that I wanted to concede this early is because I didn't want to get into those little things. I didn't want to get stuck on those little parts, because with Rob, when you get stuck on like minutia, you will be there all day. And so my hope was coming into this, because we had just picked the topic right off the rip, that we would be able to use this topic to get into a broad array of things, so that I could get into the topics of like what Trump is doing, what the Trump administration has done, what like how they have radicalized people, gotten them on the right to like engage in more violence, those sorts of things. And so I was happy to just like throw away like all of these acts of violence, but then say, like, if a single person pinches somebody every single day, is this an act of violence? Yeah, sure. But if that person pinches somebody every day, or you have the option of somebody who murdered you one day, I'm pretty sure everybody would pick the person who pinches somebody every single day. The left is pinching somebody every day. The right is coming out and murdering people. And so they are more violent, even though they're doing it one day. They're more violent because this is a just much more violent action. And so this is what we should focus on. And overall, we ended up focusing on those sorts of acts of violence.
Yeah, no,
and that's what I wanted to do.
You can disagree that there's like have you ever read the book If You Give a Mouse a Cookie?
No, but I know the idea.
Yeah, if you give him a cookie, he wants a little milk, and then he wants a little story,
right,
and then,
yeah.
yeah. That's like Rob.
Yep.
Okay, you can't give him an inch for purposes of the debate, even just from a rhetorical point. You know, if that was your intention, right? He just instantly says it's not. You know, he concedes the debate prompt immediately, and that, regardless of whether or not you think that you're justified in making that concession, I don't think that. By the way, I'm not convinced at all that even as you're understanding like the incidence of violence, and even at that level of looseness, that is supported by the data. And you know, I'd be interested in what studies that you would cite for that, and please, if you have them, send them my way, because I am not convinced of that at all. But let's not bog it down in the actual empirics there.
Well, you've at least seen like the studies that say that the left engages in more acts of property destruction. Yes,
I have not seen such studies. But that doesn't sound like, you know, the left commits more acts of property damage doesn't sound like the same denominator, unless you mean political property damage.
But Yeah, so it is
Yeah.
like political violence, that when it comes to political violence, the left engages in more acts of property destruction, the right engages in more
Yeah, I'd
murders,
be interested to see
and
that.
the more
Yeah,
attempted murder.
but
And yes,
I,
the numbers on there are much
I'm
much
telling
higher for
you,
the property
I'm telling you,
destruction for
I'm
the
not
left.
convinced until I see them. And I would say in the
Okay.
in the context of the debate, you should you should clarify the semantics and be like, well, I take more violence to be with respect to serious acts of violence, by which I mean murders, assaults, and etc. Right? So I'm not considering property damage as I understand the term, and by that it's like so obvious or whatever.
Well, but
what
that's
it is.
why again, that's why I'm conceding that part off the rip to say you got that the left does that more, but it doesn't matter because when the right is murdering people at such a high rate, they are still more violent overall. They are a more violent group of people, and that's what I want to talk about.
In
And
virtue
that's
of what
why
are they more
I'm
violent?
willing to just
So
like
because they do acts, the
the
more
fact that they
serious acts of violence.
attempt more murders.
Okay.
Because they attempt more murders, that they are more violent. That like the murder is nothing compared to like keying a Tesla.
Yeah, I would. I am not convinced by that case, but you can send me the information there. Because I don't have, by which I'm not saying that it's not the case. I'm just saying I'm not convinced. I'm just saying that and I think that it's his case to make in any event. You don't have
If
to.
you saw, but like,
Yeah.
no, hold on. I'm maybe you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
I'm telling you that strategically, this is what I wanted. I wanted to avoid that conversation. So while even if I know this is true, but I would still want him to prove it anyways. I'm telling you, I didn't want him to prove it anyways. I wanted to focus on the murders so that I'm the one who's making the accusation and pushing that case.
I hear you. I would just let him flounder on his bullshit empirical case. Because he's just gonna ground it down till we all know it. We all know the left does it. He hasn't read this fucking shit. He doesn't read. This dude doesn't fucking read. Like Rob pretends to read shit, and you should be like, listen.
Yes, but even when I brought that up and I kept saying that he doesn't have studies, he doesn't have any data, you kept saying you kept calling this ad hominem.
I don't know that I did that. I don't know that.
You said you said
if I did that,
said that I was like floundering, stretching to try to get him with something because that's all I had. When if I have data and I'm bringing up studies and I'm saying that like, yes, there's a ton of data that backs up what I'm saying, and you're just giving me what you feel like. You kept calling that me stretching and trying to find some way to respond to him.
Listen, we can watch the debate review.
There isn't much of a responance to him. Just
I have no problem at some point going through the debate review that I had with you. I don't recall referring to that as an ad hominem, but what I propose is just like letting him flounder on his own lack of epistemic certainty. So he is. If you say like, listen, my case has to do with serious violence. I am not here to make a claim beyond that. And he wants to get it into these kind of like the property damage stuff. Be like, okay, it's your claim that the left engages in more property damage, and violence overall. What's your case for it? And he's just going to say like it's all like he basically discounted the use of studies at all. He's like, all these studies are bullshit, and so we just know it. And that is just like such a delicious way to just hang. Like, okay, well, if I said I just know the right does more, would you find that convincing? And then he'll be like, no. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't find it convincing when you say the left does more in virtue of you just knowing it, right? So he is so vulnerable to those kinds of attacks. And so in that context, why grant him that? And even if you were correct about the empirics, and again, I'm not saying you're not, I'm just saying I'm not convinced, it looks bad when you say that, because you're even just from like a rhetorical perspective, it's like, I can see the left does more violence, by which I mean like property related stuff or whatever. And if you include all of the denominator there, I just think the right does more serious injury or more serious violence or whatever. Just from like your kind of statement there should, your statement there should be a response. It should not be, I think, in your opening statement, just from a rhetorical perspective. And again, I just wouldn't concede it. I would just make him have the burden of the claim, right? Why just concede it? Why not make him prove it? Unless what you're saying is, I didn't want to talk about that. But why? Like he's going to look like an idiot. You just be like, no, I don't.
Because as I said, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't matter. To me, that he could make the case that the left engages in more violence and be right or wrong. To me, it doesn't matter. If the right is engaging in more murders, attempted murders, like the rhetorical advantage is on my side when I keep saying, okay, so you have the left, throwing bottles at buildings and keying cars. The right is attempting to murder people. Like, I think the rhetorical advantage is on my side when I keep pointing out that he's just talking about property destruction and I'm talking about them killing people.
But he's not talking about just property destruction. He's also talking about these different incidents of violence, Charlie Kirk assassination
Correct,
attempt at
but that's
Trump.
what I'm saying is I think that is the easier case for me to make is just like giving him the fucking property destruction, moving on, and then the fact that like there are not going to be as many incidents of the left doing this.
I never give him
You can't
anything.
You can't name 2 or 3 in the last couple of years. Okay, well here's the Hortmans, here's the Hoffmans, here's this, here's that, here's this, and every time, oh, you can't name this many in the last year. Okay, well here's this, like every single time I haven't heard of anything in the last. Okay, well here's this. Like every single time he would act like he hasn't heard of this, and I would bring it up, and then I would keep saying, you keep saying that like you haven't.
Why
heard of
so
these
much
things,
focus
so
then on
you know about this?
Can I ask why so much focus on the government action there? Because that's where I think you might have so it felt like you were defending political I should say violence against law enforcement just because so like in response to the claims about like ICE and violence against ICE, you were basically suggesting, well, the only reason there's violence against ICE is because they're doing so much fucked up shit like Kilmar, this and that. Like, I agree with you a lot on the substance of those issues.
Protests.
Okay, but what
I was saying the protests.
Yeah.
They kept trying. You're
basically
you're justifying violence, but I kept saying no. I'm not talking about the violence. I'm talking about the protests, not the violence. Like,
sure, but like in the context of the conversation, in which he's describing violence, in which the topic relates to violence, and you are referencing sort of injustices done by the government in this case, which we usually, in terms of like political violence, even though, I think that there are people who consider government action itself political violence. Everything government does is violence or whatever. But usually people, when they talk about this, they're referring to like illegal actions not done by government. When they talk about political violence, when in response to the ICE stuff, you start talking about all the crazy fucking immigration stuff that Trump is doing, even if you don't intend it, it sounds like you're justifying the violence. You're just saying, well, what would you do if, Trump people are going around and they're doing crazy shit? And so maybe that's what you heard from me.
Okay, so there's 2 different things. Okay, so there were 2 different things. So one was he brought up a tweet that I made where I said, this is what the Second Amendment is for. And it was a video of 2 men, plain clothes, plain cars, unmarked cars, going into a grocery store, grabbing a guy and dragging him out, and a bunch of people filming this, yelling, are you guys with ICE? Who are you? What are you doing? Like, what's going on? And them just not answering anybody and just dragging this guy out, looking like regular people. And so I quote tweeted this and said, this is what the Second Amendment is for. And so he brings this up and he says, so you're advocating for people to shoot ICE officers. And I'm saying, well, we don't know that they're ICE officers. They just look like somebody kidnapping people. So yes, if people right in front of you are kidnapping somebody, yes, this is what the Second Amendment is for. Yes, you should protect your fucking neighborhood. And he kept saying, oh, you're just advocating for people to shoot ICE officers. I'm like, again, we don't know that they're ICE officers in the moment. Like, there's no reason to just assume that these plainclothes random people are ICE officers. That's what I was talking about there, is not like justifying violence against the government because Trump is crazy. The other things were me justifying protests against Trump and him saying that, like, the left is engaging in violence against them, blah, blah, blah. And I started saying that, like, yeah, well, the Trump administration initially said that they weren't going to bring back Abrego Garcia, but then the protests started happening, and then they did bring him back. But it was after 3 months of protesting that they finally brought him back. Like, one's justification of protest, the other one's just justification of, like, using the Second Amendment to stop people from unmarked cars, and regular clothes, dragging people out of places, especially with the amount that the right talks about the Second Amendment and what it's for. Like, this is what it's for. If you want to.
Well, as I'm sitting here now, I don't remember exactly the context in which it came in, but I remember getting the strong feeling that it seemed like he baited you into, sort of arguing the justification of violence in like some, I don't know, small or some unrepresentative case. And if it's I do agree that there are some cases in which self-defense against law enforcement is justified. and it is a very, very small sliver of cases. I will say, I think it's like the odd case where you have like a cop who's clearly exhibiting an intent to like grape someone or do something incredibly horrible, right? Or one of these cases where you don't know if they're law enforcement and there's no way to ascertain it, right? Everyone has that line. I just recall from the debate, and again, we can certainly watch my reaction to it at some point, to see if I would stand by some of the things, and you can like walk me through it. But it felt like, as I remember, my opinion is that even if it wasn't the case, that you were justifying the violence as opposed to arguing about who did it more. Like I understand your point, your substantive point on the Second Amendment stuff. But like I would just sooner raise like that's not relevant. What I said about the Second Amendment, those are like for edge cases. Like I don't want to talk about that. Like we're here to talk about which is more violent, left or right. And just because I have a view on like one incident doesn't mean your point. That's like I would just close that inquiry off. Like why spend so much time talking about whether it's justified to do a shooting? Just be like, yeah, Rob, you're like fucking quote mining. I could give you a case in which you would think it's self-defense against a law enforcement. Why don't you stick to the fucking prompt and talk about which side does it more? This is obviously not relevant, and you're trying to call me a hypocrite, and that's not what we're here to debate. We're here to debate which does it more. I almost feel like that, like why spend so much time on it?
My hope was is that we would get into like a broad array of topics to where I would be able to like lay out a case of like all of the bad things that Trump was doing and get.
Then I would just like then I would sooner just like say no. I don't want to have this debate prompt. I want the prompt of Trump administration. I'm not prepared to defend this position, or I don't want to defend the position. I want to talk about something else. Or maybe you do want to just talk about the one thing. But if you want to talk about that, then like. I don't know why spending a lot of time on like one incident and the justification for violence from like presumably left-wing people in that incident either helps his case or helps your case. What Rob wants to turn every conversation into is some kind of like hypocrisy conversation. Like he actually has pretty bad faith in the manner in which he approaches a lot of conversations, in that he wants to put your character in issue, right? That's what he wants to do, even though your character isn't an issue, right? Because the debate prompt literally is not about your character. And so the fact that you have a quote tweet about the violence stuff, he's potentially will say like, this is just an example of how they'll justify violence. But again, whether you justify violence isn't the topic. It's which side does more violence.
Oh, it would be in the case of like, if I think that, like in some cases the violence isn't really like well, I guess maybe you're right. Because I did even say that we went over a portion where we're talking about the January 6th and whether or not it would be justified, and I kept saying like so like there's scenarios where I would think that January 6th is justified. So, it doesn't matter.
Right. So
whether or not
that stuff doesn't.
It's still political violence.
Yeah, like
doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. So that anytime when you're like defending that stuff, it's just like whether even if you're like correct about the discrete issue, it just I don't think it's that helpful. And also what you can do in the situation of the ICE thing, be like, yeah, like that was justified, but Rob, that's not political violence. That's self-defense. There's not political anything about that. What I'm advocating for is self-defense.
Yeah, for me, I'm also wanting to get into like the hypocrisies of their like.
Okay, so we got to pick the topic better. Then we got to pick the debate topic.
You're saying pick it better, but I'm given the topic like 5 minutes before. I'm going with the flow, but I'm also wanting to use this topic as a way of like making the case that for why the right is more violent, that the right is more violent because Donald Trump is more radical, that he does justify violence, that he is encouraging his side to be more violent, and that all of this plays in, that like there is a reason why right-wing violence is on the rise. There's a reason why they outdo the left by leagues, and that every
that's
time
the question,
Trump is
right?
in office,
wait.
Even more violence is being engaged in, and that this is part of it. It's going over the things that the Trump administration is doing. There's a reason why there is more violence.
Yeah, so but I just want to be careful, because I do think that there's some usefulness in the go with the flow approach sometimes. If you're in a situation where you're doing call-ins, or when you want to seem like more, and I do that a little bit of time with Rob, but in like a formal debate setting, or I should say, it's not like formal, but you know what I mean, like in a debate in which there's a supposed topic or supposed proposition, right? You got to be very careful, because how the Republicans will do this and how the right will do this is they'll just make the prompt fucking like ridiculously stacked or like skewed or like stupid. And their power comes from how they frame the debate and what proposition they select. So an example of this is the debate I had with Brian Mullally et al. They're like, the American moral proposition and the left or whatever, and they do some ridiculous shit. And they were actually surprised I accepted the debate because I knew I'd get under their skin given how I would understand those terms. But you just gotta because what they'll do is they'll just like raise the debate proposition in front of your face and be like, he didn't answer. You want to be loosey goosey. They don't, right? What they want to do is be rigid as fuck, except to the extent in which they're putting your character in issue. And yeah, like what I do in my conversations, and you might do something different, is try to limit often the scope of things, simplify, isolate. That's how I like to approach it. The reason for that is it's in ambiguity and in sort of general topics and broad stuff that people who have a good gift of the gab, people who are good talkers like Rob is, can have their most effect. If you give him an inch to talk about anything he wants, then I think he can spin this narrative filled with like bullshit and frankly sometimes even just straight up like lack of any like logical coherence, but make it sound convincing. And so with these kinds of things, my goal is always to limit.
You. The problem is that I understand your argument and I get it, but the problem is that in this case, all I'm doing then is just repeating, but the data. And I don't have those studies in front of me. I don't have the data in front of me.
Yeah, then you got to be agnostic. You got to be.
And so I'm not.
You got to do the Andrew Wilson strat.
And so the only.
Yeah, so you have to do the Andrew Wilson strat. Like I'm agnostic on it, and it's your case to make. And the minute he says something like, "Well, we just know
it's not but that's not the prompt. The prompt is not the left is more violent. The prompt is who is more violent, the left or the right. And I made sure that like that is the prompt so that we didn't get into this.
But
like,
if you don't have the facts,
who has the positive position here, blah blah blah. That like we both come in with a positive.
But Tom, the question is empirical. You know, it fundamentally is a statistical empirical question. A statistical empirical question that requires like immense amounts of precision and laying out the terms and what they mean. Like, what is included? Is it the number of incidents? Is it the number of participants in the incidents? Is violence extended to this? What counts as political violence? What are we defining as the left and the right? Does that include socialism, communism? Because you're talking about Democrats and most communists, like, you know, so
yeah, but that's
all of that is very narrow.
I explained that the main study that I'm using, one of the things that you said is that I said that all other studies are bullshit. I didn't say this. I said that I agreed that like the APAC one and there was one other, I forget that.
Okay,
that
sorry
I
if I
was
exaggerated.
bullshit. I said there was one specifically that I liked, and that was the Cato Institute one, and that they specifically use convictions. So not just arrests, not just like, oh,
right, but like
that's the thing. It's not subjective.
But the thing is, that's a problem, Tom, because
convictions.
That's a huge undercount of the violence that exists, right? That's the first objection that I would raise. Like Tom, so I'm going to play the part of Rob. Tom just walked in with a study on convictions, but everyone knows that like convictions don't mean shit. Convictions, there's probably like 0.1% of all the violence that happens in this country at all results in convictions under law. There are not enough resources to count on that. So Tom's study sucks. And let me be Rob for a second. And everyone knows that the institutions are stacked against Republicans. They'll go after Republicans and let Democrats go. And so, of course, you know, if he's going to read this study or whatever, it's going to overrepresent Democrats because of the structural biases against Republicans. Like that's the kind of shit where, you know, it is a statistical empirical question. And if we're not prepared to have an in the weeds discussion, we're just not prepared to have that conversation. If I were you, I also would be unprepared to make that case. Like I would not in that discussion. I'm telling you, I wouldn't take an affirmative stance on which side. I would be like, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced either side. And I think it's his case. I would do the Andrew Wilson thing because the thing is, that's my actual position. That's my level of certainty. And the one thing you can't do, in my opinion, and again, I'm not saying you did this, you might actually have access to all that stuff. The one thing I think that is always wrong is taking a position that you can't prove or that you don't actually believe. It's just always a recipe for disaster.
That's my point, though. That's my point, though, is that like I have gone over the data. I had 3 debates that week on the same exact topic. I can't just sit there and be like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. You have to make the case. Like, well, no, I just finished 3 fucking debates where I'm clearly like citing the data, going over it for long periods of time, and explaining that the right is blatantly more violent by every single study that exists on this. And so there isn't like you're asking me to argue a position that I don't believe in, that I do believe the left does commit more incidents
In
of
virtue
violence,
of the
they
studies that
do
you've
engage
seen,
in more
yeah,
property destruction.
you've seen those studies, but like you don't have a sophisticated, recall of them in the moment, right? You're given this 5 minutes before, you vaguely recall this being your position, but you're not prepared to discuss them, right? And I know you're willing to concede them in the moment for whatever reason.
I'm not capable of going down incident by incident. So like I did state the amount of right-wing violence versus the amount of left-wing violence over the last 10 years. And then I also stated quoted a different study over the last 22 years.
Mhm.
The one thing that you said that I said, which was that I said it's either the AP or the DOJ. I said it was a AP study using DOJ stats, and that they were there was a separate study that used those two, and I quoted those numbers as well. So like I was able to quote the numbers. I can't quote each incident where he starts saying oh, but what about Raylan Jones who did this and they said he was right wing, but he wasn't, and we got into that. Like there were a number of specific incidents that I did already know that they were going to bring up and that I've already argued as well. And so I knew the details of those, I did know the studies well enough to get into the minutia of it. We don't have the study in front of us to where I can actually present the numbers and be like, look at this, look at that. Like I can't, he has to take my word for it as I'm, quoting numbers.
The truth is like, he doesn't have a sophisticated statistical background. And the question being presented is fundamentally an empirical one for which reliance on some expert or methodology is necessary. And I think that, okay, even if you wanted to concede that, just be like, nobody cares about the number of incidents because some are so minor that no one's minds like that's not what we're talking about. If you want to do that, I don't agree with it, but if you want to do that, that's fine. I would just pummel him on the methodology and his epistemological standard, namely the fact that he says, I don't trust any study. It should immediately raise alarm bells, and you'd be like, okay, well, how do you know? You say that we just know that they do more violence. In virtue of what? Like, why do you know they do more violence, Rob? We just know it. And he'll just be like, we'll see it. He'll name off things like, well, hang on, Rob. Do you think that just because you can name off more of those, that it is the case that there are more of those? And put him on defense. He was asking you questions 95% of the time. Yeah,
no,
he controlled the conversation.
Okay, so when I say that there are criticisms that I'm willing to accept, that is one of them that I'm totally willing to accept. Is for the first half of the debate, I definitely allowed him to be pushing me the entire time. The second half, I am pushing him. I am digging into anything that he says and holding him to it. But for the first half, I was definitely playing defense the entire time and switched it up later on. But one of the things, so I watched probably 15 minutes of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. I was I was doing my best.
Hold on, wait.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying I only watched 15 minutes of you reviewing the debate. You only made it about 2 minutes through the actual debate in that 15 minutes. So I was just listening to mainly you talk about one part of it. And it was, and then I saw what you said, the Rob Noah afterwards. But the other part that you were stuck on was that and this is why I was saying that it almost came off like you were a hater, is that
I'm not a hater.
Okay, I'm telling you why I said this.
Okay.
There was a part where he asks me, why would you say that everybody at January 6th should have been arrested? And I said, because all of them were trespassing. And I think each and every single person who was charging towards the Capitol and helping the people get in and helping overwhelm the police, they are all part of the process and part of breaking the law and part of the insurrection. And he says, okay, so then should everybody on May 20th or March 20th or whatever, I don't know the date, but March 20th,
the May 29th,
should they
May 30th,
also be arrested?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, the BLM going in the White House.
Yeah, what did I say?
Said, yes. And you're like, you said,
yeah,
wow,
why?
There's no way you should agree with
why?
this. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so because when I say, this is why I think everybody on January 6th should be arrested. And he says, okay, so then should all of these people be arrested on May 20th? And I say yes. I feel like, okay, so then is obviously saying, I'm taking your logic and I'm applying it to this. So therefore, we're talking about everybody who was charging forward towards the White House, everybody who helped them get in, everybody who helped overwhelm the police, everybody who trespassed. Yes, I think all of those people should be arrested.
They didn't
Not
charge
each and
the
every
White
single
House.
person who's just standing
No,
there
no, no.
holding the sign.
But Tom, you realize they didn't charge the White House. They like went through some barricades and like were walking towards the fence. Yes, they like kicked down some barricades, like I don't know, meters away from the White House. There was never an attempt.
I don't know anything about this scenario.
So don't concede things. I know that you're. I understand.
He
like
said,
you're accepting his
inside of the White House. So
yeah, he is.
So based on his framing, yes, I'm saying based
and
on
he
that,
said
yes.
Molotov cocktails when I've already debunked him on that. Like you just can't let this guy, put any factual predicate without you questioning it. And if he says something, like his interpretations of fact are suspect at best. I mean, his recounting of the May event is so ludicrous, so stupid, so silly that he'll get lefties who aren't familiar with it to concede like an equivalence on Jan 6th. But you just got to be like, listen, I've never heard of this incident. I'm not going to accept your representation of it. If it's the case that they got into the White House ground, obviously they should be charged. But I'm not going to, just because you say it doesn't mean it happened. That's what you should say. I mean, like, really, you should not ever accept, and you should make it clear to the audience, like, listen, I've never heard of this event, and I am not going to comment on its factualness. I will just say I would, of course, apply an even standard. It's just like, I've never heard of this charging of the White House. Guess what? Because it didn't fucking happen.
Yeah, well, I did say, like, if they did X, Y, and Z, I sure, like, but I don't know much about this. And he's, oh, bullshit. You know about this. Don't, like, you guys always pretend
That's
you don't know
Rob.
about
Yeah,
this shit when it comes up. But I don't know. Like, I keep hearing him and Tim Pool bring up the scenario where they firebombed the White House.
Yes.
That's always
because they're liars. And I debunk them
House.
every single time. And they don't even read the one report that sets out even a cursory amount of facts. You should, like, if you're going to engage on that level, think about, like, if you knew about the incident. You obviously didn't, but and I don't blame you because
I've looked into it before. I just don't remember it. I've definitely gone over the details before and debated it before. I just don't remember it.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
It seems, this is what somebody would say, like, wow, it seems less serious, right? Because Trump said it wasn't serious and it was no big deal and everything was like that there was no threat whatsoever.
I did. We went over that. Yeah.
Trump was in charge of the DOJ and like they didn't do any prosecutions. He certainly it seems like if there's any badness in equivalent application of the law, assuming that's what we're even talking about, whatever the fuck, then that's falls on Trump. He's part of the causality that led to the less prosecutions of these people. But the truth just is that there is just no equivalence because there was no attempt to kill Trump or charge the White House. They fucking like went through a barricade. Give me a break.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, like I didn't know enough about it. So I was saying, like, yes, if they charged the White House, if they did this, then yes, like obviously. And I'm just trying to say that, like, yes, obviously, if they're in the same circumstance, whether they're on the right or the left, like engaging in the same illegal conduct, like I'm going to say that they ought to be held to the same standard. Now he later was saying that I was saying that everybody who was peacefully protesting there also should have been arrested. And it seemed to be that that was your take as well, is that like in the moment I'm saying that even the peaceful protesters who were just standing there doing nothing wrong also should have been arrested. Whereas I feel like when he says, so then the same thing on May 20th, I'm thinking, well, okay, then obviously we're taking the same logic and applying it, saying everybody who charged towards them and trespassed and broke the law. Like, yes,
I don't remember what exactly you said or what I said in response to it. We can definitely take a look at it at some point. But so maybe it's a case that I took like the wrong representation of your view and accepted whatever Rob's framing was. I don't recall that.
Yes, that is what it felt like. I don't think I can pull it up. I think it's behind members only. But
oh no, I don't do that anymore.
When I say like I watched like 15 minutes, and I think you went over like 2 minutes of it. You even played it like numerous times, and And that was like the
that's
only real
possible,
part that I
Tom.
ended up watching you go over.
I'll take a look at it. I don't remember that part, I will say. But I promise you, I'm not a hater. I want you to win. I don't respect the way Rob debates, and I always like to see him knock down a peg. But the way to do that, in my experience, is wrangling him and limiting him and pushing questions towards him, and because he will try to be slippery and he will try to do equivocations, and you need to really just track what he's doing. Like whenever he puts your character in issue, you got to be like, oh, I didn't think we were here to debate whether I'm a hypocrite. I thought the debate was this or that, because he will, I think, selectively abuse those, the nature of the proposition, and even just the framing of the whole debate. Like, did you really want to have a debate about political violence from either side? It doesn't seem like something that super interests you from a statistical point of view. From a statistical point of view,
Oh yes.
it interests you.
Yeah, that's why that was like that's why it was like my fifth debate on the topic. Yes, after the whole thing with like Charlie Kirk and the amount that everybody was running around saying that the left is violent and that this is like the left is so violent that we have to go to war with them and blah blah blah. Well, every single study, every single stat on this proves the exact opposite. That by far and away, the right engages in somewhere from 70 to 90% of political violence. And so there's no way that you guys can be pointing at the left when it is by far you guys, and especially when Trump is in office, there is even more political violence from the right.
Rob picks his prompts carefully. He tries to, and he just wants to be able to wax poetically about how the left is violent for 2 hours, and it's just an extension of the kind of monologue that he runs on his show, which he adjusts periodically and whatever. But yeah, no, as I recall it, I just wish, because so much of his argumentation. Which, one second, I gotta respond to this. Give me 1 second. Lunch is good. Got it. My bad. Where was I? I said Rob chooses his prompts.
Chooses, prompts.
Yeah, like I think that he likes
Initially,
to.
I was the one who
Yeah.
suggested the topic.
Oh, you did.
And they said, do you want to do this, like weeks earlier? And they're like, do you want to do this? And then a couple days later, I was like, you know what? I have like 3 more debates that week that are scheduled on the same topic. I don't know that I want to do the same topic for like the 20th time. And so maybe not that. If we can find something else, that would be better. And they said, okay, we'll look into it. And then just, never came back with anything else. And
Got it.
And so then, on that day when they brought it back up, I was like, all right, I guess this is the thing that I know a lot about and that I've debated a bunch. So why not?
Well, listen, if at some point you want to walk through the debate together, either the debate or my review of it, I would love to do that. I think that would be fun. You just let me know. I promise you I'm not here.
Okay.
I love me some Tom Tent. There's never a moment where I'm not cheering you on.
Well, yes, in this case, it is hard for me to recall exact moments, but from yes, from what I'm saying, and that's why I'm saying like some of the analysis just seems like layman analysis, where I feel like okay, so then blah blah blah, like this is blatant, like applying the logic that I just gave,
Okay,
and then you play it 3 or 4 times.
All right, Tom, you pissed me off. I'm layman analysis. That's what did it. So now I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Just stay around. Stay around. Layman analysis. You piece of shit. Let's take a look. Sees. We'll get this all squared away. And it was so. What was the phrase that you picked? You said. What did you just say, by the way? You said so something. My bad. Are you there?
But he was. We were talking about the January 6th versus, was it March 20th, May 20th, the BLM like rushing the White House apparently, or not rushing the White House, but
talking with counterpoints.
Or January 6th versus that.
Election night. Definitely. Reviewing debate, read Trump. That can't be it. Let's just take a look. Okay, no, not that. Oh, found it. All right. Okay. This. All right. And I'm going to share my screen so we can watch together. Is that cool?
Yep.
You piece of shit.
Hmm.
Ah. Transcript. Control F. I'll share with you. Let's see. So we should Control F for like May, right?
Yeah, I might even have the exact
We have the
clip
timestamp.
here. Hold on.
For example, march into the Capitol, and some of those people do have treasonous and insurrectionist expectations once they get in there.
So you can Control F insurrectionist expectations.
In for whatever reason, it's not picking up. Is there anything else nearby?
Helping that, especially when everybody's chanting things.
Especially when?
Hang Mike Pence.
Worth X amount of. I don't even think it. Let's see. Pence doesn't show up. Let's see.
From my understanding, there were like 3 different days that you reviewed this. So
there were multiple days I reviewed it.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. A good alleged it in there. And what they're really like is
I think it was on the 18th, maybe
make the
November 18th.
November 18th. Oh, okay, so I have November 16th, so it was November 18th. All right. Okay. Commitment. Oh, I did. Okay.
Comes in and just lets all.
All right, let's see. And then I'll do this, and then I'll do this. Hang Mike Pence, you said, right?
Yep.
Okay, got it. And I'll share the screen. And I'll do this, and I'll do this. I'll do this. And I'll share with you. Share my screen. Boom. All right. Ready?
Yes.
Okay.
To make it easier for.
All right, we're gonna back up a little bit. Fucking understand what this motherfucker is saying?
Because I wish I had that. So, well, thank you so much, Temple, and suck a dick. How's that? Anyway, continue.
Yeah, if I'm part of a mob that is helping overwhelm the Capitol Police to make it easier for a bunch of people to charge into the Capitol, and some of those people do have treasonous and insurrectionist expectations once they get in there, if I am part of helping that, especially when everybody's chanting things like hang Mike Pence or stop the steal, then yes, I am part of this action, and they should have had years.
So then everyone that was there May 30th should have got years in prison.
100%.
Okay, but they
don't say that. What the fuck? Wait, please don't concede that, Tom. Not everyone who's outside in public areas near the White House where crimes happen deserve to be put in prison. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
This is the layman analysis?
Yes, not everyone who is near where crimes happen. He just said, everything I just named is a crime. And then he says, okay, so then what happened on May 30th?
So you accept? So
all of them should have
don't
been
say
arrested as
that.
well.
What the? So let's just get it right
Steal,
now.
then yes, I am part of helping that, especially when everybody's chanting things like "Hang Mike Pence" or "Stop the steal." Then yes, I am part of this action, and they should have had years.
So
not
then
3
everyone,
months.
so everyone that was there May 30th should have got years in prison.
So everyone that was there May 30th should have been put in prison. Okay, that's the question. All right, agreed.
Well, he says, and so
Hang on.
everyone who's there May 30th
So?
should. The reason I'm, and so.
All right, let me just make sure he says and so.
Of this action, and they should have had years.
So
not
then
3
everyone,
months.
so
You agree he doesn't say and? He says so, right?
Okay, yeah, so. Okay, yes, so
Okay.
everyone, yes.
All right. So let's.
or "Stop the steal." Then yes, I am part of this action, and they should have had years.
so
not
then
3
everyone,
months.
so everyone that was there May 30th should have got years in prison.
So everyone that was there May 30th should have been put in prison, and your answer is
100%.
Okay, but
100%, not qualified. Yes, if they did that, you just said 100% they should be. So do you think it's unreasonable
Sure,
for me to
I'm saying that
say
if
that
he
you're
says-
assuming his facts?
Well, when you say I'm
So
accepting
the
facts
question
of,
and
like,
answer
the
are
fact
as
that
follows.
People committed
So
crimes.
everyone who was, I know, but you didn't say that. You just had an unqualified yes. Now maybe that's what you meant, is assuming they did crimes, but I don't think that that's part of the question and answer. And you can't assume people will hear that. He's asking you an actual event. Everyone who was there on May 30th should be charged. That's like thousands of people, or at least hundreds of people.
I would agree. Maybe I wouldn't expect the layman to hear that.
Yo,
I would expect
fuck,
somebody
no,
like he
what
says,
are you,
"Oh, then
what are you
yes,
talking about?
yes."
Hang on. So
Everybody's chanting things like "Hang
hang on.
expectations" once they get in.
Hang on. Let's go back a little more. I'm gonna just go back a minute. Any of these motherfuckers are nonviolent. We had to cash out what we mean by. Wait, what's that? You don't care if they're violent? Oh, wait. Let's go back a little.
In total. I had like 10-year sentences. There's people with 5-year sentences. But again, most of the people at January 6th, even the ones who went inside, had I think an average of 3 months in total.
you mean the nonviolent people?
Yeah, even nonviolent.
Oh, so you're comparing nonviolent to the violent ones that got arrested in BLM. So they don't
care if they're violent.
You don't care if they're violent? Oh no, Tom. The proposition is about violence. Tom. You should just be like, hey, I think breaking and entering is violent no matter what. If someone broke into your home, would you say it's violent? So don't concede that any of these motherfuckers are nonviolent. We had to cash out what we mean by violent here. But then also, the proposition is about whether it's violent, so you should care about it. Bruh.
Yeah, so I apologize.
Yeah,
for that. So sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead, you continue.
Yeah, I don't care
Oh,
if they're
sorry,
violent.
Anthony. Sorry,
go.
go.
One more time. We got a soup chat just that.
Hope
Good
your
job.
Tuesday was
By the
better.
way, chat, y'all are doing a really good job when I'm interrupting. There's time in your chat. Keep it up. We need the money. Money now, money please. We don't have any APAC backers over here, so I need the money. And by I mean Reggie.
Jake Paul did not
Why
win.
is everyone
Shitting on
Spend a lot of money making
IPAC.
this event, and he did it for you, the chat. So yeah, thank you so much for reading the super chat. Gifts, please don't read this. Those convenient time possible for all. Well, that's
Does anyone understand what this motherfucker is saying?
because I wish I had read that. So well, thank you so much, Pentuple, and suck a dick. How's that? Anyway, continue.
Yeah,
Good
if I'm
one.
part of a mob that is helping overwhelm the Capitol Police to make it easier for a bunch of people to charge into the Capitol, and some of those people do have treasonous and insurrectionist expectations once they get in there. If I am part of helping that, especially when everybody's chanting things like "Hang Mike Pence" or "Stop the steal," then yes, I am part of this action, and they should have had years.
So
not
then
3
everyone,
months.
so everyone that was there May 30th should have got years in prison.
100%.
Okay, but
You're accepting his facts, aren't you?
I think it is obvious that he is taking the logic that I just used and applying it to what it is that happened on May 30th.
Yeah,
I feel like that is blatantly obvious.
Yeah, misapplying, but you're the one who has the obligation to say, assuming that's what happened, then yes. Assuming that the standard I apply, then yes.
Yes,
but,
yes.
But his
yes,
question
that
is meant to fuck with you and doesn't sometimes he will say things like so but it doesn't apply. And it's up to you to say the qualifier and the condition.
I agree with that.
Yeah. That's my point. Is
that
like
was not said.
anyone hearing
That was not said. I agree with that. I agree that I should have given more clarification and said like immediately like, oh no. I like if they were
okay, so
violent.
then what about my so then what am I wrong about? So
but you're admitting it right there. You're saying yes, I I agree. He is giving like a trick question that is supposed to make it sound as though this is what you're saying, but you don't say that. That's not in the analysis. That's not in the explanation. It's explained later on in the debate where we get back into it, and he's like, "You said everybody who was there should have been arrested." I was like, "Wait, no." I said,
You did
I said
say
applying the
that.
logic
Wait, no,
of
you
what happened
said
at
it.
January
No, you
6th.
didn't say that. You wish you said
Hold on.
that.
Okay.
You wish you said that. You didn't say that.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Again, I am saying that with his wording, that is what he's asking. Now, he may be asking it that way so that other people may not think that that's what he's asking. But based on the wording, when he says that I say this is what happened at January 6th, and then he says, so these people here should also be arrested, he is saying we're taking your logic here and applying it there. That is what he's saying. We agree that's what he's saying. Yes.
No, we don't. No, well, no, he's
Yes?
not. No. So let me give you.
Okay, then that is the disagreement.
Let me give you an example, right? So if you said something like this, you're like, if someone lies to Congress, that's a crime and they should go to jail. And then he asks, so you admit James Comey should go to jail? And you're like, yes. What just happened?
Well, I would be implying that James Comey lied.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yes, so he is applying the same logic. No, so we agree. So I don't know why you said no. The answer is
that
yes.
would
We
be a
agree
problem.
He is applying the logic from January 6th to May 30th.
No, he is misapplying it, and your answer isn't capturing the qualification.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about misapplying right now. We're talking about the fact that he is applying the logic that I used, not whether or not it appropriately applies, whether or not he is applying the logic from January 6th to May 30th. Yes, that is what he's saying.
He is referencing what you just said as a standard, and is definitely attempting to have the pretense that your logic or whatever your argument or set of conditions by which something would be justified from the previous sets of sentences is applying to this new fact pattern, no doubt. But that's not my critique. The critique is it doesn't apply to the factual circumstances of May. Or do you?
I understand.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I don't know why you're frustrated. Sorry. I'm trying to understand.
Because I just asked you a minute ago. You agree that he is applying the logic that I used from January 6th to May 30th. And you said, no, I don't agree with that. Now you are agreeing with this.
So
he is applying the logic.
Wait.
Not the circumstances don't apply. They are not applicable.
He is purporting to, or by saying so, right? But like he's not actually applying it,
correct.
Right? That's what I mean. Like
okay. Again, I don't know the circumstances of May 30th. So you're saying they are not applicable, but I'm saying the logic of who ought to be arrested, that is what he's applying.
And yeah, whatever standard you laid out is what he's purporting to apply, pretending to apply.
Okay, and according to his circumstance, where people did do that, those people would also be arrested according to that logic, right?
Yeah, assuming it were true.
Okay. Yes, and in this debate, I am assuming that it is true.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't come across though.
Not everybody there committed crimes, but that is the logic that we're using. Is the people who committed crimes.
Okay, but you might have wished that you said that like I'm taking your facts as given, but you just gave an unambiguous answer to an unambiguous question. So for example, I'll give it to you again. Like you say, this is you, Tom. Lying to Congress is a humongous deal. I mean, we have our Congress and they need to be there in order to like ascertain facts. And if you lie to Congress, you're not letting them do their legislative and democratic purpose. And so lying to Congress is a very humongous deal. And I honestly think everyone who lies to Congress should be charged. And then Rob comes in and says, okay, so you admit Comey should have been charged. And then you say, yes. In that circumstance.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
You're
saying it's not applicable.
Yeah. So my critique isn't that your logic isn't sound or that I wouldn't agree with your charging logic or whatever. It's that the facts in the circumstance are wrong.
But you immediately say that not everybody there broke the law, right?
Right.
But the logic that I'm using doesn't apply to people who didn't break the law. So let's flip it around. Let's say that he, with his scenario, okay, he gives the scenario where he says all of these people charged into the White House, they firebombed the White House, and I think that everybody who did that all of the BLMers who did that. And who helped overwhelm the police and charge towards the White House. Anybody who was part of helping this happen should have been arrested. And then I say, and so then you think that, so then you think that everybody at January 6th should be arrested. And he says, yes. Would you stop it and be like, Rob, there were people who didn't trespass on January 6th. There were people who were just standing there holding signs, peacefully protesting. No, you would know that we're only talking about the people who supposedly helped overwhelm the police and charge towards the Capitol. That is, it only applies to the people who are breaking the law, not anybody else. But you said not everybody there broke the law.
Yeah, but
well,
Rob's question, Rob's question did not have the qualifications and conditions that you claim that he had. His question was everyone who was there on May 30th in public places where they were largely
everyone
authorized.
Who was there.
Yeah, like that's his question and answer. So what do you think my problem is with your answer? Do you think my problem with your answer is that I don't agree with the logic?
I think your problem is that it's not applicable.
No,
facts. I think that your problem is that it's not applicable. Yes, with the facts.
Yeah. So,
but
what and you agree with that?
Even
if you agree with that critique, right? So yeah, you agree with that critique.
Yes, I agree that I again, I don't know much about this. So assuming what you're saying is true, that what I should have said in the last with the conversation with him, assuming what you're saying is true, then yes, I agree with that. But
so which part of my critique do you not agree
the problem
with?
That I'm having,
what did I say here that you don't agree with? The notion that like I'm not saying that your logic wouldn't apply to those people. My issue is that the way you answered it was declarative and total and unambiguous to a factual predicate, which isn't the case. That's my problem, not with your like logic underneath it. It's clear that I'm identifying the problem is that
I think the implication of his question is that he is applying the logic. And so therefore we are only talking about the people who committed crimes. That he is not saying, hey, you said that all of the people who committed crimes on January 6th should be arrested. So then you're saying everybody on May 30th should be arrested, meaning everybody who didn't commit crimes as well. There's no way anybody listening to that thinks he is saying, oh, you just gave me this logic where only people who commit crimes are getting arrested.
Everyone thinks
I now also think you're committing, you're also wanting people who didn't commit crimes to be arrested. There's no way.
I think everyone that most people who hear that sound like what your position is that the people on May 30th who were there all deserve to be arrested because that's what you answered yes to 100%. And you might say, well, what I meant, so the more accurate thing is provided that they fulfilled my standard, then yes, that's the right answer, right?
Yeah, sure. I think that's implied. I agree that
it's not implied.
It's trying to like.
Yeah, no, he's trying to fuck with you, but it worked because it'll confuse people. Right. So
yes, but you're not explaining that. You don't say that. So again, it is clarified later into the debate that's obviously not what I was saying. But you say Tom is not everybody committed crimes.
So then everyone that was there May 30th should have got years in prison.
100%.
Okay, but they.
But here I would listen to what I take issue with. Don't say that. What the fuck? Wait, please don't concede that, Tom. Not everyone who's outside in public areas near the White House where crimes happen deserve to be put in prison. What the fuck? And when you say that, you don't come off as fair. Rob's not going to be like, okay, at least you're fair. No, he's going to say, well, they weren't. And so there's a two-tiered system of justice. And you're admitting that the left is getting punished less. Don't concede things just willy-nilly because you think that they're going to be like good concessions to appeal to the fair. You should be asking the questions of Rob. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't understand what you think I did wrong there. So what you think what you're saying is it was clear based on how you answered it that you were conditioning your answer of yes, 100% on the set of factors that you described that were frankly very specific to January 6th. that it's clear.
Do you remember why we just played that clip?
Yeah.
Just now. Why did you hit play?
Yeah, to look at my commentary and seeing what part of it you disagree with, right?
No, I had already claimed what I disagreed with. I said you did not explain that in your critique.
Explain what?
You said yes, I did. Here, I'll hit play.
No.
That he is saying something that is obvious. That seems obvious that he is applying my logic. That it implies that he is applying the logic that I just used for January 6th to May 30th. But that you don't say that anywhere. You just say, Tom, why are you conceding this? Don't concede this.
Yeah, it sounds like to a reasonable listener, I think, that you're conceding the factual predicate and making a statement that's not conditional on fulfilling the standard, but assuming that it fulfills the standard and actually saying that, therefore, these people deserve to be in jail. That's what it seems like. I think most people listen to that think Tom thinks that these people deserve to be put in prison but weren't. You know? You could think different. I think most people who listen to that, and that's my objection, come away from it thinking, yeah, Tom agrees with Rob that these people deserve to be charged but weren't. And you're saying that most people wouldn't take that away.
I've already agreed with the most people.
Yeah, so like I listening to that.
You are most people, is what you're saying. You're saying you're most people.
No,
you're saying you're a layman?
Wait.
That's what I agree. I agree.
Wait,
No, I agree. We agree now.
We
don't need to continue.
Wait, Tom, come on. Hey, what should I have said differently? I should have said, what? That Tom is being tricked? Or bamboozled?
That the way that Rob is asking the question, this obviously implies that he is applying the logic from January 6th to May 30th. And that and he doesn't bring that again, he doesn't act as though that's what I said until way later. And that's when we correct this. But that it seems as though he is applying the logic from January 6th to May 30th, and that I am just being consistent with my logic, whereas he's trying to make it sound as though I'm saying that people who didn't commit crimes should also be arrested.
I think that my issue here, as expressed, is that it sounds like you're conceding the factual predicate. And I understand that in your mind that like there is that conditionality that it fulfill the standard, and let me think. But I think my issue starts and ends with how it appears to someone listening to it, which is that you're.
Okay.
Is that okay? I don't. I'm sorry that I reacted badly.
I don't necessarily. It's no. I don't want you to be sorry. I'm not. I'm just the. Okay. When a bunch of people watch somebody say, I don't care that Charlie Kirk got murdered. I think it's wrong that somebody murdered him, but I don't really care that somebody did it. He was a piece of shit. Do you think that it's odd that the layman would look at that and say, this person celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
Is it odd that the layman would say he celebrated? Yes.
Yes. You do. Okay. So I don't think that's odd. I think that that's kind of what it comes off as. I think that that's kind of how it feels.
Celebrate?
As though they're celebrating, yes, that they're happy that
maybe,
say,
maybe.
I don't care know. That he died.
I don't really know what they would say about it. Yeah.
I think even I watched maybe 5-10 minutes of you debating Destiny the other day. Mm-hmm. And at one point he was talking about the fact that Denham's celebrated the CPS getting called on. That obviously
that was a rough moment. That was a rough moment for him.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, it is ridiculously not true. But like you didn't end up like holding him to it. He ended up getting to like weasel out of it, and move on. Like
Oh yeah,
he pretended he had
I
another clip, and then just like
yeah,
ran
I
away
was
from it.
letting him go
And
a
for me,
mile a minute.
reviewing this,
He was desperately
yes,
coming
for me
from one thing
reviewing
to
this,
another. It was
I'm like,
pathetic.
yes, for me reviewing this, I'm sitting there like, hey, obviously not celebration. Nowhere fucking close. This is a ridiculous thing. This is like a MAGA argument. The fact that he's trying to like say Pisco's doing the MAGA argument when really Destiny's doing the MAGA argument here
Yeah.
about Charlie Kirk. Like this is kind of ridiculous. But you don't make that case and you don't hold him to it. And so like I to the layman, maybe you seem like you can see that Destiny wins. Denham celebrated it and moved on. But if I'm reviewing this, yes, I'm making the case that like, yeah, Destiny's wrong here. Like this is a ridiculous point to make, and that's that he's just able to like bring up 20 fucking points one after another afterwards.
Yeah, I think
to where it's hard to like hold him to that one fucking point.
I think the aftermath speaks for itself. Like the fact that the conversation is not regarding substantive like oh, it's so clear that Denham's falls in the standard, but instead it's a conversation about the propriety of doxing, indicates what the takeaway from that conversation was, which was the sheer absurdity of the standard being offered. And because everyone, I mean, think about it really. What is everyone talking about afterwards? Is whether or not, culpability of doxing, which was exactly the point that I prepared for in the sense of where I wanted to steer. And I was letting him go a mile a minute, saying all these like ridiculous things and attacking my character at various different opportunities. And I think the results speak for themselves. Now, people can cope and say that the specific Denham's points made any sense whatsoever, or that in the exchange regarding the violence stuff, where it's like, oh no, it has to be. What did he say? He was like, imagine that you were like planning things that weren't jokes, but they weren't strictly speaking conspiratorial plans or anything like that, and you don't think I would change my behavior after that, as though the watching of the Bad and Banana video were anything like that. I think it speaks for itself, and I was very comfortable letting that be the state of the conversation. That said, if you think that I should have stopped right away and been like, wait, do you admit you're wrong there? I mean, he was I think he was emotional, and I think that he, wasn't about to be hemmed in by my attempts to be like, well, no, answer my
Well,
question
3
first.
times he said he had sources, and then afterwards was like,
Yeah.
and then finally
That speaks
said,
for
"Oh, I'm sending you
itself.
this one Denham's video."
Yeah, it
But
speaks
then
for
was like,
itself.
"Oh, you know what? I am a better person than Denham's. We don't need to play this." And I think to a lot of people, they might think, "Oh, well, that was the Denham's proof," but they're not even going over it because they know that he celebrated it there. But that is
his
that is my
condemnation of
feeling in
Kirk?
this debate, is that like a lot of this is that like a lot of this does speak for itself, and I think that like the fact that he doesn't have any data and that I'm the only one quoting data, 2, the fact that he says that he doesn't even believe in data, so even if he had the data there, like he wouldn't believe it, and then 3, the fact that like, yes, like in moments like this where if for some reason he would think that I would state a standard for who's going to be arrested, but then he thinks it makes sense to apply a totally different standard to another thing that's similar to it, that would speak poorly on him, not me.
Okay, so
if I say yes, everybody at March 30th should be arrested, I think to anybody, they would think like, oh, he's applying the same standard. Tom's going to be consistent on this and apply the same standard, not immediately after apply a totally different standard to something that Rob is saying is similar. I would think, yeah, most people would look at that and be like, oh, yeah, he's being consistent on his standard and Rob's not testing it.
But look at the difference here, in my opinion, and you tell me what you think. Assume that what had happened was that Steven said, so you condemn Denham's for celebrating CPS? And I say yes. Versus me saying, well, I don't know that she did that. Show me that. Don't you see a huge difference in those two? Now, I could come up later and quote and say, well, I just assumed his facts, and so I didn't really see it. And a reasonable viewer watching it would have known that I was just only applying the standard, assuming the facts were true. But like, don't you agree that it like is highly relevant if I answer a direct question, assuming a factual predicate, and it goes without any qualification? Usually what I'll say is something like,
Yes.
the entire conversation with Hutch.
Yeah.
The entire conversation with Hutch was like questioning the factual predicate that she saw specific chats. And so I encourage you not to grant factual circumstances, except to the extent to be like, and at every juncture in which you are assuming said facts, to make it clear that it is an assumption. That's the only thing. That's kind of what
I've conceded this numerous times, as I'm saying that yes, like I should have like restated my full position there to say like yes, if that happened, then anybody who broke the law should have been arrested. Again, I was talking about the analysis and what it is that somebody who's reviewing this, what somebody who's going over this, what
don't you think someone watching my analysis would?
Do
you think that someone watching my analysis would understand that my analysis pertains to the factual predicate, not it not being clear that it's wrong? Don't you think that you would get that from observing it?
I would get that you also think that that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that what you're saying there is what you said.
So again, yes. So again, that is my issue. We keep going off on to this other thing. That is what I keep saying, is that was my issue, was the analysis and whether or not you think that if somebody says, and so right after hearing my logic for one thing, and then saying, well, for A to B, then you would do the same thing. That is what I'm saying, is that if the analysis is you also think that I'm saying everybody there should be arrested, even though I just stated a standard where only the people who are committing crimes would be arrested, that if you're also thinking that's what I just said, I don't know how you would also come to that conclusion.
My conclusion is in the debate that what was said was what was said. And I understand that you probably don't know about the factual circumstances of May 30th, whatever, and you're taking Rob at good faith on his facts, for sure. And I think that if you knew about it, like I'm telling you now, I believe and agree with you that you'd be like, oh, then my standard doesn't apply because the conditions aren't met.
I'm sorry, you're doing it again. We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether or not he would be applying the same logic of people who committed crimes would be arrested. Therefore, people who committed crimes would be arrested. Not people who committed crimes would be arrested. Also, in this other case, people who didn't commit any crimes and did absolutely nothing wrong would also be arrested. Just because he said all the people at May 30th would be arrested, that we would then include people who didn't commit any crimes, when it seems obvious he is applying my logic.
You're saying that you think that I'm implying that your standard is anyone in a vicinity who committed crimes should be arrested.
I'm saying that is my standard, and that you are instead thinking I'm saying people who didn't commit crimes should be arrested.
You think that I think that you think people who didn't do crimes should be arrested.
Yes, that is what you say.
No, isn't it more a better? What do you think? Do you think it's a better interpretation that I'm saying these people didn't do the thing?
Nobody committed any crimes that day.
No, people did commit crimes that day.
Okay. So the people who committed crimes that day would be arrested. There were people at January 6th who did not commit crimes.
Yeah.
There were people who were there who were just holding signs and off in the distance. They didn't trespass. They didn't go past any barriers. They didn't do anything wrong. People on May 30th, some did trespass. Some did commit crimes. I'm saying the logic would also obviously be that we are only applying this to the people who committed crimes. And your statement right after is, but not everybody committed crimes.
Right, but Rob's question was about everyone there at May 30th. I'm trying my okay. I'm not trying to be a bad faith.
He is okay. I'm saying that it seems obvious that he is applying the logic that I just used for January 6th. Yes, Do you
Yeah.
agree on this?
Yeah, he's purporting to.
Okay.
He's
So
he's
applying
claiming
on the
to.
logic.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yes. So if he is applying the logic of what happened on January 6th to May 30th, then the logic would be the people who committed crimes on May 30th would be arrested.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. If it's a similar, he's
Okay.
he's distilling a rule
Yes.
and he's applying it to a bunch of people. Right.
Yes. Okay. So if that's the case, and then you respond, but not everybody committed crimes, Tom.
Yeah. What
You're including people that would not apply to the logic.
that wouldn't
And
apply to
now
the
we're
logic,
saying-
but would apply to what you said in response to his question. Yeah, it wouldn't apply to your logic because it's not true. Your logic is fine, but the answer is wrong.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be difficult. You're right. This was stupid of me.
I just do feel like I feel like what I'm saying is that I agree that I should have restated this. I should have done better. But that Rob is giving a framing that yes, will
Yes,
come
he's
off
being
optically
tricky. He's
as
being
though
an
I am
asshole.
saying, yes, as though I'm saying that people who didn't commit crimes should be arrested. But that I understand people being tricked by this. I would understand laymen being tricked by this, and that like it is surprising when somebody who isn't a layman would be tricked by this. And
What do you think I'm
still
tricked
make
by?
it sound to their audience as though I'm saying the same thing. We just went over it like 10 times that if you think that I'm saying people who didn't commit crimes should be arrested, when it seems obvious he is applying my logic from one to the other, that where only the people who are committing crimes are being arrested, but your response is, but Tom, not everybody committed crimes. Well, if you're saying
It seems to be undermining the factual.
Sounds as though you were tricked.
Well, no, it sounds like I wasn't. It sounds like I'm recognizing that his facts are wrong, and he's gotten you to concede to a set of circumstances, even if your logic wouldn't apply to it. And that's precisely what I'm pointing out.
Okay.
I thought, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe I should have been more clear. I think
I am admitting that I should be more clear. So I'm not putting it as like one or the other. I'm admitting that I should have been more clear. I just think that like as I said earlier, I would think that the response would be like, oh, Rob's wording this in a way as though he's applying Tom's logic, but he's saying all of these people would be arrested. Where a lot of people
it's
are going
not
to hear this
true.
and think
Yeah.
Tom saying people who didn't commit crimes.
Tom, I wish I said that because
it's not applying his logic anymore.
Yes, because Tom, I agree with your logic. I should have been clear here and said the logic is sound. It just Rob is being tricky and the facts aren't there. I should have said it like that.
Okay, I feel like a douchebag going.
No, don't be a douchebag. You're not a douchebag.
Whoops, sorry. I feel like a douchebag going over this little point.
No, it's okay. Hey, no, I mean, my reviews could be better, and sometimes I miss things. I'm serious.
Okay. I just initially wanted to just like make the point and talk about it if there was like a bigger disagreement there, but I think it's shortly after this where I say something about the fact that like his that he doesn't like respect the studies, or he doesn't have any studies, he doesn't listen to them, and you say something like Tom is grasping at straws now. Something.
Should we do that one next?
To try to.
All right, let's do that one.
If it's, I think it's somewhere around the same spot. So.
It's, grasping, firmly grasp it. Wait, I don't see it. Maybe firmly grasp it.
Believe it's the same one.
Okay. Grasp. Oh, the same place?
I thought it was around the same place. It might not be. I think you were in the middle of like, you had moved on to, I think maybe a court case or something like that when I first got there. And I just like rewinded like an hour into the VOD and then clicked at like 2 different spots. So I could be wrong.
Do you recall? So it was like, he's grasping at straws.
There was something about him not
Let me try to do
like
something.
respecting the studies or something like that. But
Let me try to see if I can see this grasping at straws thing. So maybe I fucked this up too.
what was?
Oh, here we go.
Can you send me the link to that?
The message is the most obvious.
Oh, you got it?
Wait, grasping for straws. Thomas was okay. Here we go. I think I have it. I think I can. Let me try to do this.
Left or the right. It's always nice when you're.
Okay. Mantis says this is an autism battle. It's funny. Tom is as pedantic as Pisco. How you doing, Mantis? Hope you're having a wonderful night or morning wherever you are in jolly old New Zealand. Grasping. The message is the most obviously grasping at straws. Okay, let's.
I
The
don't know if
message-
grasping at straws.
Oh, wait, that's
it could
me
be
talking.
reaching or something like that.
I think we might have a winner. Is it Tom at this point? I think you got it. One sec. Like Tom is just at this point grasping for something to shit on Trump for.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
For protesting abortion centers is fucking repugnant. And yet I wouldn't deign to suggest that if I was the neighbor with the firearm, I would have opened abortion.
Not from the self-defense perspective. It's like, why was he there in the first place defending property, right? Putting aside the legality of that, when you take this kind of look of like, well, defend yourself, defend people around you, kind of sounds like you're opening the door for right-wingers to respond, right?
For example, the people that are getting their doors kicked in for protesting abortion centers is fucking repugnant. And yet I wouldn't deign to suggest that if I was the neighbor with the firearm, I would have opened fire on these law enforcement officers.
But when we're talking about whether or not Trump actually did end up bringing back people who were illegally deported, the fact that he did was after like 2 to 3 months of protests happening.
That just doesn't seem responsive to the point that Rob is making. It sounds like Tom is just at this point grasping for something to shit on Trump for. Rob's point has to do with like the propriety of advocating for self-help in the context of government action with which you don't agree. And Tom, even though he stresses that he's not making the point that deadly self-defense would be justified in response to like conceitedly unlawful policy, is once again just going after something on Trump, which doesn't really seem typically responsive. To the extent that it's responsive, it seems to be undermining his claim to the contrary, that what he was talking about was just misidentification, not substantive disagreements in policy. So what about that? Do you not like?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm a little lost on what we're even talking about here. So
from what I recall,
I have obviously misplaced your quote. So it did not apply to what it was that I said. It did, and I'm totally lost on what it is that we were discussing here.
Well, we can watch the debate again.
What were you gonna say?
Well, I think that like the point that you were making related to situations in which, you know, ICE is unmasked or something, or sorry, masked up, and it could justify violence in some instance. And Rob is kind of bringing up an example of when deadly self-defense would not be justified, even though, you know, on policy grounds you think it's a bad idea for, you know, X group to do something. And the response about, you know, Trump bringing people back from illegal deportations seems to relate not to the circumstances under which people are apprehended where it's unclear that they're police, such that a self-defense rationale would be justified, but the situation in which people are apprehended for illegal purposes, as opposed to situations where it's unclear who is who. And so I think that was my point, is that like there's a conflation between the substantive illegality of the cops here, or the government, versus being able to identify who the government actually is for purposes of self-defense. I'm not sure if that is clear, or if it seems to be what the point I'm driving on is that there's a difference, you know, in terms of when violence might be justified in that context, as between the government doing something illegal, where the moment and how to channel that illegality is through like courts of law and process and all that stuff, and situations in which like you don't even know that it's government, and where deadly self-defense might be justified. And so the decisions related to bringing people back who are deported illegally doesn't seem to advance the argument
I'm
of
sorry.
self-defense.
You're saying on whether or not the people that ICE are going to pick up are illegal immigrants, or
No. So they're bringing people back from places that they were deported to illegally. That situation, right, doesn't bear.
you're saying there's processes on
Right,
but the processes were already gone
that
through.
could
The
happen.
Supreme Court already ruled that they had to bring him back, and they didn't. And
Yeah, so I don't
that's the
understand.
scenario.
Yeah,
that we're talking about.
I don't understand why either the Supreme Court ruling that certain deportations are illegal, ordering them back, and Trump doing it eventually, how that bears on issues pertaining to violence.
My understanding was that he was making, from what I remember, he was making the point that because I said protests happened and they did eventually bring them back, he was trying to say that the protests didn't do anything. And I was saying, well, they did eventually bring him back, and it was only after months of protesting. And so he kept trying to get credit to say, but Trump did bring them back. And I was saying, well, he didn't do it just because he did it after 3 months, and after 3 months of people protesting and causing a lot of problems. And so I would have.
Let's press. I went back 5 minutes. I'm going to put it 1.5, and let's see what happens.
Administration
Okay.
is not like with guns. It's in the courtrooms and it's in the ballot box. And so, yeah, I think that's it. It's wise of Rob to like re-bring that up.
Okay, and then have your day in court. Let me read one more super chat, and then I'll turn back to y'all. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Hold on, Nate.
And this is true, by the way, even when cops detain you unlawfully, which they sometimes do, or search you unlawfully. They could be doing something illegal. Doing something illegal doesn't give you the right to deadly self-defense yourself, right? The cop could be blatantly violating the Constitution, and the time to argue that is in front of a judge with your lawyer.
Dollars, like the stream, comment, idiots. All right, go ahead. Thank you so much for that.
The last thing you said is if you think it's an officer and you're being arrested erroneously, that is not the circumstance that I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It seemed that. So this is the kind of stuff I want Tom to do more of, is to not let these kinds of. If that's not what you meant, you need to rebut that like right away. Be like, I'm just talking about misidentification. That's what I'm talking about. So that's good. But I wish it were for more stuff. I wish it were for the point about the concession in the first instance on the violence. I wish it were for some of these different cases where he's like, yeah, all the studies kind of suck, and I don't really know. But like, I wish he was directly rebutting the strongest rhetorical arguments that Rob is presenting.
Look like regular people who are just dragging somebody off, and could be gangsters, could be mobsters, could be
an absolute asinine, absurd position. And again, what we see is so much of arguing with Democrats is them pretending to not understand the fucking truth. There is a 95% chance that when you see ICE, who's wearing these masks, who's wearing the camo, who has handcuffs, who's in this big group, you fucking know that it's a law enforcement action. And what you're doing is,
I agree with you on the context clues. I'm saying that these people in plain clothes, wearing camo, wearing like belts with like tasers and stuff on, that is very different than some of these videos where it's people who are just walking in and grabbing people, zip tying them, and dragging them out.
My advice to you, Tom, is stop being.
That's gonna be snarky.
Howard, you know the areas these are occurring in. Go put your fucking big boy britches on and go stop them.
Well, again, my statement was on whether or not you're standing there and watching as a passive.
But what's the difference?
So go there, Tom. So go there.
There's a major difference on whether or not I'm going to go out and look for people who are possibly going to arrest somebody somewhere that I have no idea.
Do you know where these plainclothes actions are occurring?
I know that I see the videos when they get uploaded and that people are standing there asking them, "Are you guys ICE? Are you guys ICE?"
How many times do you think it occurs in this country a year that people in public go into like restaurants, grocery stores, and groups of men kidnap people in plain day? How many times do you think that happens a year?
I don't know, but I do know that I've seen a woman getting grabbed inside of a Walmart and dragged out, and numerous guys stopped the people.
By law enforcement or by
no, just by guys.
So that happened once. Okay, that's your.
Rob is in complete control of the conversation. He's setting the ground rules. He's asking all the questions. Tom is purely playing defense on conceitedly small number of instances. Not that it isn't important to have these identification rules, but that's not even the point that he's hammering down. It's kind of he's kind of boxed himself into a corner where he's like, well, I guess I would be fighting all these ICE people with my bare hands and guns if I only knew where they were. Like, why even let that be the framing on a discussion about political violence? Tendencies.
Argument. What groups of people do you think would be likely to do that?
Gangsters, most likely. That's the example.
Cartel members.
Sure.
So you're for the deportations?
Yes, definitely.
You are,
of course.
Okay. Well, we wouldn't.
And so now you're conceding that you're in favor of Trump's deportation policy, or at least that's what it sounds like. This is the true liberal surrender hands.
Have to worry about
I voted for Joe Biden, who has the record for a 4-year deportation.
Really?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Really? Because we consider turnaround deportations.
Well, yes, those would also be deportations, but they're stopping people from coming over the border.
No, you are aware that under Biden, the border was the worst that it's ever been by any objective measure.
That is the claim. We needed more people, but that's a different.
You see, it's very interesting, and like you illustrate.
And so now you walk into a discussion about the border. Are you prepared for the discussion, Tom?
Something. I'm glad we decided on this stuff because what you illustrate is that actually, despite all of your fucking hullabaloo, you don't really give a shit about the democratic process. If you don't like the result of it, like someone like Donald Trump and how they're carrying out the law, then you're like, well, I'll stop it with firearms. But the truth of the matter is that you.
Why don't you speak up, Tom? You're like, no, I didn't fucking say that. You're a liar. I never said that. You got to stop him, bro.
I have no fucking right more to do that than I would have to prevent people I thought were engaged in all sorts of unlawful activity under Joe Biden.
And yeah, I mean, like you wouldn't say, would you, that because there's some disorderly conducts or whatever, even smashing into buildings. This is what I was debating often, like with these people who are like deadly self-defense just of property. I understand deadly self-defense where there's a nexus with property in life, such as when you're crossing a threshold into someone's home, right? That's something that I very much agree with. But like, I never have been in favor of deadly self-defense of just property, right? Of just property. And yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea. One of like the main criticisms of Kyle Rittenhouse from the left is not from the self-defense perspective. It's like, why was he there in the first place defending property, right? Putting aside the legality of that, when you take this kind of look of like, well, defend yourself and people around you, kind of sounds like you're opening the door for right-wingers to respond, right?
For example, the people that are getting their doors kicked in for protesting abortion centers is fucking repugnant. And yet I wouldn't deign to suggest that if I was the neighbor with a firearm, I would have opened fire on these law enforcement officers.
But when we're talking about whether or not Trump actually did end up bringing back people who were illegally deported, the fact that he did was after like 2 to 3 months of protests happening.
That just doesn't seem responsive to the point that Rob is making.
Can you go back to what he just said again? I missed it.
That if I was the neighbor with a firearm, I would have
respond, right?
For example, the people that are getting their doors kicked in for protesting abortion centers is fucking repugnant. And yet I wouldn't deign to suggest
putting the door for right-wingers
people
to
who
respond.
get their doors kicked down for abortion centers or whatever.
Right.
For example, the people that are getting their doors kicked in for protesting abortion centers is fucking repugnant. And yet I wouldn't deign to suggest that if I was the neighbor with a firearm, I would have opened fire on these law enforcement officers.
But when we're talking about whether or not Trump actually did end up bringing back people who were illegally deported, the fact that he did was after like 2 to 3 months of protests happening.
That just doesn't seem responsive to the point that Rob is making. It sounds like Tom is just at this point grasping for something to shit on Trump for. Rob's point has to do with like the propriety of advocating for self-help in the context of government action with which you don't agree. And Tom, even though he stresses that he's not making the point that deadly self-defense would be justified in response to like conceitedly unlawful policy, is once again just going after something on Trump, which doesn't really seem typically responsive. To the extent that it's responsive, it seems to be undermining his claim to the contrary that what he was talking about was just misidentification, not substantive disagreements in policy. And so
I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'm waiting to hear what the rest of what my statement
Oh,
was
sure.
there.
Day after day. So these are things that are actually making changes. These are things that are actually
So the
putting
political
pressure on
violence is working.
And that unfortunately, when you put on a conversation about political violence, that's just the question he's going to ask.
Yeah. So okay. So my understanding there was that when he was talking about the abortion centers and stopping people, that he was talking about the protests stopping ICE officers from arresting people, not of like people inside of like stores when somebody gets dragged out by plainclothes officers. And so I was responding to that point because that was my understanding. Is he was saying going to an abortion clinic to stop these things from happening. So I thought he was talking, but yeah, I think I missed what he was analogizing to.
I think what he's trying to suggest is, listen, everyone has disagreements on policy. But that doesn't mean that we want, like, I don't agree with going after people who are protesting abortion centers. That's his characterization, I guess, of what Biden did or whatever. But I would never say like to use self-help in that context. So he's already kind of like mischaracterizing, I think, your point about self-help in the context of misidentification, right? And your response.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about the protests that were impeding officers from arresting illegal immigrants, because that's where the conversation started. And then we got in the middle of that, got into like the Second Amendment thing. And then he brought up, whether or not I should go do it myself, Joe Biden. I said, that's not like relevant to the conversation. And then he said, well, the point is. And so I thought he was like re-summarizing the point about the protests. And I think that, I totally missed it because I thought, I think you're right. He is applying it to the people.
If you listen to it,
an ICE officer.
Oh my God! Wait, what the fuck? Okay, one sec. What do I do? One sec. Okay, if I do this and then I do this, it should be good. One sec. Okay, cool. If you listen to it, right, it sounds like the thing is like Rob is saying, you were saying this violent stuff sometimes is justified against ICE, but listen, I have this disagreement with anti-abortion enforcement shit or whatever, but I would never say that. And then in response you say, but look, they brought Kilmore back. And so you can understand why someone viewing it is like, oh, Tom is justifying violence, right? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking about the protests and I do like, there's a video of later, later in this debate, he says that you were justifying the violence against them, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I didn't though. And it's you were saying they're like, I should have corrected them. There's a compilation of like every time I did correct him over and over and over, where they're like, oh, so the rioting is okay, and I'm like, well, the protests I think are beneficial because blah blah blah, or like every time they would say rioting or violence, I would say the protests is what I said or something like that. And so yeah, there is a compilation of all of that out there where I do this over and over and over, but the the point was not to justify the violence at all.
Okay. I think that you're fair, Tom, and I think that like you were probably referring to a slice of circumstances under which violence might be justified. But I don't think that that's the debate proposition, and I don't think even if you meant it to just be those limited circumstances, I think that like Rob gets the optical whatever of making it feel like you're justifying violence.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he asks outright at some point, "Are you saying that these are justified because of this?" And
You say no?
I say if if I had to choose between people going out and murdering people or engaging in property destruction, I would rather them engage in property destruction than murdering somebody as a type of political violence. But I don't want them to engage in violence
At all.
necessarily. And each time I answer, I don't say at all. Each time I do say like necessarily, or depending on the circumstance or something like that, I do give like things like that, because I don't want to make blanket statements that will say like, every single time this has ever happened, it's always going to be unjustified. It's always going to be wrong. Like, I don't want to make that statement either. So
Yeah.
which I was surprised he didn't push me on. Like, well, when would it be justified?
I thought you only watched 15 minutes. You fucking liar. You liar. Listen.
Like I said, I skipped through 2 different points.
Got it.
And so I only I watched this part and the part before that. I skipped from one point to another.
I guess I'm a tomfoolery snark channel now. So
yeah.
Listen, I wasn't intending
it's
to.
all right. I got a lot of haters.
No, I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater. No, listen. We can review it together at some point. I forget a lot of the points, but if you're interested in it, and I can offer a revision to my review, and then it'll be your official score will be changed.
Okay, but fair enough. I'm happy to go over it. Like I said,
okay.
Like I do have like a lot of criticisms of myself, so I have no issue with you pointing out things that I did wrong and getting into.
Listen, I have a very exacting standard, and sometimes I can be a bit harsh, and so let's chat about it again at some point, and let's see if we want to take some time to review it.
Okay.
Hey, brother.
All right.
I love you, dog. Stay cool, all right? Later, bro.
Later, homie.
Later.
All right, you too. Bye.
What a good guy. How we doing, folks? It's late. I'm sorry that we didn't get through all the arguments. Well, I'll go through them soon. Good times, great oldies. You got to be careful who you critique in this town. I should just be, you know what? Should I play the Game of Thrones and just start like glazing the right people and just making my opinion whatever gets me the most clout? Maybe I should do that. Just be like, fuck this stupid guy. Maybe I should just be clout pilled. Make sure Tom is praised. My favorite comment was, "This isn't boring." Become Nicholas de Oreo of Oreos. That guy I posted at some point. He blocked me. I don't even know who that guy was. Apparently, some big snarker or something. I don't know. Some big guy. Can't believe grown adults use the word snark. It's a term now. If everyone already thinks you do it, Kappa. See, like, oh my god, if I played the Game of Thrones, I feel like I could. Like, imagine I had just fully committed to the pro Hassan after I got that Hassan follow, obviously, which is what I was looking for. Imagine if I fully committed. Oh my god. I can't stop using the term snark ironically until people stop using it unironically. Don't you dare. Yeah, that's right. Pepe Frog, it's weird that you came into Tama chat to talk shit but couldn't keep up with the convo, then run in here and glaze piece. Go fucking dork. Oh, Mantis. No. Hassan collab soon? No, I'm not reaching out to Hassan to collab. I would though, because people told me I should. That's what people said. I'm just holding myself, but if I did it though, it would be the apocalypse, wouldn't it? It'd be like, he's picked his side. He's a Hassan Glazer. Bob Dylan was a snarker. Pepe Frog, you're being called out by Mantis. You would have reviewed the content nuke and Ethan would be suing me. Sometimes I wonder if he will anyway. Sometimes I wonder if he would anyway. Asana Live and Learn would do numbers. I don't know. Would it? Wait, I can do it. Welcome everyone, Live and Learn podcast, the only podcast. And then Hutch is like, so why did you say why didn't you vote for Kamala? I don't know what would it be about? Do you think Manchin could have done something? And then IR would be like, hey, what's up? I just think we all ought to support Democrats. Also, I just found out because I watched a little bit of some counterpoints. Like Doobie's in counterpoints all the time, donating, and no one gives a fuck. He's banned from my Discord, and he donates constantly to counterpoints, and no one gives a fuck. It's actually insane. Like the level, the standard applied to me, I just can't. There's no words. There are no words. I guess it wasn't $1,000, all right, but I didn't ask for it, and I can give it back if you want me to give it back. We can give it back. Wouldn't it be nice if we were? Why didn't you vote for Harris? No, what would it be? It would just be like about Collargate, right? Because if we didn't do like a Collargate thing, or it would basically be like, it would have to be like this contrived thing where we ask only tough questions. Otherwise, people would unsubscribe from all our channels. You'd have to, like, it would not be collaborative, and if it was, too funny. Judge Dugan guilty. Yeah, real quick on that. So, folks, I spoke about it in the legal. What is that? Why does it keep doing that? I spoke about this in the legal channel in my Discord, i.e. the Snarker Discord. The Dugan case is one in which there are kind of two interesting issues: the federalism issue and this materiality issue. But assuming that the judge loses on those, I think she should be convicted. I think she did try to obstruct the warrant there. Wow, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Amazing. In Haide, in Giade, I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. I appreciate you. Spend it on a bejeweled scepter. I'm just memeing. Is there anything else to say? What is there to say at this point that hasn't already been said? You're welcome. Aw. Tell me how to pronounce your name so I don't get it wrong. You deserve it. It's fine. I made it up. Are things finally picking up, or is America still fucked? I don't know what to tell you, Jonathan. We fucked. What's up with Kyle Rittenhouse? I just saw a tweet from Not So Erudite posting a Kyle Rittenhouse picture. Oye, gracias. De nada. You like the Spanish version? Okay, Homer. Whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say, boomer. Remember that back in the day? Okay, boomer. What's like a fun thing I can say? Wait. What if I want to just take? I want to do 5 minutes of cringe. I just want to do 5 minutes of cringe. I just want to see how cringe it gets. I want to see how cringe.
How do you keep your marriage strong among the midst of all the chaos, busyness, noise of this life?
Keeping the Lord the center of our marriage is how we keep it strong.
Which one of you has veto power at home?
Probably me.
100%. A man has to know his place. Okay? Well, I had my feelings surgically removed back in the 80s, so it's...
Who's the hardest member of Congress to deal with?
You know I can answer that question.
Who blows up your phone the most at the most inopportune times?
I can't.
Okay.
There's a lot of people who...
I'm sure he won't.
Or she.
And who's awkward.
She's good.
Why and when did you decide to switch up your glasses?
I don't know. We went to like Glasses Are Us or whatever. I don't know. It's one of these like a chain store in the mall or something. I don't know. It was just a functional thing for me. I wasn't trying to like be a style icon or something.
How? Okay, this is not meant derogatorily. This is a gay man that we're about to watch.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this week's...
Look at this look. Look at the look. Nobody look. I love this outfit over here.
episode of the Katie Miller podcast. Please remember to like, follow, subscribe, and share. We are joined today by two very exciting guests. It's our first joint interview.
Really?
Yes. You asked if I interviewed any men. This is
really
our first joint interview.
Wow.
Wow.
With the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and his lovely wife, Kelly. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for being here, by the way.
Weirdo. Thanks for having us. Thanks for being here, by the way.
Ceremonial room in the Capitol. Admit it, is this the coolest place you've done an interview?
Who is this for?
It's really cool.
Okay, all right,
it's high up on the rankings, though. Like, you can't knock the White House.
True. There's that.
Or Cowboy Stadium.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
Never
Okay,
mind.
all right.
Never mind.
But the House is a very prestigious institution.
Yes.
One you govern very well, sir.
He's like the worst speaker ever, and he's just like a fucking doormat. He doesn't govern shit. Half the time his fucking caucus is erupting and rebelling to file some fucking discharge petition. It's a mess.
Trying to defend that, yes.
But normally, I would say most people are so excited to interview you, and you are the star of the show.
No one gives a fuck about what he says about jack shit. He barely ever answers a question. He's got a stupid face and a dumb look.
But today, it's all Kelly.
Of course. Of course.
So with that, you essentially went from being
He looks so fucking bored. Look at how he's pursing his lips.
a regular member from just a district in Louisiana.
Why does he keep fucking falling asleep? Look at this dude.
You essentially went from being a regular member from just a district in Louisiana to being
like
speaker
rolling his eye.
practically overnight. What was that?
What was that like to have a humongous civil war in which Kevin McCarthy got destroyed by Matt Gaetz? What was that like?
Adjustment
And being like the least bad option among the crazies.
like for your family, like flying up here when he was getting sworn in, right? If you
very-
go back in time, it all felt very rushed and not something I
So awkward. So awkward.
don't believe you guys prepared for.
Oh, no, not
Oh no, we didn't prepare to coup our speaker.
at all. In fact, it was such a surprise that
Yeah, it was a surprise for us too. You fucking losers.
I wasn't even here for it. As I
Wow,
told
another basic fact wrong by Katie
them, I
Miller.
said, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've already seen what's already happened. And so I'm not going to come up
awkward.
there. And then, so I missed it. But yeah, our lives changed overnight. And we were not prepared for it, but we've
This is the worst show of all time.
just been taking it one day at a time. And we are adjusting finally. We are finally getting used to it.
How did you prepare your children to kind of go from being just
Where are you going with this, Katie? Being just a rep family to speaker family?
one of many members of Congress to being the speaker and all the media scrutiny that comes with it?
Well,
What a question. How did you prepare your kids for you being speaker?
we have some great kids. I credit this lady here for that.
Had
They
to
range
set
in
my
ages now
grinder
24 to 15, just turned 15.
Yes.
And they're accustomed to this because we had been in
They're
Congress for
accustomed
6.5 years when I became speaker, and I served in the state legislature for about a year or so before that. So they were sort of part of our lives, but I don't think any of us fully realized how much life was going to change in making the transition from sort of rank and file member to speaker. And it's an all-encompassing, literal 24 hours, 7-day a week assignment. And so it takes a whole family sort of buy-in for that. And we had never made a decision to run for office or do anything until we were serious about this. We pray about it together as a family, and everybody felt like they were a part of it. And so our kids have been kind of raised with this ethos that, we're in public.
All right, this is so boring. All right, guys, going to bed. We'll finish this. Just kidding. Can you get a smaller chair? It's huge. It's too big. We raise them with an ethos. Katie has a vendetta against all Republicans. All right, guys. I love y'all very much. Haters, keep hating. Stay cool. Bye.